That is so wrong in so many levels. I'm going to refer back to me again. And I don't want to sound like this is a press party. Not so long ago, I was performing at the Netball World Cup. It's such a big thing. I was watched by billions and billions of people in the world, live. I feel like Velcom should have taken charge, or the Free State should have taken charge to say, this is our child. This is Ngwana Free State. It didn't happen. I was not celebrated, and I'm not crying about it, but I see that trend is going to carry on and discourage the artists of Free State because Hadi celebrate do 2.1 just won 2 awards now. That's a big, big achievement. The Free State should be making a noise about it, but nobody is. I feel like nobody is. If there is a noise, correct me, but I don't think there is. Now, all these things come back to one thing. We are busy pointing fingers at each other. Yeah, mamang of money in, mamang of keni juang line up, makufe, mamang of keni. Truth is, we do not have an industry in the Free State, and it's because we have amazing radio presenters amongst us as we sit here. We have amazing DJs, we have amazing songwriters, we have influencers in here, you know, who are driving the trends just in this town, for instance. We need to acknowledge these things, and we need to be proud of it, and we need to do something about it. So I'm happy that there is this back and forth on Facebook, people answering each other about this conference, this summit. And I can guarantee you the debate that has been sparked now is going to unfold, and it's going to give us or bear for us beautiful fruits. I guarantee you that. And I would just want to say to everyone that is here, we are very cognizant of who we have brought to this project. And trust me, as it unfolds, as you see what we're going to be doing in the 3 days, Go Kingdom Academy, people will start to understand why we're doing this. I just want to thank Arts and Culture Sport Arts and Culture for supporting us on this, the PACC for supporting us on this. And I just want to acknowledge that and say we hope and we hope actually that this collaboration will last long and bear the fruits that we want from it. And we hope to collaborate and work together as artists. You are not wrong by writing how you feel on Facebook about this summit. You are right. The question is, let's always communicate these things with the right information first. It's very important to understand what is happening and why it's happening. Why do we have the people that we have on this lineup? I'm going to go back to the Somizi thing just one more time. This conference is not about that, but I'm going to go back to it because it's a bone of contention to me. If we could point out a person not as talented as Somizi, I'm sure there are in the Free State, but a person who has the experience that Somizi has, let's bring that forth, because muto orukolota tuto engata ngata ka matla muto. The reason why that man is on the lineup is because of his experience. He has been an actor, choreographer, dancer, radio presenter, fashion. He is everywhere, and over the years, he has run it successfully. That's why we want to know what's the secret. We want to know what hurdles has he faced, to know how do we move from this to that, and how do we diversify like he does. And with that said, I'm going to pass over to Tiwe. Ahlalose our procedures. So we understand that this is not just a party. We're going to come back to questions. We're going to come back to questions just now. Please note them down. I would like to just explain our administration procedures, how we are choosing from the 5 districts, the 20 people from the district who are going to come here and spend 3 days in these master classes, where they are going to be accommodated, and how we got to have that list. Tiwe.
Dumelang, Molweni, good afternoon. So, with regards to the registration for the summit, what we've put out is a WhatsApp number where you have to text VOGA. And our registration is, it's not run by, like basically you can't call me and try and get questions from me. What's the English word? Programmed, is it programmed? Is it programmed? So basically, every time you text something, you get an instruction. So you will say VOGA, like it says on the poster. When you text VOGA, then you get that welcoming message. And that welcoming message will then prompt you for information. And the most important thing is for people to follow the prompts. Because now, since we started receiving applications, people are not following prompts. And the reason we're requesting people for that information that is required in the prompts is because we're trying to figure out who you are, where you are based, what you do, so that we know come this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, where we are allocating you. We need to arrange transport to take you from your districts to Velcom and take you back. We need to accommodate you. So all of that information, we're trying to get that information through the registration process. When we ask you for a short bio, we need to understand, Utieo, I'm a comedian, so forth, so forth, so forth. That means we know which category to put you under, so that come Saturday, you are either attending a music masterclass, a film masterclass, a dance masterclass, or a visual art masterclass, or a fashion masterclass. So there's a reason why all that information is required from you when we prompt you for it on WhatsApp. And most importantly, just provide the relevant information. Don't go overboard. If we say under music or film, send us a 1-minute clip. Just send a 1-minute clip. Whether you take it with your phone and send it to us, you are giving us what we can't say the quality is bad. Information that will help us do our job better in order to ensure that your stay with us for the weekend is a pleasant one and that you are well taken care of. So, yeah, thank you. Fly?
Oh, once more. I had a conversation with one intelligent guy in this industry. And unfortunately, T1 Press, he said some of the things, I think, at the right time. His timing was perfect. And he's one of the most vocal people I know. He said, sometimes there are people who fight with insight. There are people who fight because walonu. I think as vocal arts creatives organizers, I believe I'm speaking for all of us. We acknowledge that there is talent and massive talent in the Free State. I believe there are artists who are even way better than Somizi, Langaye. But Press mentioned something very important, the experience and the skill. This man made me an example to you and said, a person who went to school, doing the same thing as the person who never even went to school. Mare banali ba sebetsa mosebetsi o tshwana. O fumane o wa excel in this, o wa sekolo hana yona, o na le yona. But we are saying, really the artists in the Free State, we are feeding from the same pot. Why not ibe niga give me the knowledge that you have, skill? Because now we are trying to say, let's shy away from this thing. We are fighting Utlwa Makufe. Halwana mo. Kili DJ le planka, I wanna go and perform go Makufe. You get 15,000 rent, or the colot, or the rent, or the whatnot, after the HI. But we are saying more, go to the summit, go obey unecharuwe, utlo ikupua, got the necessary knowledge that you need. There is business music, there is PR. Honaleng toto tlameang o di tsebe, hore na o sustain craft ya hao jwang ho ya pele to master it. Ka Rasta, to make an example for but visual arts, they were laughing ka Rasta, the visual arts guy. Rasta utroya so. But when I researched, I saw that this guy is selling portraits internationally. Then I tried to think and say, what if all of this was PR? So we think people like him, Renalidi portraits, we saw the registration processes. We didn't know about that good visual arts in the Free State. But we will never see their work if this is procedures you need to follow for you to get your work out there. So like we said, anyone, and we're not gonna do anything. The criticism that we are getting, the negative and the positive, ibohlokwa haholo. Ibile ya re e ntse re fa le insight ona ke eng thotse re hlokang go di addressa mona Free State. There was a trend on Twitter, I think it was 2-3 years back, Slango. Now, artists from Joburg, KZN and whatnot, but they were calling Free State artists crybabies. Everything, eyesight ahale. The government is not doing this. The government is not doing this. Bona, they even said, why not? Leona, we are trying to say to what's a message or do something, kantonang leon, and do it proper. Somebody at to sakapato our sister. Aufmano song kiledi step. You cannot just invest in something stagnant. It's a rebo or fly. Ubata tusoya. Antungulingulling. That's why. Also frustrated out. You get asked. Oshoka tusoya e. Hal. Leadership. It's nice when a person comes to you and say, Fly, what do? You tell them I'm an event organizer or I'm a dancer. This is my work. I've done this and this and this. I'm failing to do this and this because this this. But you are saying ki dancer gina luicha fela ka tlu. Ha ona next e wena we zamang o we to lisepe. So ke nana hakana that this lango hlalusit. The ultimate end kore ya the summit kore ho tlo chooswa the but what we conducted the master classes will be choosing best of the best in all the spheres. But on journey, is it 6 months? Ne? Then after 6 months, we will be getting back to you and saying, Batubani ba choosing from the summit, Kiba, Baboni, for progress for the past 6 months, ki so that Lebona who makufe, you don't fight unto hagi kinyu. Sometimes even organizers who are in here, they never do the lineup stabona ka local talent 100%. Because we have this thing our fly hard people cannot pay to come. So we are saying and take them on a journey. So that after 6 months or a year, who can do the PR, who can do ing, osati baona, ki ing atlamang ayete to sustain a career high for long. Then have mayor posting, Belemutiba Luna, Remoni, Khalera Muka Radio, Mona TV, and whatnot. So that's all basically that we are trying to achieve.
Okay, thank you. We're going to make an announcement, yeah, lineup. I know you have seen this lineup on social media. You have not yet seen it. Okay. We're going to make an announcement of the lineup. I'm specifically interested in the Free State artists that are on this lineup. We have Sam Shale. He's an actor, Kim Sam. No? He's from Butabelo. He is conducting, he's on the panel. Linda Khotsongkhatu representing film. We have Ndate Khotsongkhatu, Dr. Khotsongkhatu. We have Refilwe, is it Mochwa? Mochwa? MOCWA. Who's going to conduct a fashion masterclass. She's from the Free State. We have Candy Smith, who owns a fashion school in Bloemfontein, who's also conducting a fashion masterclass. We have Tiwe as part of the organizers. We have Press as part of the organizers, also from the Free State. We have Mama Dile, is a choreographer. And funny, she was actually suggested by Somiz. We have Duduma Koba, who studied music, who's also from the Free State. She'll be conducting a master class at the vocals. We have Tsidai as part of our MCs with Bosomizi. We have Asavela sitting over there as our MC today and during the summit itself. And then on Sunday, on performances, we have 2.1. I must now call them the mighty 2.1. Award-winning, multi-award-winning 2.1. We have Legudi, we have Fantas, we have Noxy, we have Biggie, we have Bondo, we have MC Fire, we have Ruby Red, we have Fly, we've got myself, we've got Ituma Rema, we've got Troy, we've got DJ Dodo, we've got Versatile, we've got Jeps, we've got Dieo, we've got Max. We have Kunupo, we have Rasta, I and I. So, Biki Mafabatu, yes, Biki Mafabatu. So, this lineup on Sunday, there's only one national artist. Well, besides me, and 2.1. Fly is not a national artist, he's still local. We have only Cetril, who is not from around the province. I know you guys are itching with questions. I want to hand over this microphone now so you can start asking. I think I should get my pen ready. So we do have 90% representation of Free State artists. Unfortunately, we could not take everyone that is good. This is what we have for now for the budget that we are running with.
Also, something very important, 25% of the attendees for the summit will be the disabled, which we feel are always marginalized. So they will be also attending the panel discussion, attending the master classes, attending the festival and being part of the festival. All the creatives that are not on the stage on Sunday will be exhibiting their work. So that needed to be mentioned, that a big portion, 25% is a big portion of the people that will be part of the summit will be the disabled. Yeah.
Questions? Do we have a roving mic? Please mention your name when you ask the questions and what you represent.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sonia Mtaung, for those who know me. A little brief about me. I used to be a journalist for Sunday World, City Press, Drum, whatever. So yeah, we actually thought that we'll have a full house today, but I see my people didn't pitch. So, but you know what I like? They said when Coke started the first year, only 6 bottles were sold. So, you know, I have this thing, that the theory that people want to see things first before they become part of them. So I'm telling you now for free, by next year, you'll see something that we've never seen. Everyone will want to be part and parcel of this. I am from Free State. I was born in Bethlehem. So, yes, I'm a Free State born and bred, even though I've spent most of my time in the other side of the, Gauteng. So what I wanted to say about the Vuga Arts, I think it's a very great initiative. I think Free State needed this, and for the longest time, we needed to have our home root crew that we can rely on, that we can actually sell out there. You understand? So even if I'm out there and I go, press, like he said, is known. I was writing about press those days ago, almost 20 years ago. So I know exactly what he's saying. So we need to take our people, put them out there so that they don't feel somehow inferior, that they're not as good as the others. So we always say it starts from home. So I'm saying today, this is a great initiative. By the end of this week, people will be saying things differently. And I thank you.
Questions?
Hi, I'm Neo Bune. My bio is really not important right now. My question is, I heard you guys saying that you're gonna help these people. I heard you guys saying that you're gonna help these people for like 6 months. My question is, are these people gonna sign contracts or how is it gonna work out?
More questions? We'll answer all the questions at the same time. Any more questions?
Good afternoon. My name is Portia. I'm from Valcom. I just wanted to ask, did you guys consider Me Koni? Habana ke ka mona ka Thabong. O tlo tla le yena?
I also have another question there. I'm not disrespecting Rasta or anything. Couldn't you guys get a proper artist? Was it eyes on the screen or what was it? Because was it a gimmick? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Good afternoon. I am Puseleto Moleko. When listening to everyone, I didn't hear anything about age limit or how far you guys are stretching that. And do you want young people? Is it for people who are not in school? Is it for people that are already established? Or can I just wake up and say, I want to quit my 9 to 5 and become a creator, an influencer? Is there a space for me in regards of that? So can we just get a few points from that?
Ostiwene, I think my question is going to you. In terms of the WhatsApp number that you were talking about, can you please elaborate well on that? Where can people see that number? Where is it? How is it all about? I don't know. Maybe people are familiar with it from the social media. Is it important for us to register and, all that? Please, just if you can elaborate it well for us.
Okay. I think we'll answer these questions that we have, and I'm sure some more will come. Thank you, Sonia, for the positive review, and we appreciate it. Now, Vuga Arts Free State is not a record label, so we're not signing contracts with anyone. We are going to put in place measures that help artists reach a certain point, and from there on, they can decide what they want to do with themselves. For instance, we would make sure that the artist that is chosen gets, I'll make an example if it's music, gets a proper photo shoot, a proper recording, high quality, a PR company that's going to place them on newspapers, on TV and social media and run a social media campaign for them. We are going to make sure that we push a collaboration with a national magnet in terms of whatever genre they do. From there on, they are on their own. So we're not signing contracts with anyone. You don't owe us or government anything. We are just making sure that we put you on the right path so you can follow your career with the right resources of quality. Does that answer your question? Okay. And then you also asked about Rasta. Not so long ago, I went to perform at the Olympic World Cup, at the Olympics, in Birmingham. And I went into a museum, and I was shocked to find Rasta's portraits in that museum. And it's none of these portraits that we see on social media, these jokes that he makes about people. It is a media ploy. He does that just to get attention. He's a professional, creative, proper. These things that he does are exactly for that, so that people can go and talk, hey, Rasta utroile mangbono mutroile ambejwa. Ne? Because that's what drives South Africa. Trends and jokes. So Rasta is a professional artist, and he is selling portraits internationally. And because he's going to be on the panel, some people are going to be shocked to discover of the things that Rasta has achieved. So the reason why Rasta was chosen was to break the chain that people have about marketing. There are so many ways we can achieve certain things. You were making an example the other day about some person who was trending on TikTok. The father is a writer who writes books. And this child thought, how? My dad writes such amazing things. And this child went and started posting stuff on TikTok. And Datwahae is one of the best sellers in the world as we speak, because of just social media. So there are certain elements that we are missing. And maybe, Rona, because we are from the old school, we tend to overlook them because they're not the conventional way of doing things. But there are new ways now. The platform has changed. We are no longer doing PR like we used to do it. Social media is the biggest drive of marketing yourself as an artist now. So Rasta is using that, and it's working for him very well, because he is known as the shittiest artist in South Africa. Sorry for the language. But he actually does that for marketing, so he stays relevant. I don't know if that answers your question. No. And then there was a question here, me koni chaume. Chume. Is it chume? Chume. Okay. We fought and we fought and we fought and we fought to get me Chume. She's busy filming, so we could not get her for the dates that we want. She was the most relevant person. We even tried to even shift dates for her, but she is busy shooting, and whatever that she's shooting, because of the short time we had to organize this, we could not confirm a date with her. We tried our best. Mapaseka as well, so we couldn't get that. There was also a question about criteria of age, right? We are looking for professional, not talented. When I say professional, it means this is your bread and butter. Because if you are talented and you're a doctor, yeah, you can enter the summit. And we want to develop people who depend on this specifically. But it is not exclusive. You can be a doctor and come to the summit and the seminar. I mean, it's not to say it's not allowed, right? In terms of age, it has to be an age where we don't need consent, because the program that we are going to follow after this summit is going to be very aggressive, and it committed to the times. So, in the summit, we are going to explain this. The summit is to teach. The program is to progress and develop. Now, after this summit, once we have been chosen, we'll explain what is required from you, if you will be able to do it or not. If you're not able to do it, it means you are reporting at work every day in the morning. Then it means you can't follow the program, because then there's recordings, there's this and there's that. It means you can't. So within the master classes, as people are going to be chosen, schedule ya hao, e tlo tsamaya so. So you are required nako. If you can, you'll be in. If you can't, also understood. Does that answer that question? No. Ke kopa le mo fe mic hle.
I think that you answer most of the parts, but when you exclude and says that you only want a professional, it's a bit not lying well with me, because that's why we get shows like Idols, you know, that they always say you must rely on education and whatnot. So you do have people that their parents would say that go to school, finish school, but they know in their hearts of hearts that I want to be a singer. But I feel like this program is going to be my shining, light for me. So if you say you only want people that will be only based on that profession, then you're excluding them. But when you say that you want people that will be fully committed, to the program and avail themselves, even though they have whatever they're going on, but avail yourself and be fully committed to your growth, then it makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay, yeah, I maybe didn't construct my answer very well. But what I'm trying to say is, and let me re-explain it again. What I'm trying to say is, it is not exclusive to people who are available. It's exclusive. I mean, this program is available for people who will have the dedication and the time for this. So if you are, for instance, a child ko we can't help you because sometimes. So that's what I was trying to say basically. But it's available for everyone, this program, as long as utlaba committed to the program. Are we answered? Okay.
Since this program now is about creatives and whatnot, how come YouTubers and people who are on TikTok and whatever, because we're moving away from the traditional media, how come we don't have TikTokers? We have TikTokers from Valcom traveling the world based on YouTube or TikTok. How come they're not involved in this program?
Oh, no. When we started, we even acknowledged influencers in the yes, I'm going there. In terms of, and the reason we group these things, only department they are film, it's actors, stage performance, media, and hence if you could register on that WhatsApp, the prompt, the reason behind the registration progress, the prompt, is that when you are a TikToker or whatnot, it will direct or now will attend the master class young film ikinte, even media, stage performances and whatnot. So it's just that we couldn't list them or under film as this and this and this and this. But if you know that I'm doing something in the creatives, whether it's whatnot, please go to that WhatsApp. It'll direct only the selection criteria tla bua hore e o lahlela ka kae. Ha ya kgesolla anyone. Ko arabile. Thank you.
Dumelang. Nna ka lebitso ke Jabu Mpanza, also known as Jebs Dimitri. I run one of the biggest lifestyle events in Central SA called 057HC. You know, one of the teachings that I got from a gentleman called Igom Bamban, may his soul rest in peace, was if you're able to learn from other people, doesn't matter how much you think you know, take that knowledge in and run with it. So I think one of the biggest problems that we have in the Free State, particularly in the arts industry, we've gotten used to being fed by government as artists, and that has created a big problem in our industry, because we have certain people that feel that if they're not part of this thing, or if in trading is at Lakabona, then they immediately become the enemies of progress. I think for me particularly, the reason why I'm here is for one thing and one thing only, and I think we should all follow suit. We're here because we are going to be taught something that we don't know, and we need to take that knowledge and run with it. My biggest worry, Press Lefly, is that this thing, it's in conjunction with arts and culture. I would have loved for you guys to have a representative here, arts and culture, particularly because I know that you are going to be answering questions that are beyond you guys, questions that should be directed to arts and culture. So my question then would be, during the summit itself, are we going to have a representative, arts and culture? Because as Press mentioned, there's already a lot of backlash on the socials, you know. And I feel like it has taken so much away from what you guys are trying to do to basically divert the progress of the summit, you know. So my question would then be, or I would really love for someone from arts and culture to actually sit with you guys and actually take in these questions, and when they answer, they need to be very informative, you know. As a person that's also attending, I've got a lot of questions, not directed to you guys, but to them, you know. And I'm sure a lot of people that are going to attend the summit, they do have those questions. And I was explaining outside that, you know, we all think we're important. Kaofela rona re nahana hore re bohlokwa, you know, ke bohlokwa ho feta the next guy. Because I saw on social media, the minute you guys launched Somizi, one of the biggest beneficiaries of government tenders or work or whatever, the first thing that they did is, you know, comment on why you guys are bringing Somizi. This is the very same person who used their own platform to also book Somizi at one of their shows. So for me, it didn't make sense as to you challenging something that you have no knowledge about. Got the very same person almost saying when eventing or showing how. Which is why I say the problem that we have in the Free State is that we have been reliant so much on government that when something doesn't come to you, immediately you become the enemy of progress, which is a problem. So moving forward, I would just love you guys to make sure that the panel itself is well represented about arts and culture, because I'm sure the people here, they really do have questions that are going to be, you know, focused on the department itself. And I can tell you now, you know, there's so many questions that they're going to ask that have got absolutely nothing to do with the summit itself. So just please make sure that moving forward there is someone from the department that will assist you guys with those kind of questions moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeps. You said some profound things there. We do have representatives from arts and culture on the day. We do have the HOD, we do have the chief director, we do have a couple of people representing arts and culture on the panel on the day. This summit will take fire, will take shots because of what you just said. artists are disgruntled by um, the involvement of arts and culture in the Free State. And unfortunately, we are taking the punch now because we are supported by arts and culture. And I would like to take this as a positive initiative from arts and culture to start with, just supporting this initiative. I'm not involved in how they choose or what's the criteria of considering a proposal, you know, for anything, whether it's Makufe or a festival, or I just know that there are district festivals that they fund, and I don't have information about it either, you know. But what I can say is we are so entitled. We are so entitled, it's embarrassing that we think because the industry in the Free State is in the state, it's the fault, it's government's fault. It's not. It is our fault because we have positioned ourselves to think that we must get a tender from government in the arts to make it. You've been doing your event. I know that event from where it started. You have been doing your event without government, you know, and you have been consistent so much that you can actually stand on 2 feet and call it the biggest lifestyle event in the Free State. So we need to stop being entitled, and you are right, we need to ask these questions. But these questions should be building questions, not blaming or pointing fingers at arts and culture. Arts and culture does not owe artists money to go and record an album. They don't. They don't owe us money to go and make a festival. You need to go to government and ask for assistance because you have a vehicle that is running already, that is developing the economy, and you are saying, I'm employing so many people, I'm giving so many people a chance. It's like local artists fighting to be on your show when you don't want them on the show because they're not giving a quality performance. It's the same thing. You need to we are entitled, let me leave it there. And on the day, there will be representatives from arts and culture, and we will get the opportunity to ask the questions or the relevant questions. But as even people watching this live stream, I would just like to urge, please, come there and ask relevant questions to arts and culture. One, this is not a government panel. It's a summit. Yes, we want answers from arts and culture about certain things, yes, but the focus here is development. How do we move our industry in the Free State to the next level? That's what the summit is about. And for the next couple of years, that is what we want to achieve with this summit. So when we do get these questions, I'm praying and I'm hoping that we get people who are there for development, not to tear the structure down.
With regards to Potsoya registration, there's questions also on Facebook. I think we'll share from those that are watching the live stream. We are closing tomorrow midday for applications or for registration. You have to be 18 years plus. And as soon as we've received your application, and as soon as, basically we'll be sending out further information from those that have already submitted the applications. The disappointing thing is that we have possibly like 30% completed applications, and the balance or the remainder is incomplete applications. So people start the application and they don't finish them. We're gonna try and encourage people, and we're gonna follow up with those that have shown interest. But at the end of the day, those that start the application and the basic information is required, they're not coming back to complete the application. And therefore, it means that it's a bit pointless to say we are putting together this platform. We are seeing the interest, because if you were not interested, you wouldn't have even started with the application, but for some reason there's a problem with completing the applications. So we would like to urge people that tomorrow midday we are closing applications, and it wouldn't be right hore ho be le motho a sallang ka ntle just because they did not complete the application. So I'm urging everybody to do that. And then with regards to questions online, I'm going to share with the panel, my fellow panelists, so that they can see the questions online. Batho ba ska ba re ra ba ignore. I don't know if there's any other question that we had not addressed, because I know that ASA has been taking note of all the questions. The Facebook. All right. So, press, you don't have information about the district festival. What are you doing there? Because Luena, you have made it on your own, or whatever support you received. My question is, how did you move to reach out to the upcoming artists?
You know, Jabs actually nailed it when he said we don't have the information to answer on behalf of the department. And he was 100% right. I don't have that information, and I did mention it. I did say that I don't have the information. The reason why we're doing this is for upcoming artists and artists that exist already, who are already on the ground running. So this is part of my initiative, jointly with my co-founder, Ndate Fly. We are really trying to put this together and make it work and create a platform that will develop artists. There are many people, actually, a gentleman just walked in now there, I can see him over there, that we would like to collaborate with because of his business acumen. And this panel next year would have grown to other people who might be in the room or not in the room, because we are not here to own this thing. We are here to say, let us collaborate, let us work together. How can we better it? The criticism that we're going to get during this process will help us grow this thing and make it even stronger as the years go. But if there's one thing that I can tell you is we're going to be very protective of it and make sure that the people involved have got the same interests and are not here because they want to be a service provider. Asa, do you have anything?
Okay, we've got one more hand. Kopa mic. Is there another hand, just so we see? Dieho. Yes, okay.
Dumelang. Ka lebitso ke Motshedisi Mokati, also known as DJ Today. I just want to ask, in terms of balancing the scales, when you choose the people that are going to be selected, because I'm very passionate about developing women in the industry. Ke kopa ho botsa hore na, are you going to balance the scales in terms of selecting those that are going to be mentored and those that are going to be helped in terms of growing their brands and growing the work that they do? And then secondly, I feel like the radio industry is a tad neglected. I mean, you know, we've got so many community radio stations in the Free State, and we've got, you know, Lesedi FM that has legends, you know, in that field. I'm just, you know, putting it out there, or maybe next time on the next, you know, Creative Summit, maybe also that could be another part of arts that you maybe put a little bit of focus on. Thank you very much.
Ke a leboha hape ka monyetla. I don't know osti wena ke tsebe hle kapo the number ya registration ha wa ipitsa le o ipitsa ke ha re tsebe ha ke tsebe le hore e fumana kae. Ha ka arabua hantle a feel hore ka arabua hantle mono jwale ke taba pele eo ne, and ne ke botsa le hore importance ya ho register ho important ya kae kore wa avoid taba hore motho ha sa tsebe ka number a sa register a ska phoqeha sa le gate. Ke la bona. Okay, potso tsa ka tse ke nang le tsona hape tse ding ke hore, why 6 people? Because I think ke utlwile ntse six people who are going to be selected in the summit. So why the number 6? And are they going to be selected only just by attending the summit? How to facilitate you based on how they were at the summit? But like physically, kapo ho tlo chekuwa even those who didn't even attend the summit, because I think le mention in le lona mona hore yona le batho le batla ba be teng who couldn't make it on the date. So I still feel the artist ba sa tlo kgona go attend. Kapo le rona re hle re tsebe hore re ka bona mang a le teng on the 6th empa na sa attenda. Re understand though it's okay because on sa tlo choosua anyway. So another thing gore, are those people only going to be from Velcom? What of Velcom fela since the summit is here? Kapo ya karetsa Free State kaofela le tlo le ka hore from the 6 e accommodate all the artists around Free State na. I think the last one gore na, can you be under Vuga Arts, you know, elore you have your own recording company? Because you guys don't sign contracts. It's not like the recording company or any company over an artist. So my question is, if like you guys said, already pro. So if you look at someone on a company under yona, leba no ba teng le motho still le sebetse le ena ka bojwang. So I think yeah, ke tsona potso tsa ka tse. Ke a leboha.
Date Dio. Kalega tabaya registration. Tabaya registration, it's very important because it creates some mosebetsi wa rona for letsatsi o be bonolo because o sona le program in place or na panel discussions di qala ka nako mang, what not and what not. And either le mosebetsi wa administration o bobebe. When you get there, there will be people who are placed there. Babua, these are people coming. So maybe we need to mention this too. Also, party progress, registration progress. It's because only accommodation that has been reserved. It's I meant to say it's reserved. It has been booked for everyone who will be a participant at the summit. We provide you with accommodation. We provide you with food. We provide you with transport. Whether it's Harib, Tabo Mufutanyana, Fezile Dabi, and everywhere. So it also makes our job easy. So that by Friday, transporter ilata tio guy, ilata flight guy, ilata man guy. So that also accommodation ite. Hare ketele litle mo ritse tlong ga tlo fa accommodation letla le 1,000 kan tirena la accommodation ya batho ba 200. Also how no bua ka batho ba tlobang sio ono bua ga, I think it was at that point Mechume in Elore, we wanted to be part of the panel discussions and master classes because one, Mechume is one of the biggest artists not only in Free State, Meolo wente bo Black Panther, bo Gomorrah, a lot of shows. So nere batla yena, nere sa hlalose hona le batho nere ba batla to be part ya batho ba tlo workshop and what not. In terms of ena re kopa ikana o butse potso ba bohlokwa ntato e tla re ba tsa mathata. Classing yo tla bo attend ho yona. If you could see somebody else ono sa mona ibile mo ale category nya ga kapo in that part ya the summit, there won't be that. But batlo choosua based on master class. I cannot choose a best actor. Press cannot do that. Tiwe cannot do that. But we believe Dr. Khotsong Khatu can be able to identify a good actor and say, this man is good, he just needs this and this and this. Then Harmo selected as one of the people who will move Alabona forward. I cannot fly kilo kilo workshop master class for the vocals, but I believe Dudu Makova can say to me, makeup team, these are the best in this. So Leon, okay, another one to mention, after this summit, we have a TV interview. Mori Tlotsibisa list. It's already scheduled. These are people who were selected out of everyone who attended. This is best of the crop. And again, after 6 months, progress or mo. A ke tsebe ke feng e ke sa wa ga bang yona ka poko wa ga bileng ka doka.
And Kakao, just to extend on your question, it's unfortunate that we don't have 100 million to do this project. It's very unfortunate. How choose Batu? It is not government money that is going to do this. We have gone and we have secured certain private sector businesses to assist us in terms of this. Government is not going to pay for recording, yeah, they will assist. But it's not like we have a set budget now. 30 million for developer the artists for the next 6 months. But we have just gone on our initiative to say we are securing this company to assist in us developing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there will be a gap in terms of who we are choosing and the number that we are choosing based on budget. That is why we can't take everyone to come to the summit, remote developer. It won't work like that. We need to choose certain people to take them to that next stage. Now, another thing I also want to highlight is I just mentioned not so long ago that the next time we do the summit, because it's going to grow, this table will probably be 3 times. We'll be sitting with people from different spheres. We would know maybe Tio Kakao is going to be responsible for comedy in the Free State because he has achieved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We would know Mama Mamang is responsible for film because of Sachi Vile Hakan. Mama Mamang Otlo leader DJs because of Sachi Vile Hakan. Well, understand? For now, this is our humble beginning. And moving on, we're going to grow with the people involved. That is just what I want to highlight. Sorry. Tsidai, you asked a question about equality. We have to balance the scale. It's very important. Very, very important. The industry is dominated by male. We all know that. And we have a lot of female talented DJs specifically, you know. And it would be unfair for us to overlook that. Unfortunately, we need them to register. We can't go and fetch them commando. They have to register and be part of this process because we are going to be audited for these things. We're going to be audited and we're going to be asked questions after this. How did you get to this? We have to answer for it. So we can't go and pick people who are sitting at home and say, come. It has to be through this registration process. And I also want to pinpoint, guys, we had literally 12 days to put this thing together. And I'm saying this because the proposals were in a long time ago. It took time for us to get the go-ahead from the people that are supporting us. So at some point, SABC was supposed to come and broadcast live. I don't know how many times we've changed dates for us to get here today. So last week, Friday or Thursday, we only got a go ahead, and we had to put everything that we had now together quickly to do this. We are definitely going to deliver, I guarantee you, but we are going to grow and grow and grow and grow. Does that answer your question today? Radio. Radio is a heavy one today. The biggest problem that we have, guys, is everything in the Free State is politicized. Everything is politicized, and I'm saying this with respect. We politicize music Mutu ona okeni mona because utsiba motwane. So things this na merit. I'm not here because I'm good at what I do. I'm here because ki kgone tshwara letsoho la mamang, a kgona ho mmamela, a mfa ntho a mfang yona. That is a big problem because it will always give us substandard things. I don't know anything about events. I can't go to arts and culture to the department and ask for money to do an event. I don't know anything about events. But bateng bo jobs, but what's about the events, bateng bo fantas, but what's about the event, but they've got experience, you know? So those are the people that government should focus on. And we need to single out these people to say, no, events kibatuba in this district. Events districting ena kibatuba. Is kaya ka di favor, iye ka merit. What have you done? Now, even with music, in as much as I've been doing music for 30 years, go master classing, I'm focusing on one thing. I'm focusing on stage performance. I feel like there's a big gap in the music industry, performance. That is why, if you've ever been to the show to perform, you will see I always come up with a car on stage. There's a couch. I always try and create theater just to give a performance, because that is what Americans beat us with, if I should call, because they're the leading in the music industry. Stage performance is very important. So I'm not going to do vocal training. Duduma Koba studied music. She knows how to train people vocally. That is why. So we do not choose people because mamang wa bina so akahona. No. We chose people specifically. Duduma Koba wa ruta ko State Theatre in Pretoria. She teaches music. So we're not just getting people in jail because they are represented in music. We're getting people because we know that they will deliver this first phase here at the masterclass. Radio is a very difficult question. Honestly, I don't want to lie to you. But, like I said, as we grow, we are going to put our heads together to see how do we perfect this one? How do we develop that one? But like I said, this is our humble beginning, and I'm hoping that you guys will be involved. I hope we all will be involved to make sure that we achieve this thing, and we look at it and say we are proud of it. We have achieved that. That work?
Yes, sir. Dumela. My name is Mtogozi Singwenya. I just wanted to ask, hypothetically speaking, let's say we have about roughly 1,000 people who registered, but the target is 6 people whom we're going to invest a lot of time and energy in them. The rest, will there be any time invested in them so that by the time we reach the next summit, 50% of knowledge that has been invested in them, to cut down the time of the success Yaba to buy under the creative arts in Free State? Kukulele mentioned KZN. They are far they are far beyond us and many provinces in South Africa. Sometimes we even say KZN is like a country on its own. However, about the way Bapushankati, Gauteng, and so on. So I'm just very concerned over now. After we get those whom we are looking for, but there are some individuals whom we can see that they have a lot of potential. Or can we still say, whilst we are still busy, part of a certain task force, to try and invest more time in them. So next time at the summit, at least we've cut down on the effort that was required to be applied on Batwatla Batlile at the time. Thank you.
Okay, so Dio Askisi for not answering your questions correctly. The number is available on our Facebook page. It's available on the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation's Facebook page. So every time they share a post about the summit, there's a poster that goes with it. But I'm going to give the number. And I've also responded on our Facebook page. More the commenting live. I've also posted it there. The number is 083 587 7478. It's 083 587 7478. Somebody was asking where to find the application forms. We don't have applications forms. You just need to text that number and you will receive prompts. The importance of registration. Can you access the summit without registration? No, you can't access the summit without registration. Mainly because we are, our target, we are working with 100 people. And those 100 people will be, it get 20 per district, because we are trying to even out the number. There's always complain hore, you talk about the Free State, however, everything Mangaung or everything this particular district. So we're trying to even things out to ensure that it's 20 people per district. So if we receive more than 20 per district, then it means that we're gonna have to go through the submissions and see who we are putting through and who we can't put through. Like Vusi said, we don't have that budget, so we can only work with 100. So if you want to come to the summit and you are not registered, you will not get access to the summit, because we will have a database. And the most important thing about the registration is that we are trying to ensure that people that are not actively working as creatives do not have access to the summit. Those people that are supposed to be at the summit, the creatives that the summit is conceptualized for, kapa is put together for, access ya summit, because something is happening, go victory, and let's go and find out what's going on. There's a lot of misunderstanding. You have people thinking that we are looking for service providers. We have people thinking that it's a small business. Like, people don't understand that it's called a creative summit. So you have people wanting to register, and somebody says, can't I just, so why do I have to register? I'm not a creative, can't I just come and watch the summit? It defeats the purpose of us putting together, and these are some of the questions that we are getting on our platforms. With regards to the number, the 100 number of people that we are bringing to the summit, there's details like accommodation, for example, because we are using a specific residence. Because the residence, it's a hostel. How many people do we need to prepare for? How many people do we need to prepare for? And it's that basic information that we get when you are applying or when you are answering those questions prompted. With regards to transport as well, we need to know from Tabanchu, we need to know how many people will be from those places, so that we ensure that everybody, ufumana transport, whether it's one person in a specific town, they will be accommodated. We're not going to prioritize, let's say, for example, an influx of Bloemfontein, Berere, Harana lata motho a iwane ko Garipi. We will make a plan to make sure that everybody gets to the summit. And then select the 100 creators. Okay, somebody wanted to know how many people will be attending the summit. It's 100 people, excluding the dignitaries, the premier, the MECs, so excluding the dignitaries, we have 100 creatives that will be at the summit. Those are the people that we are accommodating. That's the number that we have prepared for. We cannot accommodate more than 100. So besides the panelists, the people giving master classes, the dignitaries, the creatives will be 100. And as status, it's 20, strictly 20 per district, unless we don't get numbers from a particular district. Then, we can't say, if the applications say 20, then it means that the difference will be allocated to another district. We'll see how we allocate that to another district. And then somebody's asking, Are we working? Are we up? Can individuals or companies apply? So the registration is specifically for individuals. So whether you have a fashion label that is called Fly Vibes or something like that. I'm terrible with names. If you have a fashion label, that's your company, but it's owned by this individual. So we want you as the individual to register, because if we had to say company, then I mean chances are Biggie, Diego, Litidi, they own a company, and like the admin for the admin for registration of a company would just it will ngata unnecessarily. And the whole point is so that we build a database of individuals that have the creative sector or that use their art as for that survive on their arts, for putting food on the table as their bread and butter. So the English the bundles, they get depleted sometimes, guys. My apologies. But registration is for individuals, and if you have a company, you can register, but you have to register as an individual. So I was basically responding to the questions that we are getting on our Facebook page. I think we're good.
All right. Nakwere sharp on them, and I know we started late due to the load shedding and generator issues at the venue. I just want to come back to Ndatemon and his question. Mthokozis, you are 100% right in saying what happens to, or in asking, what happens to the people that didn't make it in terms of registration. The reason why I keep emphasizing this, we have the plan. We have the plan, and the plan has brought us here. And this plan was not something that was thumbsucked last night and we made a phone call and we made this happen, or the summit. We have been planning this thing. We have been saying for years, Free State needs a summit. Free State needs a development plan for artists. Now, just the three of us sitting here is not enough brains to develop a whole province of so many versatile artists. We need ideas, we need manpower, we need everyone that can come to aid this development. Now, what I'm saying is, the fact that we're sitting here now and you are voicing out and everyone here is asking questions, I am noting these things down, and we are all noting them down. And we are hoping next time, as we sit here, we have identified already we could work with this person because they seem like they have good ideas in terms of what needs to be done. Now, the people that are not going to make it to the summit because we have a limited number influenced by budget, we will come back, we'll do another summit, and we'll do another one, and we'll do. If we have to do this thing 3 times a year, we'll do it 3 times a year. If we have to do it 4 times a year, we'll do it 4 times a year. But unfortunately, we needed to do this one so that we can go back to private sector and government to say, please support us. This is going to develop the creative Sarona, and already we have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's proof. It's like Mutaitsang event at the first event, it might just be a flop. But you build and you build and you build and you build. So there is a plan for that. There is a plan for that, but the other plan, the master plan, is that we all join our heads together and plan together and work this thing out. Understand? And I know I'm opening a can of worms by saying that, because some people will say, Lynn, I want to be part of this thing. Lynn, I want to be. If you are coming to this, let's be honest, bring your A game, because we do want to develop the Free State and its creatives. I don't know if Goara will end the talk.
Okay, due to time, ladies and gentlemen, I see. Okay, so questions and answers are officially closed. And for the benefit of those that are here, the panel is still here. So I'm sure you've got the benefit of contact where you can maybe get clarity on certain areas that you need. But, excuse me. But I think for the sake of granting clarity and perhaps somehow responding to some backlash that we saw in the week on social media, the directive is clear. And I think also with some of the encouragements that we're seeing coming up on Facebook now, on the comment section, I would like to believe that we are headed in the right direction. Certain things we don't all have to agree with, but we just need to trust the process and the initiative and just echo support where needed. And looking at the efforts in ensuring diversity and inclusivity of all legs of creativity in building the Free State creative sector, it is only befitting to support the Voga Arts brains that are behind this big initiative. I would also just like to give an overview in case someone just joined the streaming on social media. The benefit of it is that it's going to be online for a couple of days or weeks to come, so you can go back just to see if you're still dwelling on the shared posts with everybody's insight on what they feel, what they think. Clarity has been granted. Ha ke bue tjena na hobane ke fumane tender bathong. Ntho tse ding ntho tse ding tshwantse o bue where you see that it's going to echo the needed growth. There's many gaps. The stature that our entertainment space is in the Free State is in a very much critical state, and such initiatives can only need support in order to see development of where of what we want to see. So just an overview on some of the areas that were shared was more the objectives of the Voga Arts Creative Summit, which is to identify and develop various artists in different realms of entertainment and the creative space. This is not limited to only musicians and actors, because hangata, when we talk about entertainment or the arts, we're thinking the DJ, we're thinking actors, we're not thinking the driving forces behind the scenes. I mean, we are now streaming live to people that can't be here physically. There are the technical guys behind the scenes that are making us sound and be able to be delivered to people that can't be here and get the information they need. Various parameters that are needed are also additional legs that make the overall business work. Press mentioned, I want to call you guys Bisola Haula ID, but get lo lahla batho. I've done 101. Press mentioned the business acumen. Tiwe touched on missing information on applications. It's the administrative gap, which we know for many years has been a shortfall for even established multi-award-winning artists. So such initiatives seek to close those gaps, and it's not going to take just one summit. Also touching on the aftermath or programs afterwards, because now this shows that hasepati fela etlo etsahala ngoba ngeli December, and we are now loto to the 20, so we can close and go enjoy the festive season. But the progression thereof for the sustainability of the artist and continuing growth or developing and growing the entertainment industry and sector of the Free State. This is just one, but some of the initiatives that talk to that. And there were many people that came with very valuable questions, wanting to know private sectors that are involved. And I would like to believe the team will be sharing that in due course. And again, with the 100 creatives that are going to get the opportunity to come here, I really, really wish that you will also be part of establishing something that is going to ensure that we also become like KZN. I always refer to KZN as a state on its own, like the United States of KwaZulu-Natal, because of what they're doing to the creative space. And if we can also adapt that mentality and support such, then we will be headed in the right direction. So just to re-echo and emphasize the important information, you still have up until tomorrow, the 7th of December 2023 at midday. So make sure that kabo 10 to 12 for that, because we know we live in the world where our power is borrowed. So just make sure that you are aware of your load shedding schedule. Your phones are fully charged, you are connected, and you are able to submit. I'm going to repeat the number. The number to WhatsApp is 083 587 7478. So just WhatsApp the name VUKA, V-U-K-A, translated to Tsoha. So much power in that name, but story for another day. And the summit will be resuming on the 8th of December until, from the 8th up until the 10th. So the 8th and the 9th would be the master classes, the panels that will be part of the entire event. We've got Siputla Sibuhudi from Generation, those who know him. We've got quite a number of big names. So Mizi will also be part of the activities and the events that will be taking place. So this will be taking place at the Kingdom Academy right here in Welcome. So do make sure that if you want to be part of the 100, you make sure that the admin part of things is correct. You've filled in all the information. Sky Tlola and say, hi, hakena information. It is important. The very same gap you leave is the same gap that is going to have you eliminated. So you're basically eliminating yourself. So please, creatives, it is very important. If this is your bread and butter, the admin part of it is just as equally important. But then for myself, Asavela Mbata, also another creative in the broadcasting space. I love the fact you mentioned radio and broadcasting. But again, you see such things, echo, they make us see, okay, the gebedida. Sizofika apho, but ngoku can we focus and support here? How do you eat an elephant? A bite at a time, because it's so big. Thank you.
So having parents in show business played a part in me fast forwarding or fast tracking me to become what I wanted to be faster than a whole lot of people. Because when I walk into the room and in an audition room and I write Somizi Mhlongo, first thing they go, "Aren't you Ndaba Mhlongo's son?" And I go, "Yes, trust me, the perception changes. Even if I flop nyana, they go,
But do you know
"Whose
this
son
is
is
Ndaba
this?"
Mhlongo's son?
You know, Meritwala is your mother. You know, so it did play.
I want to pick up on something you said, which I think is very relevant to this audience. I come from the Free State. I'm from Bloemfontein. And Somizi mentioned something quite important where you talked about how, for example, the presence of certain people who may not be qualified or classically trained on these platforms. In a place like the Free State, there isn't much available in terms of, let's say, an art school, etc., like formal places to train you in the arts. But that speaks to the need, does it not, to then figure it out, find a way to get onto those platforms?
Absolutely. It's important to know that at the end of the day, you are an individual and you need to do whatever it takes. Don't let anything get in the way of you achieving your dreams, or don't let fear or self-doubt to make you believe, oh, just because I'm from a small town, I don't deserve to be at a certain place. Find ways. And now we grow up in an age where there's social media, there's internet, there's so many ways to blow up, you know. People are discovered easily than us. Now you had to be there physically.
Now there's TikTok.
Now there's TikTok where you have been discovered. Look at this child from KZN that was discovered by Chris Brown. You know, she was just singing in a classroom. So you never know, but you are in a far better position. However, again, it does not mean that you shouldn't be assisted by your government, you shouldn't be assisted by your department. I feel this moment right now is the beginning. It's never too late to fix things. It's the beginning of what is supposed to happen in this province. It's the beginning of, there's supposed to be an arts academy in this industry, so that you don't have to be in Joburg or Cape Town or Durban for you to make it. You have to make it here in your own town and become a superstar in your own town without even living the place. And you're supposed to be a superstar where you're becoming an export. You know, when people from Joburg say we want Smakaling from Velkom, you know, want to book Smakaling from Velkom, from Durban, you become a national treasure, but you're still in your own town. So it's never too late. So this for me is very inspiring and encouraging, that it's the beginning of something. Let's not take this for granted.
And it's a disadvantage, I suppose, to of the South African entertainment industry, isn't it, that it's basically centered in one city. I mean, you've got pockets of it in Durban, pockets in Cape Town, but ultimately you still have to go to Johannesburg if you want to go mainstream, which is different in America, where stars live all over the place.
LA,
and the
New
call
York,
comes.
Atlanta, yes. It's sadly, I guess that's why they call it the city of gold, you know, because it was, I think apartheid also played a huge role. I mean, we were separated deliberately. It's a story for another day. But sadly, that is the case. Joburg is the city of gold. No one belongs there. Everybody comes there, even myself. You know, I was born in Soweto, but my parents came from KZN and Swaziland to look for gold. I mean, you left Bloemfontein. I don't think you'd be as far as you are had you not left Bloemfontein.
With a backpack and a suitcase, that's all I had.
With nothing, you know. So sadly, that's the case, but it doesn't mean that's how the story should end. You know, it's concepts like these that would change the narrative.
You touched on it earlier, how you've been able then to merge the different parts of arts and entertainment, from being a dancer who then became a respected performer in every sense now across the board. How do you decide on what to take on?
I mean, I'm fearless, and I've always been fearless, and I wish I could feel that fearlessness. And people now look at me, they focus on my glory, they have no idea of what my story is, like my actual story is. I've been rejected, I've hustled, I've always been a believer of putting one foot in and it starts with things like becoming a dancer, for instance, and you get paid 500 rands to dance for Miss SA for 2 hours dancing for 500 rands. And for me, it's not about that 500 rands, it's about my foot is in.
They
And
know
what-
your name.
They know my name. And what happens when that foot is in, the next time, I don't just become a dancer, I become a choreographer. You know? And then the next thing I'm choreographing the South African Music Awards, my foot is in, but I know eventually I want to host these awards. And what happens 10 years later, doesn't matter how long, I become the host for 3 years in a row. You know? So for me, it's having a vision and having a goal. And sometimes the mistake we make as artists is that we just want to touch that goal. And we
I'm
forget-
talented, it must happen now.
Yes, and even in soccer, for them to score, it starts a center. And it doesn't even go straight to the pole. Iyadribulwa, iyakabhana, ibuyele emuva, and then iyaphambili, kube ne-fall to referee, athi brrr, athi yellow card, athi brrr, athi red card. Red card uyaphuma, 2 weeks later uyabuya, brrr. Eventually, goal. But after blood, sweat, and tears, it doesn't just go brrr, goal.
But the lesson from that is staying the course, right? I'll take what you're saying about the Samas. From dancing on the Sama stage and then 10 years later, hosting the actual event. So it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't stuck to your guns and kept working towards it.
No, it wouldn't have happened. It takes discipline, it takes focus, it takes professionalism, it takes resilience, it takes endurance, it takes faith as well, you know. It's a combination of a whole lot of things. It's a fruit salad that needs honey and yogurt and different types of fruit for it to be nice, muesli sometimes, and you have to remember the end goal.
But also important, I think, from your career, Somizi, is distinguishing yourself from everyone else, because there are many dancers, there are many actors, there are many presenters, but key to staying the course and surviving is having a unique selling point.
Absolutely. First, one thing, never lose yourself. Never become anything else but yourself. But 2, always look for gaps. Always look for gaps. What is it that I bring that is not there? And I'll make an example with this gentleman next to me. His name is Rasta. Do you guys know Rasta? Thank you very much. Rasta, as much as even myself, there was a point where I couldn't stand him. But he made his mark. He found a gap. He could have decided to draw like everybody else. We would not know who Rasta is. But Rasta thought about it and said, what is it that I'm going to bring? His drawing is not by mistake. His drawing is deliberate. His drawing is a creative idea that is genius. And only a genius person will understand. So with me as well, I look for gaps. Hence now, I'm in the fashion industry. I sat down and I said, what is it that I'm going to bring in the industry that's not there? And I thought, should I do diamonds? Should I do Lipeshu, Lenaling, Louis Vuitton? No. What's there? Kids. How many, if I can say to you, name one brand right now that is a kids brand and it's local, you'll have to think really hard and Google. So I thought, there's a gap. So I always look for gaps and I always look for what is it that separates me from the rest. And that is the selling point for me.
Okay, I don't want to monopolize the conversation. I don't know if you've got a roving mic. I just want to see if you've got one, because I want to open it up for questions at this point. I may have to come down there to pass the mic around. Let me see if I can get help with the mic. Show of hands. We'll take 4 or 5 questions. Sir, I see you there. Anyone else? Second hand. So there's a hand over there. 2 hands on this side. And 1 hand there. 4th hand, right? Leshai. Number 5, okay. Okay, let's start with you, sir. Do you have a mic? Thank you. Let's start with you, sir. There we
metse
go.
no tje. Dumelang.
Hello, Papa.
Ke tlo bua puo ya lapeng Sesotho.
Ha hona bothata, ke a se utlwa.
Ke a leboha. Ke ratile ntho tse Somezi Mhlongo a ntse a di bua hona jwale hore ha o le artist lwanela seo se batlang. Re bohloko re di artista tsa mona lapeng. Re bohloko haholo ka summit ena. Ntho ya pele ho thata ho kena. Ya qala ho etsala. Ntho ya hore ho ya summiting o tshike gagafu be gagafu ho ya summiting. Hona le OC e re mofueng. Fana ke motaung ka ke mang. Ho thwe ke Sony ke ha ke tsebitso la hae hantle. Nna ke nna no re tlo bua le motho a tlo lobiswa le computer. Ke ntho e bohloko ho fetisisa ya hore o batla o tla summiting e wena o le at o ikupileng. Re ikupile summit ena ga e tlela fela. Re ne re le meeting re bitsitswe ke ntate Dukwana le Mmemaki. Ha ba re bitsitse mo ya ba rona re di artist ne le mo tsa Velcom re kopa summit and etle high Velcom. Rona e kupuwe ke rona ha se yena a inahaneng ya ba re thetsa ba re e tlo ba the end of kgwedi eo re leng ho yona. A thiba maka ha ya ka etsa la taba eo. Mmemaki le ntate Dukwana ya ba tlo re thetsa. Jwale summit ke ena ya etsahala e sa le re kopa ho thata ho kena bona no tjena hona batho ka mona empa summit e teng empa hona di artist tsa Free State re bangata ka tsela e tshosang empa batho ba bayo ka ro summit ena re bohloko haholo ka summit ena ya Vuka ene ka la re no tjena nna sa le ke sendela taba hore re tla o thasha le no tjena go so thashu se ke tlile hore ha sa ke emela o thashua hore ba tla mfounela hore ke tle submitting empa ba etsa taba eo e bohloko haholo hore na re le di artista tsa le jole putswa ntho e tsala ha lona ma ga ona tokelo ya ho tla ho yona empa ga le ga di submitting Bloemfontein re iswa fela re la tua ka dikoloi re fitla go le go ba tswa mabotjho kwana ha re ba tlo go la mabotjho re ne re batla summit summit ne kupuwe ke rona
Okay.
empa ho etsetse the way ho etsetseng ka teng ke a lebo.
So, before Zama, summit, so how can the summit, right? And I hear you on your concerns. Hanele lebata summit le kopa. Ne lebata hore at the end of it, lebele fumaneng 100. What were you hoping would be the benefit?
Thank you. Ka ba ne re tseba go tloba di commission. Ene le mo go tlo aha gore re le di artist tsa Free State ke eng e hlokahalang. Re tseba go ba le tsebo ya hore ha o batla go kena bo ntho tsa bo diloto ka kena jwang ha o batla etsa bo di studio re ka ba le studio jwang se leng sa rona mona re ne re itse re tlo ikopanya summit ena mme ba ne re ka kopanya maboko re di artist tsa Free State re tlo kgona go fumana ntho tseo re di batlang ke yona tabatabelo ya rona re fumane seo re se labalabelang re le jole putso re na radio station re batla ipona re na le radio station ga batla go bona re na le di studio tseo Mmemaki a sala re tshebisa tsona ha na qala o dula stulong ke tema ya bobedi empa re tse sena studio
Okay.
ke ntho tse swabisang kaofela.
So I want to take that last point then, Samisi, the call for a radio station, for example. I started in community radio in Bloemfontein, right? And had that not existed, I would not have known that it was something I was able to do. But it ties in to what you were saying earlier about having to build an entertainment industry that is big and accessible enough for even someone in Valcom to be able to participate fully from where they are.
First of all, Abud, you must know you do not waste your time. No, it's fine. So basically, you must know you stood there, you did not waste your time. What you said is very valid. It's very valid, and it comes from your heart, but it makes sense. And trust me, it's not going to be in vain. it's not going to be in vain. This summit, it's very important, this summit. Trust me, there are going to be changes. And I'm not speaking from a place of I'm not in the government or anything like that, but I have so much faith in people that are behind this summit, right? That there are going to be changes from next year moving forward. When we have this summit same time next year, there are going to be changes. And I like the fact that you were specific as to what is it that is not there, that the needs. And you are not too much. Things that are just going to be the beginning and the foundation of everything else. Because with the studio, you are able to do a whole lot of things. With a radio station, you are able to communicate a whole lot of things with different people, with the community, with the people in the arts. Radio can play a huge role, but I'm going to throw it again to people like Abotembegile too. Now, when they live here as well, they need to start, because they are now at a place in a position where they are far ahead. They built themselves. They had to hustle and you know, grab and gravel a whole lot of places to get to where they are. But now that they are far ahead, it's an opportunity for people like themselves who have gained the experience to start having those conversations of saying, hey, department, I'm here. I know, not for them to find minister of something to run or to build this thing. Minister of something is supposed to just approve, but people like Tembegile are supposed to now say, he has an opportunity. Just because he comes from Bloemfontein doesn't mean he can't build anything here in Welkom. He's still from the province. So it's an opportunity for people like himself to go, yeah, he probably didn't even know that there's no radio station here.
No idea, actually.
You see? So that comment or statement was very important, and I applaud you for that.
Thank you. And if a station, by the way, is coming up, if there are plans, I would gladly come in to say, let's spend some time with the news team and talk about how to do it, training from the writing, how to present, etc. So that is my pledge. When it comes to fruition, I am available to do that. Abuti in the blue jeans, let's come to you. I'm just trying to see where the mic is.
The mic
MEC
is here with me. Thank you so much for affording me this time to talk to some of the artists that are here. I'm glad, Somgaga, you managed to respond to that question. But to be quite honest, we are here to build one another. I know but I don't think this is the right platform to complain, because we've got people like you, Bastatile in some way. You are here to guide, nurture, motivate them. So I hope whatever that is raised here, things will be better next time. So I don't think and the other thing that I wanted to raise, in Toyadi radio stations, ibana le matata abamona, like groupa lona as a team, or you want to open a radio station, it's yours, but we will support you financially. Now, haba fetsa ho ibula, ba lwana ka bo bona, ba lwanela ditjhelete. We've been supporting these local radio stations. So hasore blame it hands the department thing, because wona will give you money, who it's a show ya or talent helping. It's up to you. Or we or that's another thing that I wanted to raise. Our own artists, not all of them, some of them, have about 2 cents on Gaga. They use it as a lesson, right? You give them a gig today, you have 50,000, or let's say, for argument's sake, you have 1 million. Immediately I create 1 million, Oloraka, your Lamborghini, if it's 50,000. I still have to maintain myself. I still have to market. Now, today I understand your issues, your frustrations, having the examples so that we become better people tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Elsie. So when you raised, the artist, spend You see, the nice thing about these things that how now or wrong, I wanna do right, right, okay. How now next a wrong, but as long as the motive is for us to build each other and for us to learn from each other, because we all need to learn from each other. How not clever, you know? Like as I was actually, you know, this is maybe the issue where artists don't spend money, that's right. He has an opportunity again to say, when as a department, when the money is funded, before that money is funded, let's not overlook the importance of teaching artists the business of show business, how to manage money, not to give mutuchelete. It's like how win a lotto. They have to sit you down and put you through a whole lot of financials, how it's done. So this is another a flag that we need to look at, where when artists are being funded, everything is monitored, but also they're taken through a mentoring stage of the finances, you know, so that a person, because we also sometimes forget that we're operating from a place of empty stomach, you know, and when you're operating from a place of empty stomach, you know, so it's important that we also cover that aspect so that we avoid having people misusing funds.
There were two hands here at the front. We'll take you first, sir, and then we'll wrap with you, Abut. If you can just stand up for us, Robon.
Oh, Kialudumidis, Kalipizzo, Kipizzo, Waharamons. Ki Mongodi Wadibuka, le Happy script writer. Haribua Honajwala can lead script, it's a 23. Risitwa fela ho fumana menyetla ya hore re ka fumana re phatlaladitse taba tsa rona ka lebaka la kgaello ya matlwele. Ke kopa le ntshwarele ke Mosotho ba haeso ka lebaka la kgaello ya matlwele. So ne ke ba kopa fela ho tseba hore na rona jwale ka re le batho ba mona matjhabeng na re thuseha jwang ho fumantshana dintho tse re di etsang re di fumana di le television ka tsela efe hobane ka nnete ha rena matlwele re kokotile a sora re kokotile empa ha o fihla department ta kontsho ha rena tjhelete ha rena ha re hanane e ka nna ba ke nnete jwale ne ke ngpa fela ke batla ho tseba hore na re thuseha jwang bana ke na le bana ba 38 bentse re ntse ke ba kwetlisa so ke kopa thuso fela mo ke a lebo.
Quick question, Abut, lengola dibuka o lengola di scripts?
Nna ke mongodi wa dibuka ebile ke ngola di script.
Okay, you've got a book, right? Let's talk about the process to getting a book published, and for example, if someone is writing a script, how we go from script to an actual TV show.
The scripts are how TV or radio? It's a TV. Okay. So when it comes to writing a book, unfortunately, guys, in every business venture, it's really tough to do it on your own. Whether it's recording music, it's tough to be an independent artist. Whether it's writing a TV series, it's tough to produce it on your own. You have either to be licensed and stuff like this. It's very tough because how na capital, you understand? So it's a matter of, guys, can I raise a hand here and say, I understand that there's a Department of Arts and Culture, but the responsibility must not be solely on the Department of Arts and Culture. Guys, there is more out there. I think the mistake you would make is focusing on one, thinking that the Department of Arts and Culture is their responsibility, their 100% responsibility to open the door for you. There's so many ways of, I've never been funded by anybody. It's either I knock doors at corporate doors, or I go to business people, your chisanyamas, your restaurants, like diversify, open your eyes and look at different places. If should the department not be able to help you, because also you must remember, you might think it is just these people here. Ganti, there's millions of people that are knocking at doors, and it's either a matter of first come, first serve, or it's a matter of funds are running out for some reason or so. So don't hold them as if they are your be it and end all. If I'm making sense, look at other places. If I were you, Mina, for instance, and writing plays and something, I would start my own channel on TikTok. I would start my own channel on TikTok. There are kids in KZN that they have a series. They film in the street walking and chilling. I watched a story where it's a story where when these kids are acting as adults.
On a cell phone.
On a cell phone. They now have sponsorships from corporates. Abo Aromet, Abo Milo, Abo Wanbani. Because there was a guy who said, SAPC has been ignored because maybe they don't see what I see. You don't share the same vision. The Department of Arts and Culture hasn't really been there because they are overwhelmed. What do I do next? I'm going to create my own channel. Whoever believes in me will find me. And he was found. So you could do that and write those scripts and create a series on TikTok and Instagram. Trust me, there'll be that one person that goes, damn, that is a good story. He's an amazing writer. Why isn't he on TV? He finds you, you collaborate, you grow. Instead of focusing on one place. That's my gift to you. Take it, don't take it, it's up to you.
I mean, I'm thinking of...
So, Miss, Anyane Fela.
The scholars.
Okay. Barnabas, for us to have a conducive dialogue more, everyone, I think we came here to learn, we came here. It's different. How do you simplify this thing? The panel, whoever that organized this event. Mara so. Somizi was telling his story. Then Rona as artist, we listen to his story. Then we say, Somizi, I've been struggling, 1, 2, 3. Then how do I maneuver out of that? Then they're relevant towards the department. They must be directed to department. Because if we're Somizi, we are not going to reach to Rasta. Because everybody will stand and say, Somizi department, Somizi this and that, Somizi this and that. We are not going to live here educated, living here with something in hand. So I'm pleading with everyone that is here. Let's engage according to what is being said before us. You listen to Somizi's story, you say, Somizi, this is the journey, I hear your journey of life. So I came across 1, 2, 3 from your story. How do you advise me? Then Somizi will break it, so. Then we move to Rasta. Mamela stories are Rasta. Or Rasta, nice visual artist. I've been struggling, but my portraits are all over. How do I take my work out there? Then Rasta, it will be a nice dialogue. Then reajual. Then when we come to department, that's where we go for department department. Then that's where we'll stand and rise and say, we've been knocking on the doors and so.
Chairperson.
Amen.
Okay, we're going to take one more. There was a hand that was up on this side quite early on, because we're going to wrap up our time with Somizi now, but I do want to give lady at the back, because we haven't heard from any women. Let's give you the mic before we let Somizi go.
Good day to everyone here and to our esteemed guests. My name is Rufile Lubaya, and I'm an upcoming voiceover artist, TV presenter, and corporate presenter. Now, I've heard your story, Mr. Somizi, and the presenter there. My problem is, I wanted to ask, what would you advise a young girl who's trying to get their foot in the industry but is not trying to go through the corners? In my experience with the people that I have
approached, or people that have approached me, they come to me with, I don't know how to put it, but they coming like looking for favors from me that I feel will depreciate my dignity and value. Now, how would you advise a young girl who's trying to get into the industry but is not trying to, go through the corners of this, that? Yeah, how would you advise them?
You mean as in sexual favors?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And you do voice work, you said?
Yes, I do voiceovers as well. I do voiceovers, TV presenting, radio presenting, and corporate presenting.
Presenting.
Yeah.
All right.
And modeling as well, sorry, modeling.
Shine, girl. Just don't. If you're gonna lose your sleep and peace, it's not worth it. Don't. Rather be unsuccessful and unfamous than being famous by sleeping your way to the top, because that part expires. Number one. So don't. And a person who does that is really not worth your minute or your second. Believe in yourself, believe in your talent. There will always be people who see your value, who see your worth, and who see you for who you are. And as a presenter, never ever, I was telling someone the other day that I'm not a radio personality. I'm a personality who's on radio. There's a difference, And what makes me work or successful on radio is that I didn't change who I am when I got to radio. My accent didn't change, my English didn't change. I'm so easy through and through. So don't ever lose your authenticity, number one. You'll forever stand out, and the biggest mistake, especially girls, what they make when they present, they think bonan. And all of a sudden, Kiss Makaleng was so, hi, my name is Makaleng, and then every 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, this is Makaleng from Sebokeng, and welcome tonight. Hi, Bo, sis, okay, Makaleng. You left Makaleng outside. Don't ever lose yourself. Rather be rejected for who you are than be accepted for something that you're not, or someone that you're not. Yeah? Thank you.
Also, quite practically, if you want to do voice work, look for agencies that do voice work, where you can upload recordings of yourself. I don't know how much of this you do, but also try to get hold of scripts and stuff and repeatedly work on it, because you can only get better that way. And even with the presenting, record yourself. Record voice, record video, things that if you bump into a Somizi who's maybe a producer, you can show them on your phone in the moment versus, oh, I'll call you. Because that's often how you will get booked, if people can see the work. And even on your social media, hey, what we were saying, post things of you doing what may be random. I mean, Moshe and Diki started, I remember 10 years ago, we used to watch Moshe in a flat in Johannesburg drinking autumn harvest and telling stories about his weekend. Look at him now. Literally, you could start a YouTube page where you find stuff that you want to talk about and direct your presenting in that direction. And then put it out there. If it's good, it'll catch on.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Before I go, I just want to leave you with this. You remember I said I want to tell you how I became a judge on Idols?
Oh, yes.
Before I go. And for me, that's a lesson. Again, grab opportunities. 1. 2, realize when there's an opportunity. Because there's moments where you probably had an opportunity, but you didn't even realize. Like now, this is an opportunity, but some of you are in a different space, headspace. They're not realizing that this is an opportunity for something. So for me, what had happened was that during the rehearsals of the finale, the judges don't do the rehearsals. They come on the show, right? So they ask 3 people to sit in the judge's chair for camera work when they rehearse. So when the performer finishes to perform, they go, judge number 1, count to 30 about the performance. You don't have to say anything. So judge number 1 would count 1, 2, 3 up to 30. Judge number 2 would count 1, 2, 3 up to 30. And then when it came to me, I didn't count. I judged.
You gave a full review.
I gave a full review. I was like, you were like this, you were like that. Not realizing, Uguti, Someone is watching me, the producer is watching me from the control room, and they said, record him. They recorded me. They took it to the channel and said, this is what the show misses. This is what the show, an opportunity. Always grab that opportunity. And I grabbed it and I became the judge the following year.
And there we go, on that point. On that inspiring story. Sir, you're going to have to be the absolute last one because Somizi does have to go. Sir, in the suit over here, Kapil. I don't know if we've got a mic. There we go. And then we're going to wrap it up with Somizi, but we'll still continue with our other panelists.
Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity thank the organizers of this summit. Ndibulise kakhulu, everyone, artist here. In short, I'm also an artist, a musician, and I do jazz. But ke batla ho tla lentsweng le bueng ke MEC here in Velkom, not long ago. It's about 2 years or 3 years.
Okay, hold on, put some card. Is it related to me?
Yes, I'm coming to you, sir. Exactly to you, sir.
Oh,
Before
okay.
you leave.
Okay,
Yes,
so
please.
straight to the point.
Okay. We had a radio station here. Ne? Now, as we say that, there are a lot of platforms outside there. Unfortunately today, I don't know, for instance, personally in this day and time, jazz is dying slowly but surely. I wish if you are here, you can give us at least some other ways of but who in that genre can find a ways those platform performance to say so. For instance, it was 2017. The manager of Drakensberg Promotions Ularifa a gig around Tembisa there to perform. So I don't know Rikafumana space in terms of this in terms of how to get performances, how to get showbiz, because like to depend on the department, that one, it is killing us. Maybe banally a bigger burden, because maybe we are 100 of us to them. So maybe for instance, there will be that people but at least the opportunity to know there are these platforms.
Okay.
If maybe you are doing this and this.
Can I take that? And just in the interest of time, I think it goes back to something that Somizi said as well, that sometimes you just need to start. On your own, you just need to start because unfortunately, and I hate to say it, very few of us have a hero who's coming to save us. So if your thing is singing, then you can do, I don't know, if you're a vocalist, you do a cappella videos on a cell phone. You record that, you get it on TikTok, it's under a minute, people spread it. Before you know it, it's on Facebook, it's on Twitter. Before you know it, someone is booking you. There's a little girl who was recorded singing at a school recently, a few months ago, I forget her name now, and her video ended up on Twitter. And then what happened from then, Anele then spotted it, and she actually got to perform at a Prime Media event. And Prime Media owns 4 radio stations.
Prime Media?
Yes, Prime Media. So what I'm saying to you, Park Prime Media, the point I'm making is, had there not been a recording of that girl online, just singing, Anele Mdoda would not have seen it, the CEO of Prime Media would not have seen it, and this girl would not have performed in front of an audience from 4 radio stations. And it's the cheapest way to do it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Baba.
much.
Guys, thank you very much for having me. I appreciate you. I wish nothing but the best for you. And then now, ke available go to DM. How many questions un shapa ka yona? Ke tla o thusa ka o araba.
Not mshiga.
But thank you so much for having me, and I wish you all the best. Work together. Remember that. Work together. We are better together than apart. Ne? Are we in sync? Danko. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Somizi Mhlongo. And Somizi is off after his glitter tour. Let's give that time. We're going to continue. We've spoken to Somizi about mainstream media, be it television, radio, fashion, choreography, right? But we also have someone else with us here today, Rasta. How many of you are familiar with Rasta's drawings? Let me just see. Show of hands. It started with one image, and before we knew it, it was never a South African event of any official category without Rasta. It could be a funeral, it could be the opening of Parliament. This is the man who we now have come to know as the one who will capture the main individual given the said event. And I want to bring you into the conversation now, Rasta, and talk about where it all began for you, because about 5 years ago, none of us knew who you were, but now you're everywhere.
Yes, Salmonan, good afternoon. I'm so very honored to be part of this panel as an artist, a visual artist. I was born in Zimbabwe, Bulawayo. That was 77. I'm old enough. So I started this art, sketching, drawing at a young age, as 7 years in primary school. There was no art class there. So I used to sketch using my maths book, textbooks, books, and stuff. So when I grew up, my grandmother used to come from rural areas to come and buy some clothes, some lapis. So I used to help her in a way that I would do a sketch on those things that she will buy. Then she'll go back to those rural areas and start knitting with different colors, then sell to the communities there. So she's the one who actually said, I'm going to be an artist. My mother never thought of that. Yeah. So I think the artist in me, as I say, unfortunately my grandmother passed on to see this now. So when I was in primary, I remember that was 1990, Mandela was released from the prison. So I also at school where they said, I go home. I went home there in the evening, there was news. We were fortunate to have a TV screen. So I saw Nelson Mandela on TV. I had to sketch that. The following day when I went to school, I showed my classmates. Then it ended up to be seen by my teacher. Then my teacher took it to the principal. It was like sort of an insult for me to sketch Nelson Mandela. So principal called me to the office to come in and explain that. They didn't beat me, but they warned me to stop doing this because we'll be arrested sometime with just drawing someone you don't know and who didn't say paint or draw him. So it started there. There wasn't all these social media, don't. So I guess if it was, I was gonna trend at that early age. So fast forward to the secondary school. I met at there in Magoge Secondary School, of which really I was doing my sketches. The teachers were like, wow, this is an artist. I started doing my art lessons in secondary school that was from grade 8 to 12. Still, I was doing good in a way that even in break time, people buy my artwork. I was doing Ninja Turtles, cartoons, the wrestlers, painting them each and every time, sketching. So the interest of art started there. We would know I'm an artist. When I came to South Africa, that was 96, for greener pastures, I had to work in restaurant, I had to work in constructions, yeah, because to make money, of course. So with that, when I was getting paid there, I had to go and buy materials, my canvases, my paints, brushes, then start painting. Even though I was working somewhere. During the weekends, I would go to street robots and sell my art, up to when I got a stall in Rosebank, Bruma, where I would go and sell there. Yeah, it started there, like, okay, this is an artist. This love of doing a portrait, I saw a gap. We have to treasure those legends who have passed on. I started painting the late Brenda Fassie, that was 2003. No one knew me. I was even chased from the venue sometimes. What are you doing here? Go outside and paint outside your things. So I painted the late Brenda Fassie. I painted Sisulu and the mayor of Johannesburg, that's Amos Masombo. Yeah, so it all started there. Everyone would believe in me, and the newspapers on the following day will write, a man was painting outside the hall, a man was doing this. So voila, I'm here as an artist. I'm so very happy and proud of it.
So if you're doing this around 2003, mid-2000s, how did it go from that, when there wasn't as much public conversation about your work, to what we saw in the last, let's say, 5-6 years, where now anyone who's on social media will have seen what you do and knows your name?
Yeah, thanks to the social media, the Twitter, because they were crushing me, but I stand tall and strong in a way that if I was someone else, I was going to give up on it. I can't paint, I can't do this. So that platform, my socials, it grew me so too much.
And you said they were crushing you. I remember when, I think the first few of your portraits came out, people were mocking your work, taking digs at it, but despite all of that, your following was growing at the same time. Were you ever discouraged by the comments?
Yeah, I don't normally read those comments, to be truth with you. I don't normally read those. I just browse them. I take those constructive ones with Rasta. Please go with it. You are the best. So that's where I am now. I didn't take those crushing ones, because if you can read them, sometimes some are scary. You can find out with some that are threatening you with, please don't come to this funeral, because we're gonna fight with you whenever you can't draw. So I skip those.
But now the tide has turned, right? Now you're getting more praise than the negative, I've noticed.
Yeah, I'm getting all the praises. As Somizi said, you don't have to be scared. You have to go all up and do whatever you know you can do better. Because I've been in all stages, in churches, in parliament, in convention centers, but now people will understand my art and say, hey, Rasta, he can paint. Yeah, give him a space. Yeah, I've seen everything. It's growing up.
I don't know if we have any other visual artists in the house, but the question often with the, let's say, non-mainstream forms of art is whether it's profitable. Can one make a good living off of what you do?
Yeah, you can make a living with the art, because some other artists, they always complain with the art. It's so very difficult to sell the art. When I started on the street, I was selling the art and getting imali rent, getting imali kutenga other materials and continue. So it's so very hard to be an artist and sell, especially when your name is not known. Because whenever I went to the galleries, I remember I had to take my works and go to the galleries. They will say, who are you? Let's see what you have done. They will criticize even them. The gallery owners will say, no, we can't sell this in our galleries. So I thought, no, let me not go with them. Let me find my own space. So now I'm known everywhere because of that. I didn't listen to them. You can't sell your stuff.
Are you charging more now?
Yes, I do charge. I do charge more. The other thing that is helping me is I do get calls from some other television dramas, special I've worked with the Black Brain, I've done TV commercials, adverts. So it's helped me as well, apart from the money that I get from art. Yeah, so if you are an artist also like me, who is popular now, one can take you with this one is just an artist, but when I go for acting, someone will say, this one can act. Maybe the art is not in his blood, but acting. So you have to do something that, apart from what you do, that can back up your creative.
Okay, thank you, Rasta. We're going to speak also, I want to bring in the rest of our panelists also in a moment, because we're going to talk still about music, the business of music in the Free State. We're also going to talk about fashion with Candy and how that works in the Free State and how do we take it to other parts of the country. I mean, there are 9 provinces, the world is even bigger, but I'm trying to figure out at this point if there are actually any questions for Rasta at the moment, just so that we don't keep the conversation going too long and then people don't get an opportunity to ask at the end. I see you, sir. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 hands to my left. So we'll start with those hands and then pick up the conversation with the rest of the panel. Let's start with you, Dad.
Rasta, Moka Chef, Banabana disability, 80% Abanaba Honu Keta Skolo, Impa, Maria Skolo, Loba Chef, Abatleka art, whole visual art. Hore, re hone or re bank, ba hono fitlhella maemong a olengwana. Re ka etsa jwang? Hobane ha bobedi disebediswa tsa visual art di a tura. O ka re eletsa ka hore re ba develop jwang hobane the opportunity are there for bone ba ba batle ka art.
Okay. Ngizwile kancane.
It's about youngsters interested in visual art. How do you get them going, especially when they don't necessarily have the resources to pursue the learning in a formal way? Fantastic. So especially children who do have disabilities.
Yeah, I've opened up a group of artists because I've seen it, which is always Rasta doing art all over. So I'm giving my youngsters also a chance. I've got a group that I created, of which we share our works there. And when we get a job, I call people from my group to collaborate and work together. So I think if I can get those people and sihlale phansi on that platform enginayo, I think it can be a success for them. Also, I've got also abantu disabled that I work with. Yeah, it's only that I'm in Johannesburg, but we can work together because now we can use the internet. Yeah, you can post your work, then we talk about it. Whenever there is a job, we call you up.
Sanibonani. Uthetha nophindile Vukaphi. Ngiyomnye weefeni zakho ezinkulu kakhulu. Yami ndenza i-visual art. Ndiqale i-art at the early age. Yabo ndayivumela ukuthi ikhule nami ngaphakathi kwami. So into endayiqaphela i-challenges esizifaceayo thina as i-artist ukuba asizitholi i-chances ukuthi umuntu akhona ukuthi umsebenzi wakhe awuse to the right person at the right time. Ndizobuyela kwi-opportunity enami ndayibona ukuthi ndingayisebenzisa. Ndenza no music, so apha eVelcom iGeorge siyazisa uQuesta esindim-idolizer naye kwi-music. Then kwenzeka ukuthi nami ndimzobe ngoba uye wandenza ukuthi nami ndingakhathali ukuthi abantu bathini ngiqhubeke ngomsebenzi wami, because i-art ithetha amazwi amaninzi. Abanye abantu bangayibona ngenye indlela, omnye angaphinda ayibone ngenye indlela. So laa nto andifuna ukuthi negativity endendayichola kwi-social media, kodwa laa nto iye yazama ukukhulisa i-platform yam and bulela nayo uBootquest aside. So umbuzo wam ukuthi ndingathanda mna ukuthi ube yimentor yam. Ndingenza kanjani nje bengiba sowutshile ukuthi uvule igroup ukuthi uncede i-upcoming artist.
Yeah, cabanga ukuthi sizoxoxa after. You can join that group as well as a creative artist, because it's not easy out there ukuthi ube i-visual artist. I've seen it. Bakhona abaningi abalokukhuluma nami and say, Rasta, how can we sell our artworks? I always tell them ukuthi it's easy as long as you believe in yourself, because now people will be looking up to me and saying, "Oh, Rasta is the one who's doing my painting," but it's giving other people a chance of saying, "Oh, Rasta can paint. Okay, I will take that other guy who can paint better than Rasta." That's what I do in my group. There's no way that you can say the other artist can paint also. Yeah, because the art is people can criticize you as you say it, but the art is different. Kulama cartoonist, kulabanye abayenza abstract, but still art. One cannot understand the art yomunye umuntu, and you don't have to copy someone's art. You have to come with your own style, of which I did. Ukuthi art ibe so very controversial as well. When you look at a painting, ube la indlela eziningi, ucabange into eziningi on it. Ingabi plain like just a picture. It won't. I a painting, you must look at it in the morning, sip a coffee. When you come back from your office also, you stare at it, you understand that you enjoy art and you see yourself through that artwork.
And how do you put your personal stamp on it, Rasta? Because almost every good artist can do the basics, right? But how do you create art that stands out? I mean, someone like you, people know your art. When you look at internationally, everyone knows a Van Gogh painting when they see it. How do people go about doing that, especially in the early stages, putting their personal stamp on their work?
Yeah, I think so. We brand as Rasta, the artist. Whenever even I can come up with a painting of another artist as of a perfect, people will start saying, Mara, you didn't do this, Gashi, thinking it's me. So, ngiyayithanda leyo nto because it has made me ukuthi abantu they will talk about my painting whenever I paint. You see brand on its own. So very.
And then there was, thank you for that, by the way. There was a gentleman in the white. I'll come to you, sir.
Oh, good evening. My question for you, Rasta, is your artworks just the painting, or is the artist statement supporting your artworks? Because now, in terms of art, there's like contemporary art, like abstract, hyper-realism, social realism and stuff. So now, in painting, does artist statement or the idea, the metaphors within the artwork help and assist in selling this particular artwork that an artist is doing? Because now, in some cases, like your art banks, they don't just take an artwork alone because of this artwork, but they were looking for your artist biographies, the artist statement supporting the specific artwork. And the main idea in these things on how does an artist explain, or does a specific artwork catch the interest of its audience? Could you maybe briefly explain that to us, please?
Yeah, with my art, I started doing landscapes before this portrait. I saw that landscape, they're not attracting even the audience because we just paint mountains and the river. Yeah, so I went to a portrait to abantu bebele that portrait that will stay in their houses, especially when I paint funerals and memorials. We have seen abantu babebenza those tombstones, but they can be left in the graveyards. So with my art, you will take it home and treasure it for the rest of your life. Yeah, so I saw it, it's very important to do portraits rather than other abstract, as you say, abstract, your landscapes, your contemporary. So yeah, I've made my art also by unique in a way that when you look at it, it tells more stories. Even now, Amanyama artists, they are so very happy. Some they call me and say, "Uti Rasta, you have made it," because the art, it was looked at something that is just a hobby. Now it's a career for other people who follow the art just like me.
Thank you very much, Rasta. Abud at the back with the cap. I see you.
Oh, nna ke tlo kopa ho bua Sesotho bana beso. So tla mo hlalosetsa.
Ah, ona bothata ntate.
Thank you. All right, nna ke motho le drawing and haholo nako e kgolo ke dula ke draw ya le go nako e kgolo le nyane ke dula ke draw. Fela ke ntse ke le ntlheng ya taba ya support hore re le batho re thola jwang support. Well, ke dutlile dikarabo tse ding. Ke motho a neng a sena hona ka tlelaseng gore like le thuto ne ntse le ntho e teng mara ke fokollwa ke mahlo. A ke re mehleng ya pele ne re sa kgone ho ikisa di-special cool rona bana ba bang. So nako e kgolo le nyane ne ke le motho a itogela. Ke qadile ka di-landscaping, ke qadile ka di-painting, ke entse di-plan tsa dintlo. Kore a ke tsebe drawing ka re ke potile ka kae, ka gutla ka tlo etsa le di-sculpturing. Ka tla ka tlo roka ka etsa bo meseme ka etsa. Ke kgutletse di-portrait nou tjena. Specific ke etsa di-portrait fela. Event e nngwe le nngwe kapa moketeng wa mong le o mong, I don't make a research. I guess starting from when, maybe 2017 or when. Mara ke so thole la e ka ba ke nkare ke tlile mona ke tloile mthaitseng a tla ba hostile. Gore that support ke batla marketing, hantle ke batla marketing wa portrait tsaka.
So batla marketing.
Ha bohloko jwang that.
For art.
For art. Nna ke try di-celebrity, try portrait.
Rasta, how do we market art? I mean, most of us will have seen
Facebook ke a etsa, ke na le Instagram, ke na le page ya ka ya art fela Facebook. Me lo reng ha ke qoqele batho bang, I just post only my pictures on Facebook.
Okay. How does one market their art? Do people still, is social media the way to go? Like markets, I remember a lot of artists would, in Johannesburg, for example, around Rosebank, Farmers Market, etc. How do they do it?
As I said, I tried to go to the galleries, then they said, no, not this kind of art. So I went to the street robots and tried to sell my paintings there. And abantu bebethenga in a way. So after that, I had to go to those big events like maybe your summers. Yeah, big events and do the paintings there. Because with artists, it's so very hard to go to Stole Ama exhibitions, Stole where we can showcase our works. So with me, I'm always showcasing my work through everything that is happening. Manje we were welcoming Springbok. I was there in the airport painting the whole team. So the market yami is not based also only on social medias. I go myself and do painting in front of people, for people to see and take my numbers. So I think now we have to go all out. Ungabi ku comfort zone, because I'm an artist always they will say, I take so art is not very easy to sell art, but they are on their comfort zone. You must go all out and do my painting in open spaces. Yeah, and the other thing, manjing, the next thing, exhibit my works like in Museum Africa. That was last year. I exhibited more than 300 works. From there, even I got many calls from that exhibition. We need this painting, we need that. So I think we have to go all out as an artist and paint wherever. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for Rasta specifically? Just trying to scan the room. Any more takers? Ah, there you go.
Dumelang.
abstract and hyperrealism art, contemporary art. But most of my time, ke shapa di-portrait for batho. But now, I seem to learn how to specialize. I just want to do paintings and ke di rekise, wabo. So, mo ka senya rona, batho ba kgone ho afford-a sepane sa rona. So that's why ke ileng ka starta ho bula a tattoo shop. Ke tsa di-tattoo, ke butse studio nyana mo, ke sepana le twin la ka, le ena ke artist, re babedi da. So ke ne ke botsa hore like Rasta ke thabela hore monana ke idea efe ka ga fang yona for re ka tswella as the artist tse ntseng di tla. But already le nna ke a zama, I can even sell my paintings. This year ke rekise ma paintings tse 3, last year ne tse 4, but selemo fela. Thank you.
So, what do you want Rasta to help you with specifically?
Like what I feel I'm motivated for like ke etse eng cause I was simple lo rekisa.
Oh, so you want to go from register as a 4, but also now how do you get from 4 to 8, maybe 16 and then 20 and maybe 100?
Cause re trele body gallery. Ke romela body application ya bontsha Spanish sa. Spanish sa sharp. I can even show Rasta after even ke monte one of my portrait in Spanish.
Okay, so how does he grow it? So there is an interest, so that's encouraging, but he wants to do more.
Yeah, as an artist, sometimes we can do a painting and sell all of them. I will advise you as an artist, you must do my paintings and keep them in your studio or
your house even?
House, yeah. So if you keep those paintings, one day, whenever you are called or a place like this, you can collect those paintings for your exhibition. You come showcase those paintings. Yeah, because I'm an artist, they sell everything, because when you're doing a painting for someone, you give it to him. But if now you can paint, let's say the President of America, then you keep that painting. Yeah, sometimes the painting goes with the edge when you did it, you understand? So that's why it will score a lot of money. Yeah, unless if when now, sometimes we go hungry and sell our works very cheap. Yeah, so at my cheap, some other clients won't understand what that's at. We have to make it more with the price. So I guess with the passion that you have to paint even more. For me, I can tell you maybe this year I've painted 300 portraits. You won't believe that, because each and every day I paint. Each and every day I paint.
So Rasta, just on that, quick question. You said he must keep some of his work in his house, his studio, if he's got a studio. Does the thing of e-portfolios, does creating a portfolio still work? So shots of your work that you can maybe keep on file in case you don't have the originals or you don't have enough room to create a display?
Yeah, you have to keep. With me, whenever I paint from my funerals and memorials, I always give painting to the family. So I do like 2 paintings, then I give one, then I keep the other painting, so that whenever time is right, I can display that and sell it. Yeah, I think if you can keep my paintings, it's gonna be easy for you. Whenever they call you, let's see your work, you bring your paintings. I've got my paintings that are dated 2000, 2001, of which some I post now. People say, I will Rasta if you have improved, of which the painting was done 2001. So with that, people will start to enjoy and see what I will Rasta have been there and painting.
All right, so any other question? We're going to wrap it up with, 2 more hands. I see you. Anyone else from this section? That part of the class, by the way, has carried you for this segment of the lecture. Lonakamo, where are your questions? Are there no visual artists on this side? We'll take you, ma'am, and then we'll end with you.
is Ntapeleng, and I'm a multidisciplinary artist. So I professionally draw, I silk print, I paint, I sculpture, and I recently started a new venture because I've realized that we as creatives are facing a problem. So I became an exhibition curator. It's very small, but my question is, how do I have a conversation with you that the next time I do host an art exhibition in Bloemfontein, that we may at least curate 3 of your pieces? Thank you.
Yeah, I've did a collaboration not only in South Africa, in Botswana, Swaziland, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. I've got artists from those countries that I do a collaboration with. If you can check July 29, we were in a rally there. We did 10 paintings of EFF leader. So with those artists that I work with, they will go back to their studios and their community also. And maybe another thing, we were with Urasta, the artist. So with that, I think it can work also because we have to collaborate as an artist. I've got a female artist as well, of which Abantu, they would say a woman can't paint, but we have got a female artist from all over Africa that I work with as well. So I'll be doing a collaboration also in January, come this January next year. So if you then you can be part of it as well.
Rasta, thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Rasta and thank him for sharing his story and insights with us today here in Welcome. Thank you very much, Rasta, for coming through.
Thank you so much.
This last conversation that we're going to have for this afternoon, we've saved it for last for a reason, right? Because we're going to speak to people who are from the Free State, who've managed to find a way to carve a space for themselves in industry. By that I mean in fashion, in music, in television, through acting. So I'm going to introduce our panelists for that. And as always, we're going to then open it up to you at the end so you can ask questions directly about where you are career-wise and where you want to get to and how they can assist you. But before we do that, let me see. Do we have singers here today? Only 2 singers. Okay, are the other singers shy? Any actors? Oh, a lot more actors than singers in Welcome. Okay, good to know. So stand by because I'm going to need you guys to come in for this conversation, and I'm going to introduce our panelists from the far end, furthest to my left, Sam, Shale. Now, a lot of you may recognize Sam. If you watch Skim Sam, you'll know what's up, right? We'll talk about how someone from Botshabelo ended up on Skim Sam. We've got, if you're as old as I am, you'll remember Preston, who became Press from Coca-Cola Pop Stars and now a music star really in his own right. We'll hear from Press as well. And then, if like me, you're a Free State 80s or 90s baby, I'm a 90s one, so they're not that old, you will remember a group by the name of Kaya. Remember them? First, I think, Free State group to win a Metro FM award, Best Afro Pop, I think it was, almost 20 years ago. And Sweetie was crucial to that success, a member of Kaya, so he'll talk to us about that as well. A round of applause for him, please. And then it won't surprise you to hear that Candy over here, closest to me, is in the fashion space, as is proven by her outfit today, the best dressed on the platform. So we'll talk to her about clothing, not just your town and your province, but making sure that her range travels beyond Welkom, Bloemfontein, and possibly even out of the country. So with that out of the way, Sam, I want to come to you, right? Because your rise to stardom has been one that many people in the province have been marveling at. It's not common that we see someone from Botshabelo, Bloemfontein, Welkom on television, least of all Skeem Sam, Esepedi, Soapy, and there you are now doing so well. How did you go from where you were to Skeem Sam?
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know if you have time. Can I just tell the story?
Give
as
us the
is?
Twitter version.
Okay, the Twitter version. Okay, so I matriculated in Botshabelo, stayed there for 5 years not knowing what to do, frustrated and all of that. My mother lived in Joburg. I have another home in Johannesburg. Never wanted to live in Johannesburg. But after 5 years decided, let me just go and live with my mother. So I went there, and in the first few, I think 2 years, I worked as a security guard. I worked as a telemarketer. I was a coach as well. We did a program called Play Ball.
Right.
So with the likes, there's a guy called Ace who comes from Botshabelo as well. You all know the former Kaizer Chiefs coach. I worked with him as well, Mulifintek. He's a personal friend of mine. He used to be a teacher here in Welkom, actually. So, but after that, I had this desire from when I was in high school to be an actor. So I used to watch a lot of Days of Our Lives and The Bold and the Beautiful. They actually taught me English.
Oh.
It's actually quite it's miraculous that I can sit in front of people and express myself. And all of that. So I had this desire, this burning desire to be an actor. And one day I got an opportunity. I had applied for admission at Wits University to study drama there. I couldn't go in because I didn't even have admission fee, let alone registration fee. But 5 years later, I got an opportunity. I went in, studied drama, finished in record time. So I hold an honors degree in BADA. They call it BA Dramatic Arts from the Wits University. And then from there, I started working my way up. So I met someone that I dated at the time, Mukupi. She scared the hell out of me because she was a public figure at the time when we were dating. So she scared me about this fame thing. So I just refused to do it. So most of the time I was behind the screen. I was a director at some point. I've been an executive producer of a number of shows, most of which you might know. Isidingo being one of the big ones. Tempi Pushas, Mamelo. Under my company, I've created a few shows as well. The recent one being Men Don't Cry on ETV, which I created, produced, and directed. And then I just produced another drama series from Zanzi Magic about a year and a half ago called Grootboom and Sons. So I've produced a lot, executive produced mostly, but also produced some shows as well. So I am a presenter and I am now on Skeem Sam. One day I just decided, this fear is not going to work for me. Let me just go try my luck. I went for an audition there. And the next thing I know, they called me and said,
"Come over
going
here."
to play Phumulo Maphosa, the uncle to Lehasa Maphosa, whom I'm very close to. And he embraced me. He's been very kind to me. He's been very nice to me. So I work with him and the rest of the other cast members. It's quite a nice and very fulfilling role to play because I get to be someone else for a few minutes and just get out of my own space and inhabit someone else's problems and life, etc., which I enjoy very, very much. I'm still a child of Botshabelo. In fact, I have a house there now because I no longer have a family. So that house is mine now. So I frequently, go home. So I'm still a child of Botshabelo. My biggest desire is to bring back what I have learned over these years to the Free State in a pragmatic manner. That is my biggest desire. I've been speaking to the government in the Free State to try and bring this thing that I have learned. One thing that that actually bothers me, that I want to mention about me, which is the last thing. My company Mukoshale Productions runs a training program. We ran a master's class for the KZN Film Commission in KZN for film graduates. So we've been running that, but of course, year in, year out, they give other people opportunities. But I have that experience, and that's the kind of experience I want to bring home, just to cultivate talent, because I can see there's a lot of people here who are talented, who want to go into that space. And I'd be honored and humbled to share the knowledge. But not only that, you are aware on TV, there's a lot of people who have complained to me about the Nguni being represented across all the platforms. My desire is to try and represent the Sotho group. Sotho group being Sotho, Tswana, and Spring. Get actors from you guys here, get creative disciplines, across all the board, all facets of production. Train people like you here, because not all of you can be actors. Some of you can be, lighting, do lighting, do camera, and I see there's camera people here. There are people who lit and licked this space for us to be seen by you guys. So those are the things, wardrobe and many other, disciplines in production, the writing, post-production, and all of those things. These are things that I want to bring home.
And
yeah.
just on that, because you're making a very important point,
Yeah.
television is such a big industry, right? There's so
Yeah.
much to do. Everyone who studied drama ends up in front of the camera, but you made an interesting point in that you finally did away with the fear and audition to be on Scheme Sam, but that doesn't mean you were not a working artist. You were doing other things.
Yes.
And we don't speak a lot about the fact that you can be many things in television outside of just an actor.
Yeah, that's precisely what I'm trying to impart today. Because a lot of young people actually think that they can act. But the truth of the matter is that acting as a craft is very difficult. It requires discipline. It requires a lot of, training as well, etc., etc. But people make a mistake of thinking that, when you are an actor, you can make money. You do it because you're passionate about it, you love it. Other disciplines. So if you are a director, or if you are a producer, or director of photography, or head of wardrobe, or any of the heads of departments in production, that's where people actually make money. I see it in Joburg. A lot of people come into the industry, they actually do these things. So you become part of a beautiful process that creates something that is an art form, which can be consumed, that you can syndicate, something that you can actually distribute to other, territories. By territories, I'm talking about not only South Africa, I'm talking continental, I'm talking about syndicating the program to, other, continents, for example, to sell our culture, to sell who we are as black people, but most importantly, who we are as the Sotho group, so to speak.
And part of doing that, just when you were saying you want to develop television that speaks to Basotho, people who speak Setswana, etc., which is a huge population in the Free State.
Sure.
Key to that is telling, perhaps, am I right, the stories of the province itself, because the figures exist, be it political figures who lived in the Free State. I mean, the ANC was founded in the Free State. So there are already stories there that have not been told, right?
Sure.
You look at people who've worked in radio and television who come from places like Welcome, and those stories haven't been told, and the best people to tell them, I'd imagine, would be those from here.
Yeah. And the thing about storytelling is a resonance. Where do we derive resonance? We derive resonance from the point of knowing. So if you know your world, you know what you are about, and if you can put it on paper and represent who you are in the most authentic way, then that's what people want to consume. What we have today, there's a quote that I forget, and perhaps you can help me, about the lion and the story and all of that stuff. The story will be captivating and interesting and resonate with the market across the board if it is told truthfully and correctly, and told by the people that actually know that story. So that's what I'm an advocate of that. Which is why when other people are writing your story and they don't know anything about it, they will come to you. It's called research. They will come to you and ask you about your own story. But we can't do it. We do that. We don't need someone else to come and tell our story.
And the quote you're looking for is, until the lion learns to write, every story will glorify the hunter.
That's what I wanted to say. So it wasn't doubles.
Not bad for Botshabelo.
Not bad indeed.
First, let's come to you, because I made mention of the fact that some of us got to know you about 20 years ago now, so? About?
25.
25 years
or so,
ago.
yeah.
And you took an interesting route in that it was through a singing competition that we became aware of you, but that wasn't the beginning, was it, of your interest in music?
Yes, I was interested in music when I was still in primary school at Luboning Primary in Tennyson. And I was also interested in organizing events. I used to organize beauty contests, actually. I used to get sponsors from Ellerines to give prizes as fridges and beds. And I was short. I mean, I was in standard 5. And every time I would walk into a store and speak to the salespeople, they would always ask me, what are you looking for? And I want to speak to the manager. And they'll ask me, and I would get away with it, and I would finally get a moment with the manager and speak to the manager. And I even had a youth club, actually, in Tennyson. At that age, I spoke to Spoornet, or it's Transnet, and they had a redundant residential place for people, and it was redundant. There was nobody there. So I organized with them that, how about we use this as a youth center where dancers can practice, boxers can do boxing there, and. So my interest in arts comes from that age to me now discovering that actually this miming that I'm doing and imitating Boys to Men, I can actually sing. And I started there, and I started singing, and I started winning competitions at school, and pop stars. Actually, pop stars, honestly speaking, I felt like pop stars was a kids' competition. Because at that time, Sweetie would attest to that, because he was there. I was doing serious stuff, man. I was performing at jazz festivals with professors like Newell Stockton, and I'm not even trained in jazz, but I have a very sharp ear when it comes to music. And I used to perform with them. I remember the biggest thing I've ever done in my life was perform with the Bloemfontein Symphony Orchestra at St. Duplessis, and I was still a kid, you know? And so when Popstars came, I thought, this is a child's competition. And the lady who was registering, registering people, said, why don't you just enter for fun? Because I took my cousin there, T, where she's somewhere around here. And I entered, and I kept saying to the judges, just put me in the group, because I don't have competition here. And people say it was arrogant. I was just joking, because I knew everybody in the room at that time. And it was quite amazing to actually go through the journey now after winning the competition of going to record an album overseas in Sil's studio, and experiencing and learning how to speak in an interview, conduct myself in the music industry, and the business acumen of it thereof. And it was exciting. And then 999 happened. I joined Arthur Stable.
You've lived, eh?
Yes. um, uh, I will call it a big mistake, but a very fruitful one.
How so?
I feel Arthur really exploited me, but I also learned a lot from it. I learned a lot because 999 has its own studio, so I learned to produce music at that studio. I learned by seeing me dropping from pop stars to going broke and having no car and going back home to Virginia. I learned that actually my biggest mistake was not reading my contract, number one, and not knowing my rights in terms of my intellectual property when it comes to contracts and deeds of assignments. And all of that was self-taught again because I had to go through it to learn it. And going home and being broke and people laughing at me, this guy was in pop stars, look at him now, he's in a taxi, you know? I had to learn a lot from that, and when I gathered my strength and came back to the industry, I knew exactly what to do. That is why I'm not signed to a record label. I'm an independent artist, and I'm not commercial. I would never place myself in brand value according to commercial rules now, like a Vusinova, for instance. But I'm one of the most consistent artists in this country, and I will not waver on that. And it was because of my lessons that I learned in a very hard way. And I just want to say, I was never, ever, 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 ever given money by government to become who I am. And I appreciate that because it would have made me a spoiled child if that was the case. So I wake up in the morning and I know that I need to do something to be able to pay my bills. And I am where we are today because I felt like maybe I need to pass this on to everyone in the room, right, to say we're not here because we have been done a favor. We're here because we're all artists and we're all fighting to put out our work out there. And the only way to do this is by perfecting our skill and learning the right channels to place our art and our talent so that we can commercialize it.
And just on that, because for those of you who may not be aware, Press is one of the people behind us being here today. So you put all of this together, right? You have learned several lessons in this 20 years plus that you've been around. In putting this event together, this summit, what was the intention and the objective?
The intention to putting together this event was to get artists together in one room from different disciplines and have this dialogue and have it intensely, close up about the industry in the Free State, the state of the industry in the Free State, what needs to be done, how does the government support us, not provide for us, support us, and how do we collaborate as artists in the game? I mean, if there's someone who does visual arts and can paint me, and I have 57,000 followers on Instagram, I'm a marketing channel for you. So you can paint a portrait of me and I'll post it, and I'll try and push it on my streaming line so you get to market yourself. If there's a guy who creates beautiful clothes like Chili Bite over there, I met him today and I already want him to make clothes for me. How do I wear his clothes every time when I go to interviews and put him on a platform? There are talented vocalists in here. How do I take an unknown artist and just feature them on a verse and be proud to say one day this is a Free State an artist who was not discovered? I am part of their success. I'm a catalyst in that. So this summit is about that. For me, I felt like when Itumeleng and Toba, Fly Vocals, approached me and said, Emona, there was a dialogue with arts and culture, and we are proposing a summit, and we would like government to support us. I said, let's extend it. Let's do a summit and let's do master classes. Let's bring people who can pour knowledge into the talent of Free State. And this is how this baby was born.
And do you think the journey would have been different for an artist such as yourself if vehicles such as this, platforms such as this one, today were available then?
Most definitely. Most definitely. If I had spoken to a Samro representative 26 years ago, I'd probably be one of the richest artists in the country. If I had spoken to SM Shali 26 years ago, I'd probably have a video production or a film production company, because for me, all these things are intertwined. We are all one in the same fabric, just different threads of it. So I feel like if this platform was available 26 years ago, wow, I'd be a guru right now.
I'm glad you mentioned Samro, because we're supposed to have someone from Samro. Karabo, I think you're here already. Oh, yes. There's Karabo, if you can join us here, because we have some questions for you as well later. Karabo Sinna is with Samro. We'll talk about music rights with him as well during this hour, but I want to move on to you, sweetie. Kaya, I mentioned Kaya. I mean, it did not get any bigger than Kaya in terms of Free State artists, right? And what's interesting with you guys was, we spoke to Sam and Prez, they left the Free State at a point to pursue greener pastures, but Kaya was rooted in the Free State almost throughout. Was that deliberate?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, just before I even get to answer the question, I wanted to take this opportunity to, congratulate 2.1 for crying out loud. They won the best record of the year and the best music video of the year. And they're from here in Velcom, I thought I should mention that. The reason why I'm mentioning that, program director, I happen to have won an award as Kaya. We were in Johannesburg, like you're rightfully saying, when we were nominated, or after we released our first album, we were in Johannesburg, we were based there. And then we released an album, it's getting, serious attention. We are being nominated actually twice for the best newcomer and the best Afropop. In fact, Ntando beat us up on the best Afropop because he was with TS Record. And they were like happening at the time. And then we scooped the best newcomer award. So obviously, being an artist from the Free State, winning the award, nationally, you're thinking, when you get home, it's going to be crazy. Everybody's going to be happy and be very proud of you. And then you come back home, it's like nobody even noticed that, you won an award, Not that you are expecting them to, fall when they see you, but at least that sort of, support, recognition, encouragement, you're doing well. So that's why I'm congratulating 2.1, to say, congratulations to them. They've done extremely well. It's not easy to win an award. It's not a child's play. You work very hard to win an award. Yes, Kaya was born, all of us, the band members, we were born in Bloom. And then we decided to form a group. We actually did a couple of genres because we were slightly confused, because we would go sing at the funeral, a gospel song. And then, the religious world will go crazy about us. The next thing, we are at your birthday, we're singing, other songs, and then the people would love us there. And then the other day, we're at the club, we're doing some sort of a house, So we're slightly confused on which style exactly to do, because we thought because of you are a singer, and then you are talented, you can just sing anything because you've got a voice. And then until we did a demo, and then we had to distribute our demo to record companies in Johannesburg. And then I remember at the time, Bongo Muffin was big, TKZ was huge, and then we went to, what's the name of this record company? Where they signed TKZ, I forgot the name. And then we went there to drop our demo. And then they gave us a call to say, and our demo had different genres as well. We had a gospel song, we had an Afro-pop song, we had a Kwaito song, and so forth. And then they called us, and then they say, guys, and it was huge to be called by a record company after you have submitted a demo, because they don't call you. It's like you drop something, they're like, don't call us, we'll call you. So when they called, it was like a huge thing for us.
Because they get so many demos,
they get
right,
so
on
many
any given
demos,
day.
And then we're like, wow, guys, we made it. And then we get there, and then the whole executive of the company, we're like, yo, this is happening. We're going to become stars. And then they're like, guys, okay, we were listening to your demo. we kind of like what you are doing, but we don't know what style are you singing. And then we are there thinking, no way we're going to lose these executives. We're going to tell them we sing everything. Just in case they want whatever they want, we can do it. Because we were scared if we say quiet, they're going to say, sorry, we don't need you. If we say Afro-pop, And then they told us, no, guys, we can't sign if you sing everything. You have to fall into a certain genre. That's why there's some awards for a certain genre and so forth. Fortunately, one of the ladies, they loved one of the songs that we did as a demo called Kunzima.
Oh, we all loved that song. We remember that song. Who here is old enough to remember Kunzima? Let me see. Where are they? The 90s babies. My 80s. Legai.
It's actually 2000. It's actually
that
2000.
song.
2005.
Let me explain the Kunzima thing if you were not around at the time. I remember you would you walk down any street in the Bloemfontein CBD and that song would be playing. It was so big that if you're at the taxi rank, there'd be multiple vehicles playing it at the same time. And it was you. And I remember when it came out, people didn't even believe that you were actually guys from down the road in Bloem.
It was actually very awesome. We were very excited about the attention we got.
Did it surprise you?
Not really. Of course, you do think that you are talented, but you're not sure in terms of until you are, until somebody says something or giving you something, because of your talent. Only then you feel like, okay, because somebody said it, you are happening. But we were not that surprised. We knew this is something that we want. We knew that we are good. We knew we have to do something about this talent, That's why we didn't want to just sit at home. The organizers also, they've asked me to also share the state of the industry in the Free State. But I'll do that later. I just quickly want to share just the background. And then the record company did not sign us in Johannesburg.
The guys who gave you the advice?
Yes, irrespective of the demo that they liked. They were like, you guys go back and think what you want to do and then come back to us. We came back to Bloem. So I also want to encourage artists on this one. Please, especially those who do music. I heard my brother speaking about jazz. He feels like jazz is dying and so forth, and jazz is not dying. It's not dying. So we came back and then we decided to do Afro-pop. We started to recording a demo of Afro-pop. But now we don't have the money to go to Johannesburg. We did not go to the department to ask for the money to go to Joburg. We went back to our routine. Go sing in the clubs. If my brother is in Bloem, is throwing a party, go there and sing. Obviously, it's going to have important guests. Somebody will spot us there. If Sis Candy is doing a fashion show, let's go there and ask to perform. Somebody will see us there. And then until we meet Twasa, Twasa from the CDFM, and then Twasa was like, no man, guys, I like what you are doing. Do you mind to do a jingle for me? And then we went back and we did a jingle for Twasa. That jingle was very huge. At the time, she was doing an afternoon drive. And then she's like, no, guys, people love this jingle that you've done. Where are you recording? So we're working with this white guy in Bloem in a place called Nordhoek. So we told him there's this white guy that we're working with. We can take you to his studio. And then Twasa came to the guy's studio. And then she's like, I want to do an album. She's telling this white guy, I want you to record me. I want to do an album. However, I want you to work with these two black guys. I want them to be co-producers of this album because you're white, I'm scared you might take my sound a bit different. And then we worked on Twasa's album. And then I also want to say this, at the time, I was very skinny, very smelly, it's not like, everything was easy.
Humble beginnings.
Humble beginnings, No, we worked on Twasa's album, we finished it, and then CCPMI signed her. And then CCP was like, no man, these guys, who did your album? And then Twasa had to introduce us now to CCPMI. And then we gave CCPMI our demo. Now, this is an opportunity that Twasa has presented to us. We give CCPMI our demo, and then they take our demo, they leave. They came to Bloem all the way to see us. And then they leave with the demo back to Johannesburg. The next thing we get a call, guys, Brenda Fassie is crazy about Kunze. Do you mind to give Brenda Fassie this song? We had to think about it. Hey guys, this is actually our hit. we can't give Brenda Fassie this song, you know. We are betting on this song. How about we write Brenda Fassie a song? You know, and then we tell him, this is after Brenda has released Umgobozi and Noma Kanjani and so forth. So we tell them, we would like to write a song for Brenda instead. And then they allowed us to write a song for Brenda. So now we're starting to become, you know, too confident. We're like, can we produce Brenda first?
Okay.
You know?
You're like, we're here, so let's take every opportunity.
And then we were told, no, you guys can't
Relax.
handle Brenda. You cannot handle Brenda. For us to get an album from Brenda, it takes us to do a lot of things. Brenda, she's like a diva, you know. She leaves the sessions. The only person who's able to work with Brenda is Chico, Athama Fokate, or Kalawa. Anybody else, Brenda is giving them a problem. So we just wrote a song for Brenda Fassie, and then Brenda took a song. Actually, that song is on her second last album. You know, the song was huge. It was produced by, what's his name, Blondie.
Which song was this?
It was called Nginjenji. You know, but we were not happy with the production because we felt like, you know, we're fresh, we can give Brenda a new sound, but because of the way we were told we cannot handle Brenda in the studio, so somebody else has to produce the song. So fast forward, the next thing we are nominated at the Metro FM Awards, and then, you know, we are big. Our song is playing at Metro FM, Kaya FM, YFM, you name it. You know, we are superstars. We are touring with Abosbu and so forth from TS Records, and then we go to the Metro FM Awards, and then we win the award, and then we are happy, and we come back home. You know,
Silence.
You know, that's why I'm happy with what the guys have done to create this summit, you know, so that, you know, people and artists can be acknowledged.
So from that experience, was there ever a temptation to leave the Free State, to basically go base yourselves in Johannesburg? Because A, that is where majority or the core of the industry is, and as you were saying, you came back from winning a massive award at the Metros, but when you got home, it didn't seem to matter much to the people around.
Yes, you know, actually, that was the biggest mistake that we've made in terms of coming back home to settle. You know, we could have stayed in Joburg, and some saying the organizers have asked me to share the state of the industry in the Free State. You know, we also want to, like my brother is saying, to advise in terms of, you know, the Free State doesn't necessarily have an industry. You know, because when you're in Joburg, you perform, you get booking from ABSA, you get booking from a private sector, you get booking from Coca-Cola, you know, unlike in the Free State. Overwhelmed. The reality of the matter in the Free State, the industry for musicians is government. There's not a lot of private companies that are hosting events. We are relying on your Makufe, we are relying on your Cherry Festival, which are government sponsored.
And they happen once a year.
Once a year. We are relying on government outreach programs. We are relying on government when they want to communicate a certain message to the community. They must have artists. But the truth of the matter, there's no industry in the Free State. You know, the industry is in Johannesburg. Not because of, you know, people are not nice or whatever the case. That's the reality. The dynamics of the provinces are not the same. You know, hence I'm saying in Johannesburg, you get bookings from a lot of private sector. When we were staying in Joburg, we did a lot of private sector. We'll only do government once in a blue moon. You know. But the mistake that we did was to come back home, to think, hey guys, you know, let's do this at home.
Did you regret coming back?
You know, and the ship started to sink.
Do you regret coming back?
Of course I do. Of course I do regret. Not I regret to be from Bloem or from the Free State, but because of the dynamics of the industry. I mean, in Johannesburg, you are spoiled with media houses. You know, in Bloemfontein or in the Free State, the only big media houses is Lesedi FM. And then if you've done an interview at Lesedi FM on Monday, you are done for that month, if not for that 6 months. You know, they're going to feel like we can't only give you interviews. We've got other artists that we must give interviews. I mean, for crying out loud, there's more than 25,000 artists in the Free State. You know, for the Department of Arts and Culture to only focus on Kaya, or for the department to only, or for the CDFM to only interview Kai. So in Johannesburg, there's Kai FM, there's Y, there's this, you are spoiled. They don't care whether you did one in the morning. They can give you. And another thing that happens in Johannesburg was, if DJ Spoo did not make it, or McCarthy did not make it, she's not able to go to an interview in the afternoon. They call you. They ask you, Kai, are you available? We're supposed to have McCarthy. There's an opportunity of an interview. You just go there into an interview. But there's nothing like that in the Free State. So, hence I'm saying I will share a bit about that, the state of the industry in the Free State.
Okay, well,
so that the artists can understand. And I do feel them with this entitlement to wanna feel like, the department owes us, why they gave that one, like for an example, why they supported press more than they support that one. And then also on that one, it's not a good attitude for artists that we must have to say why a department is sponsoring whoever instead of whoever. It's not an easy thing, because if you are in that position, would you like it if other artists complain about you to say why you, not the other person? There's a controversial thing I like to say about, you remember, Tebo Moloi?
Yes.
The gospel artist. Tebo Moloi, with the previous administration, apparently he was performing everywhere. And then some of the artists will want to have a problem with it. I would say to them, no, guys, this is not Tebo Moloi's fault. It's just being an artist. A certain leader decided he loves his music. Maybe before he speaks, Tebo encourages him. Put yourself in that position. How would you feel if the MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture decide to tour with one of the artists here? And I raise my hand and say, no, it's not fair. And the music industry, guys, is competitive. I see it's not everybody's cup of tea. It's competitive. You have to do something. I have to beat 2.1. I have to beat, there's Bondo now, There's a guy called Bondo. He's doing very well. You need to find out now that Bondo is around with your old style. What do you do? But I can't say when Bondo is booked, why are they booking Bondo? So that's the problem that we have as the Free State artist. And with the workshops as well. Guys, you can't, this thing of we don't want other artists from other areas. Please, guys, don't do that. If you want to grow as an artist, you don't think like that. Can you imagine my brother over there? But the actors, we don't want him. He's from Botshabelo. We only want to work with the actors from Johannesburg. Can you imagine in America, when they say we don't want Trevor Noah, we don't want Black Coffee? Can you imagine, how are we going to grow if we have that mentality? How are we going to grow if we don't want to be integrated with our national or an international artist? We're not going to grow. For crying out loud, when you take out your CV or your profile, you do mention I've shared a stage with Black Coffee. That speaks a lot about you as an artist. But this thing about our regionalizer or to keep, Dinto in your township, it's not going to work. You're not going to grow. Just imagine we say, okay, dulang le perform alejuli putso. We don't want to see you in the Free State. In Mangaung. Dulang le perform alejuli putso. We don't want to see you in Johannesburg. That's not the attitude. Please, please, this is a competitive business. You must write a good song. You must try to promote yourself. You must try to find innovative ways to make yourself to happen. Take advantage of social media. There are artists who blow up in the social media on TikTok. Skarwena, when you are not happening and want to, speak bad about the next artist who's happening because he's getting gigs or whatever the case. Or if 2.1 is happening now, it is their turn. Let 2.1 perform each and every event if they're getting bookings, because they've got a good song. What are you saying? No, too much got 2.1. We can't say that. Go back to your drawing board and try to find a way to come up with a song that will compete with 2.1 or beat 2.1. I hope I'm not.
Oh, no. You didn't skip anything. In fact, I think everyone appreciated that. I want to move away from the music for a moment and talk about fashion, bring you in, Candy, because you are based in Velkom, or you're from Velkom, and you've taken on fashion. Is it any easier than what the actors and the musicians have found in trying to grow their brands?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you stayed in Valcom most of my life, started my career here in Valcom. I just have to take you back to where this all started, when my love for fashion started. Growing up, I realized that, I can just take any skirt of my mom or whatever I get into my hands and just create something for myself as a kid. Because as I was growing up, you didn't have much, so you just created, to look fashionable every day, just whatever. And my mom later on started working for the Department of Health. She was a community worker in Bronville. So luckily with that is she had this machines that sewing machine that she carried home every day and then take it back to the library or the clinic where she was working from. And when she leaves the machines at home, I will steal them and start making my own things. Up until the day she found out I got a hiding, but I still didn't stop stealing the machines. So I just went on with doing that, and she realized later on that this child really actually has a skill. Then she started borrowing me the machine, and now I started getting customers, making, I think I was just getting into high school at that time, which was in Bronville, Welcome Secondary School, where I matriculated. And I just had a lot of customers that I was making clothes for in church, at school. When I was standard 9, that time we called grade 11 standard 9, and the principal of the school gave me a contract to make school uniform during December holidays for the school. Yes. I then made, I think it was close to 500 school skirts for that December holidays, and I employed 2 aunties to assist me to complete that order. So I realized during that time when I was busy with the order, I needed a overlocker because I only had the machine from my mom's work. And my dad at that time went to Russell's and applied on credit for a overlocker, got me the overlocker, and we worked. January, I delivered my order, the school paid me, and I now had a little bit of income, paid off the machine, started taking my business a little bit more serious with regards to fashion. After matric, I then didn't have the funds to go study. I started working at the bank here in Welkom. Then there was an opportunity in the Vista local newspaper to say, in the article, they were looking for somebody that wants to study fashion, and I applied. But it was not through government or anything. It was an older couple who paid for their child to go study, and the child decided to go for something else. And I then phoned the older couple. I motivated, asked them, can I please come and see you? I really need to go study. This is for me. They didn't want to see me, but because I'm so persistent, they gave me the opportunity, went to see them. They then awarded me with the fashion bursary. Went to Pretoria, still did my own, continued with my own business, just to have food every day. That very well the first year. The second year, I was now on my own because fashion design is 2 years. The second year, I was on my own, and I decided, no, man, I can't quit it the first year. I have to go for my second year. So I decided to organize a fashion show. Had a very big fashion show, sold out here in the theater here in Welkom. And I made money to actually put down a deposit for my second year. So the second year, I managed to pay for myself with my hands and finished my fashion design course. Came back to Welkom, continued with my business, but then realized that, the business is going very slow because I didn't have the skill now of collecting money. So people were owing me money from all over the place.
And you didn't know how to say, hey, you need to pay me.
I make clothes, but I don't know how to collect that money. Anyway, I then fast forward, I started working again at the same bank because they also wanted me back. So I had my business, working at the bank, then later on moved to Bloemfontein. did the same, furthered my corporate career because now I was climbing the ladder in corporate to where I ended up at Vodacom, still continuing my business. 2016, 15 actually, I started taking my fashion business very seriously. I then thought of, I don't like to become the next Gertrude Coetzee, David Tlali or Palesa Mokoena. I want to take whatever I've learned, give children the opportunity to become fashion designers, give them the skill, but also take it a little bit a step further, introduce them to the world.
And that's how you ended up with the academy and your
Yes,
teaching.
Then I actually started with Free State Fashion Week. That was 2016, the first time Free State Fashion Week. Took my own money, started because people only believe you when you start something, not when you have a proposal. So I was not funded at all the first, second, third year. I was not having any support, but I did Fashion Week because now I use my salary to fund this Fashion Week. 2016, I started the Free State Fashion Hub, which is now a fashion school accredited, and I'm the only black-owned fashion school in the Free State that's teaching close to 50 to 80 students every year, and I see some of my students that finished with us here in the audience. But we teach kids for 2 years to actually from when you are done with matric to further your career in fashion. We teach you from illustration, which is how to draw if you can't draw. We teach you how to use a machine, how to use the pattern. Because I also struggled with business after studying, I then added a business course because with Vodacom, they forced me to go to school, and I did my MBA with Vodacom. But then I left Vodacom, started my own business.
Right.
So now I'm using that skill of corporate to give my students the business studies, and I have other lecturers is giving, the other stuff.
And I want us to go into that, Candy, because you mentioned that some of your students are here. We're going to open up in a moment, in fact, for the panel so that you guys can ask the very practical questions that you have about how you want to go about everything. We're going to hear, in fact, we also have someone who's worked quite extensively when you think of the South African Music Awards. We're going to talk about SAMRO and music rights, etc. But you may have also noticed that in the last few moments, we've had someone else join us. A lot of you were talking earlier about how you want collaboration and assistance from government in the Free State. And I'm very pleased to say that we do have among us this afternoon the leader of government in the Free State, the Premier of the Free State Province, Mr. Mxolisi Tugwana, who's among us. A very good afternoon to you, sir. Welcome. I appreciate that you run quite a tight schedule, and this is one of many stops that you still have to make today, but I think everyone in the room would appreciate it if they could hear from you as artists in the Free State who want to take it from not just being something they do in their homes, in their immediate community, but grow it into a big enough economy to sustain, in fact, the province itself. Over to you, sir. I think you can use this one. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to say this by telling stories. I'm going to tell about 3 stories. One story relates to when the people are not ready for a change, what then happens? This is a story that happened practically, the real story. Way back in 2009, in the province of the Free State, I was in the Department of Dysthea, and we looked at what was happening in the province and the attitude that was prevailing and the perception or perceptions that people had about the Free State, and we needed to change that. we then decided to look at what we had that other provinces did not have. And one thing that we realized we had, besides the people, was that the fiber optic cables, the undersea cables that were connecting Africa both from the east and from the west, all of them were running through the Free State into Gauteng. And because of the endowment of the broadband infrastructure in Gauteng, the termination point, they turned into a termination point, as opposed to what these would have done to the Free State in terms of changing the landscape economically of the province. We then took advantage in the Zierfontein in the Western Cape. You had so many other fiber optic cables, the undersea cables that were connecting West Africa and West Europe and coming into South Africa. And that was giving South Africa so much advantage in terms of the digital economy and many other economies that we are speaking about as we are looking at the the century that we were in. We then also you're talking here of the SA23 that actually is used for telecom and many others, WACS, Africa Connecting Europe, all of them were running through the Free State, running through N1. But if you look at where it starts, the N1 in the Free State up until where it ends, the border of Free State and Gauteng, throughout that long stretch, you don't have anything, even the data center in the province. And yet we've got this infrastructure that is rich that could have turned things around. We then looked at the other side. In the east, you have, from Mtunzini, you have Seacom and Easy. And if you look at what, just to illustrate what this could do, look at Kenya. Kenya with Seacom, able to build and produce millionaires, almost every year, and young for that matter, taking advantage of the infrastructure that is available. So we set out to come up with something that will grow the economy of the province. And we realized that in the department also, we were having gatekeepers, your senior management, etc. So we were not ready for the change. And we had people lower there, like your deputy director, assistant directors, others were just managers, but were quite qualified and were eager, and they had the desire to make a difference. So I brought those together and came up with a beautiful plan that was supported by a big company. There are two companies in the world that actually run the economy of the world. And one of these companies took interest in what we presented. We went to Kentucky and at the headquarters of this company, and when we were presenting, it was almost a 20-minute presentation selling the Free State and the concept that we had. And this company, just when we were 7-8 minutes into our presentation, stopped us. And because we knew that as you were selling this, we needed to take, people just listen to you the first 3 minutes and they lose interest. So everything that we wanted to present, we had put it there in the first 3, 4, 5 minutes. And when they stopped us, we knew that we had done what we needed to do, but we were quite concerned what could be the result. They excused themselves and they came back. That was in 2009, 2010. Then they came back to us and said, look, we're prepared to fund this idea. We believe in this idea. We will give you a grant of $2.9 billion at that time to go and build this. All that we want you to have our name here because we've got an interest in growing into Africa and looking at the market. We would also build our headquarters there. We're excited coming back to South Africa, presented this matter, but well, the province was not ready. The executive council was not ready. This was an idea of building a new city. a new city that will look into the new economy that will present many opportunities for South Africa, taking into consideration the Free State. And that idea with the 2.9 billion rand as a grant, working with National Treasury, with Reserve Bank, that idea was just killed because we were told, you are dreamers, and Lebo Joseph are the dreamer, this will not happen in the Free State. As a story of people not ready to receive change, and people believing that they were too small to really make any change. Put that aside, I'll come back to that. Then there is a story of a fox and the tiger. The wanderer, ends up getting into the forest in the process of wandering around, and then he noticed a fox that had a leg, severely damaged, but it was well fed, and wanted to understand how could this be in the wilderness. When you are weak, you become, at the lowest level of the food chain, and you will be devoured by others. And he became very interested in searching exactly what was keeping this animal well fed. And observing this, he saw a tiger coming in and holding a catch which the tiger had devoured, but some pieces left. And then he dropped this piece next to where this fox was hiding itself, and left. And this fox it was clear, the tiger was clear of, the fox would go out to get this and enjoy the meal for the night. And it happened, this man observed, wanted to know maybe this is a mistake. I went ahead and observed and realized that it was happening just that, regular intervals. And then thinking to himself is that, I'm just a wanderer, and I hope this is how God provides for those who are less fortunate. And like he has provided for the fox, he will provide for me. And he went on to stay just next to a tree and just protected himself and made sure that he would not be attacked, and waited and waited and waited. And God did not provide. And on the third day, when he was really starving and very thirsty, he heard a voice saying, stop being foolish and thinking like a fox. Do what the tiger is doing. Pack that story. The third one. A wise man walking with his student, walking to a village. And in this village, this wise man realized that when they walk into a house, that poverty was written all over. And these people had a cow that they were milking, and they were living from this cow. You realize that these people had so much potential, but they were very comfortable. And when he left, asked, how do you live when I can see that you're far from town and all this? And these people they said, proudly, this is what keeps us going, the cow. We milk it, and from whatever we have, we do things, we eat, and then from there we produce cheese, and we sell it all over. And that's how we live. And then satisfied with what he got, he left. And as they were walking with the student, the wise man said to, and then it was night, he then says to his student, go back and just push that cow down the cliff. And the student was, why should I do such a cruel thing? And the master says, do what I instruct you to do. He went, he pushed the only cow that was the source of income for this family down the cliff, and it died. And he left, and after a few years, this was troubling him. He could not stay, with this feeling anymore. He decided to visit the village. When we got to the village, you realized where there was a house of these poor people, there was a lot that was going on. There was some life, now everything was okay, and a beautiful house, children very happy, and he wanted to know, he asked a passerby, last time he was here, there was a small house, what happened to this house here? And this says, no, there's the same family that is staying here. Their lives changed. And then he got inside and they recognized him as soon as he got in. And then he wanted to know what happened. What happened to your life? What changed this? And then they said, no, we had an unfortunate incident. Our only source of life fell down the cliff and he died. And from there we realized that we had so much in us that we can actually produce others and do things for ourselves. And we went out and that actually took us away from only focusing on what the car was giving us, but we had more. Why am I telling all these three stories? This is the story of the Free State. This is the story that many of you, that all these stories are telling our life in the Free State. We are a province that is so imbued with so much, but we are a province that has so many people who do not believe in themselves. There are so many of us do not believe that we can do things. We're not ready for the change. And when that change comes, we find excuses. We do everything to make sure that it doesn't happen. This is a challenge that we have. And last year, I think, or early this year, yeah, it's early this year, we met with many of the people in the creative sector here in Valcom. It was myself and the MEC, and they raised their frustrations. They were not happy. And then they felt that they needed to do something. And in the discussions that ensued, they came up with the idea that let's call all the creative industry workers or the industry sector people and have a summit. And from that summit, we will engage and we will then come up with what we think we need the Free State government to help us do so that we can actually contribute positively in the economy of this province while growing ourselves. So we agreed that we will have this summit. And unfortunately, it took us too long. It was at a time when there were also some discussions about Makufe. And there were so many things that were happening. Sorry. And as a province, as a government, I must say I take full responsibility of everything that happened there. Because I'm the one also who said, look, we're not going to go on with Makufe the way Makufe was going. There was a reason why we had Makufe. Makufe needed to create an opportunity for all the people in the Free State, unearth the talent, and make sure, bring up that talent, polish it. And once you have this talent, showcase this talent, bring other people from all over South Africa to come and celebrate the talent that you have, and also introduce this talent to the world. That was the intention of Makufe. But it turned a different corner. It turned to be something else. And we felt that we needed to stop it from going where it was going and dealing with what we have. While agreeing with Sweetie here, that this is a competitive environment. But as a parent, as a father, in a house, in a family, you need to create an opportunity for your own children to be able to be strong, to face the world outside. So you need to build an ecosystem that allows for your own children to be able to feel confident that they can go out and conquer the world, and knowing exactly that their roots are anchored properly, knowing exactly that I have a family that I can go back to whenever there are challenges. And that family needed to be the Free State government. That family needed to be, that parent needed to be the Free State government, creating an environment that is conducive for this industry to grow. That we do not have to have our artists in whatever form waiting for Makufe to come for them to have a living. What do I do? What would I do with the 15,000 that you give me in Makufe, and you're going to give me 15,000 next year, and then I have to wait for 15,000 again the following year? That is not living. That is surviving. And worse, we can't survive for 15,000 for a year. And we needed to do something. And I'm just saying, as listening to Siti, that if you look at what KZN did, KZN, you need to learn there are some shortcomings, but there was something good that is coming out of it. They sat down and said, this is what we are going to do with our artists, with our creative people. We'll give them the support that they need. We would allow them to grow here and not allow them to go to Gauteng or any other place for them to grow. Let's build this. And that is why you would have, whether you've got Durban July activity, etc., you would have them dictating what happens, while they will have other people coming, but they would be looking at how to grow the economy of the KZN, especially around the creative industry. So we're saying in the Free State, we can't just allow this situation to go on when we've got so many young people who are gifted, so many young people who can actually use their skills, their gifts to change lives and send a message of hope out there. But if we kill, the creative people have a very interesting makeup. If you kill them inside, you block that, and they are more frustrated. They will not be able to get into their creative self, and that will not help them become the best that they could be. So as government, we needed to come in and say, how can we hold your hand? How can we create an atmosphere, an environment that is very conducive for you to be able to showcase your skills, to showcase the talent that you have, to be able to create more and more of this creative or this creativity that we are involved in. With that in mind, we know that we will become an innovative hub in South Africa. So we're not going to run around, and I know change is difficult, but when you deal with change, there's going to be resistance. So the question is, do you become a fox waiting for things to happen or to be brought to you, or you become a tiger and you make things happen, even for those who are less fortunate? And these are some of the issues that I thought, and I strongly believe that this summit can achieve. I'm one person who does not believe in many people making a change. I strongly believe that a few people committed, dedicated, and serious and visionary can make a change. All others will follow when they see that we're serious about this. And this is very important to me. I know that there's so much opposition to this happening. I've read through the media so many negativity, and people were too quick to rush and criticize this. But it comes from a good heart. It comes from good intentions. And that is why I will stand by this. I will support this and make sure that we push through this so that at the end of it, we know exactly how to support this industry. Look, this is meant to say to you, we can't do things, we can't pretend that we know what you want. We can't pretend that we know how we can assist you. If we don't do this summit, if we do not come up with good ideas and come to government and say, this is what we want you to help us, we're going to be sitting there. Imagine, I've never acted, I'm not a singer at all, I can't write anything, I have no talent in any of what you guys have, and then decide what is good for this industry. That's not going to work. So I want you to take it from the point that we are here as a provincial government. Amidst the resistance, we will push through. This is one thing that I'm going to make sure that it happens throughout, and make sure that we finalize and come up with proposals that would help government next year. When we make our commitment, we know exactly in the state of the provincial state, when we make that announcement, we should be knowing exactly how we're going to assist this industry, what we need to do, what resources we need to put aside. And for instance, in government, we have identified a number of things that are key to us, and that is food security, energy security, water security, and skills development, and the creative industries. These are our priority for us to grow the province and make it a different province altogether. Why did I mention the first story? When you do not have visionary leaders, when you do not have people who can see beyond what we think it's, what we see here, and you look beyond these limitations. When you are in the valley, the only thing that you see will be the walls of the mountains in the valley where you are, and you think you have seen it all, only to find your eyes are limited because of what you see. But once you go to the mountain top, there is so much that you can see beyond your imagination, and this is what we want. We do not want to be limited by the walls of the mountain in the valley that we're not able to see beyond that. So I ask of you that instead of losing hope, know that that it is only those with good intentions, those who are committed to doing good, who would actually be pioneers of the change that we want. You are the change that you have been waiting for. You can either, you've got two choices here: waste this opportunity and go on in the comfort, or shake this and get out of the comfort, and this would be killing this cow that was giving you milk, for you to realize there's so much that we can achieve outside there. So it is not it is only when you unlock the full potential in you, knowing exactly you've got the support of government, as a parent, as a father, as a mother, that you can fly and be the best version of yourself as the creative industry in the province. I think that is all that we wanted to say to you. We are fully behind this, and whoever is against this is not going to succeed. I can assure you that. Once I put my mind into doing something, I go for it. And in this case, I don't think that we were wrong as the Executive Council to come to the conclusion that we need our creative industry to be shaken out of, whether you say ke comfort, ka boring, ke ditaba tseo re nahanang hore we can't have stories tsa hore bana ba rona in the province would have to go to Gauteng, ba dule nako e telele ba sa fumane ba robala dinthong tse ding hore ba succeed, when we can actually make things happen in the province. So to those who have become pioneers, who have made it, we really appreciate you. We have not demonstrated that. You did that without the support, your government, without somebody holding you, and but you nevertheless, you succeeded, and we really appreciate you. And that is why we, when you were called to come and share your experiences, we know that you are imparting some skills and helping these young, and ambitious people with the skills that they need to know. One thing that I still regret, I think you know the story of Ronaldo. When Ronaldo anatwa Manchester United, aya Real Madrid. If Ronaldo anatwa Manchester atla either Chiefs, Sundowns or Pirates, ha fitla tsatsi le a fitlang ka lona ka weekend o nona le game ya Real Madrid. Even if it Chiefs o twa o fit o na lo bapala, but ha fitla Real Madrid ha bapala. Hababala first game ale teng ale fit, he did not play. The second game hatwa ibapet. You know why? They felt that they needed kaofela what they did. They took him for Oteba Timika Obotalo. After educating him about the laws and the tax laws and all the laws of the country, they then taught him the laws and took him through the laws, what are the do's and don'ts that Real Madrid. And then they explained to him the culture of Real Madrid. And they took him Oloba spectator before he became a player, to understand the feeling of the spectators. And then they brought him over a reserve at Odula Lady player Simona Bon, and then he became a player. So I'm just saying, if you check Orona, what we do, rebilele talent, a talented thing at a hand. But if ever no manager the talented thing, most of these talents, look at them. We had a player, Nabapala Sundowns, I won't mention his name. Inere Ha Sundowns Ibapal. We will be watching Sundowns play. And after the game, 2 or so hours, the Mona Sakhaida Salimona Velcom. Hey my gosh. Most more happy. Because the issue, Mutuna Hagatwa what that does to his body. The rugby players they need to remark by a through process because if I can he runs the risk of collapse his internal organs intensity and so they've got to grow through and also pump the carbohydrates to help their body to recover. And you look at the players that run at the soccer, throughout, especially here. Kamora nako le di-injuries tse ba di etsang, because we're not taking them through and helping them, they will lose so much talent. So I'm saying if we reetsa dintho ka tsela e nepahetseng, we will actually be able to do well as a country, as a people, and the talent e re nang le yona, we would actually re une molemo. We are talented as South Africans, we are talented as black people, but in ida fela re ke re be le tshepo go talente eno, and then re sebedise ka tsela e nepahetseng. There's so much energy in destroying anything, but in building something, it takes those who are brave, those who are committed. So, anything to sabotage this, it's an easy task. Ya cowardice, well, unzori, it would have been easy for government. Sabotage, you know what government would have done? Switch it off. Call it off. Call it off. We just call it off. And whenever you come and say, this is, we want to have, we will ask you, we'll take you back and say, but we demonstrated we're not ready. So up until you are ready, we will then come to you. We will help you. So this attitude I choose, but if rega tusana ragara sebetsa more, rega etsa dintho tse dintho ke dintho tse etsahalang from rona. Over the government, your government works against itself. Mo tholang hore batho ba government wa tshwantse ba etse dintho tsena di etsahala, they actually work against them happening, because ba na le seo bona ba batlang ho se achieve. And these are some of the things that confront them. Or you can't, when you're supposed to lead the process here in Twina, and then over a stumbling block, and then those who are there, Basa battling change, don't stop it. Allow it to grow. You can join the train, I say move. So don't stop it, because it's a problem. It's not good. It has to be me before I get it. I yet to a kuna, why yet to a guan? I yet to a guan and nobody put the so, can I get you we are serious as government of Free State. Naki khatit, I will not also khatal, and I khatit into a hack Free State as well as fair. Khatit. Lonal Sugala Khatala, it's fine. Naki Khatete, Kitsibahore Free Starter and Alabohon. Kitsibahore Free Starter can build a strong economy. Kitsibahore, we have so much rich culture. We have demonstrated. Look at Celtics. Celtics, team, I team, Mari. Supporters starting. The Dula, they are meeting, they are the supporters. You're making it very difficult for government to ignore that. That is why we're going to do everything to make sure that Rebali team, the Celtics, couple Celtics back in the province, and many other teams. So we're going to do that as government. So I'm just saying we have demonstrated that. And I was telling in that day, Khatumonaore, Kibile victim ya story says Amupebe. Bostotu Maronaro Hola, Kieta Metric, Ubile le moto na Saitiganela Handle, na Khotsa. In the process ya Bongwana, Abampa Hot Club, Beji Khutis Alalena, Unalum Holonyana, Unagadilemo. Speed. That victory guy short-lived. Like you would do a hoot. Motiona nere kena norge debate. Could feel like a better again to Gatrata guy in Gamgotonga Monaga Pafa and a little bit. That I'll bet some Gogoto. How much when the reaction Amotafita Betagam Goto. How ye Mutina or Amata or Umatelegwana, Yanaba Mata Fidil, Afika Mamani, about less than Twana Mopebe. ya tlhotsitseng tsa bona ka sehlooho e ka kgona ho phela. And I hated that ha qala e lla mane be ke tseba ya shapua mo re mamela ka radio. And these are some of the things tse batho ba bangata ba sa tsebeng hore when we tell our stories, o sheba what Nigeria has done, ka Nollywood. O ka e bua ka tsela e etsang ka teng. I'm just saying, many of us, aba phetseng nakonyana he, would know hore e ne le ke ibu le bana ba banyenyana nyana ba ne ba rekisa dintho tsa bona mo strateng. Now you go and check. That is it's a multi-billion industry in Nigeria. E entse menyetla ya mesebetsi in Nigeria. Nollywood is the second employer after government. Not even into your oil. The employer batho ba bangata and produces 30 millionaires in dollars like Nollywood. So I'm saying you undermine the creative industry at your peril as government and as society. So it is through the telling of our stories, whether it's through music, whether gautaka, kadiaparo, ka fashion, you name it, we're telling our stories, we're telling who we are. And these are some of the things that we should not ignore, and we should take pride in dealing with it. I always see my brothers and sisters, but I'm just saying, hungry ho consumer dintho tse produciwang ke ditjhaba tse ding. Ra ba proud ka ho producer dintho rona tse re di consumer, then re tla bona tswelopele ya rona. Re apara dintho tsena mabitswana kaofela when we have our own brothers and sisters ba leng di fashion designers and creators, etc. Re batla ho sheba di portrait le dintho tse ding when we've got our own artists ba producer dintho tse all right. And you know, was told of a story sa motho na taka bona o tla bo to taka hampe ba re ke ma Rasta, but ntwe mnate ya story sa Rasta, ntwe mnate ya story sa Rasta ke a hore o bontshitse bohlale ba hae ka ntho tsena, because ona le dintho tse wena o bona e ka re motho na tsa di etsang ke ding. But when somebody a bontsha hore look at this, and I'll say wa hlanya ke mosebetsi wa Rasta o, ari yes, this is this, and say but why would this man and yet a producer here? And then ke be ke bona hore bohlale ba motho ka nako engwe ya hore we market a jwa ke yona ntho rona re sa elelweng re le batho o bo to discover mamra hore this tells you about the mind ya motho na. And ke motho e ke mo respectileng from hole, and now ke bile le monyetla hore ke to share platform le lona, and I really respect you. Kene ke sa tsebile tse ke yer Rasta o da o se ya di and you know what you're doing. Ke a leboha holo man, I really thank you le lona kaofela. I know this lady very well, the tenacity high. You know, if there is one person who every time I have some difficulties, hey, there's accommodation, short even we destroy this lady. Sometimes we would go out of her way to help, and I think these are some of the things that we need to stop and help people. Don't take advantage. And I'm just saying to all of you, and I'm happy that you agreed to be part and you should not be faced the few people you see. Ready to conquer, and these are the people who will be the pioneers. So what the Free State is going to be like.
Let's give our thanks once again to the Free State Premier, Mr. Mxolisi Tukwana. So there is a willingness, it is clear, from government to work together with the creative arts industry in taking things forward, building an industry that sustains not just the performers, the entrepreneurs within the entertainment space, but the province as a whole. Keeping an eye on the time, so we've got about 45 minutes or so, and we're going to use that time, in fact, to give you the opportunity to ask your questions. I promised this would happen earlier. We are fortunate enough to have, for example, for those of you who are interested in television, in acting, in storytelling, we've got Sam Shale, who we spoke to earlier. Sam is a producer. He's currently on Scheme Sam. We've got a legend in our midst, one of the very best to have done it, in fact, from the Free State, Dr. Khotsong Khatho. Welcome, Dad. We're grateful for your time. We still have Rasta as well. The Premier is still sticking around, I believe, as much as we can. A few more minutes with the Premier. And Candy, I mean, even the Premier is aware of your tenacity and just how hard you've pushed within the fashion space in the Free State. So for those of you who are interested in the textiles industry, this is the woman to speak to today. And then I want to bring in two more people, in fact, who've come in during this conversation. For those of you with an interest in music, we've got Mr. Refilwe Ramokgase, who has worked on many projects, not least of which the South African Music Awards. We spoke about Kaya earlier and how they won a Metro and what a big moment that was for the Free State. But here's someone who knows what goes into staging a great music event, but also making great music itself. And then music comes with the back end, the business end. We were talking earlier about, Press was telling us about how much money he could have made if he'd had a session such as this, where he heard from far more experienced professionals in the business, and that is why we've got today Mr. Karabo Senna, who's with SAMRO, the Music Rights Organization. Thank you, sir, for joining us. What we can do then, with a show of hands, we'll take them in batches of 4, just so that we don't get lost along the conversation. I see your hand, sir. You'll start with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll answer those 4 questions, and then we'll come and pick it up with you. But where is the microphone? Let's start with the gentleman over there, and then right behind him in the stripes. Can I ask that when you ask your question, you stand up, you introduce yourself, and then keep it brief but to the point. Okay, that microphone is not working. Let's see if Otlakona projector, can we hear you from there? How loud can you speak up? Hold on. I'm going to make a plan for you. I'm going to walk down and bring you a mic. Can you hear me on this one? Okay, we've got another one. That's cool. So let's do this. That mic will stay in that section, and then we'll keep another on for this side of the room, just so we move things along.
Ke rata dumedisa mopremi wa rona and the special guests who have attended this program. Ke ka lebitso ke nna Serame Phakisi ho hla mona motseng wa Welkom, and I'm the part of the Free State Disability Performing Art. I would like to re ke ba lebohe ka opportunity ba la re fa yona as a disability sector in Lejoloputswa. We must come and show up our talent as we are the people who are living with disability artists. Premier, through you, Ketapele, and Hakina Manzoma Telele, Ntoreto Kopa Kore, Kaleba to a disability, Kahara Free State, we have been not recognized. Why Kichochi? The event they had la Kara Free State, but they are some of the few artists they consider one, but disability artists, we are not being included. Get an example like Machabe, they have been doing the program they have been doing the program but never including disability people to come and perform so that they can show their abilities, because we are not people who are living with disability. We are people who are having also an ability. Look, now we would like to the event that so that we can be included. In this team from Free State Performing Art. Ka monyetla o beileng ba o etsa ka hara le office ya Ntate Chabalala, HOD ya sports. Ka opportunity e beileng ba e etsa ya hore le show le putso so that they can be the part and the parcel to come and show up their talent. I was also an actor. Ki ile ka actor le Kgotsong Kgatso ko moving wa Destiny the movie. Ko Velkom. Then the talented tse ngata di a kollwa ka hara, hence ke re di talented tse ngata di a kollwa ka hara motse wa Free State for people with disability, and hona le batho ba bang le bona ba ratang hore ba ntshe di talented tsa bona, but they don't get that opportunity. As I submit. Thank you.
Okay. Due to the sensitivity around your time, Premier, I don't know if you'd want to respond to that. I suppose what I'm getting from that is, even in our planning and growing the entertainment sector in the Free State, it has to be inclusive, beyond just gender, maybe even race, but also an awareness and a sensitivity to people who are living with disabilities.
I think shortly, that is why we're here. That is why we're having this summit, so that we can actually get all other views and know how are we going to make sure that you don't feel excluded. And the most important thing is, how do you build an ecosystem that would protect everybody and allow every one of you to shine. So, negere fela, agina ufagarabo ya hore, this is what we will do. This will come from what you guys are going to be doing in this summit.
Thank you very much for that, Premier. Sir, at the back in the hat, yes, with the stripes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Thomas Malepa. I'm from Kutlwanong Odindal's Race, Block 5. Now that the Premier, I have just a few questions. Sports, arts, culture and recreation. A long time ago, Art Festival, which is in a retusa holo, particularly theater practitioners, ready link to National Arts Festival. Honongua the theater productions. 5555 for the district in the quality they represent province National Arts Festival. No, it's too difficult for some of us go National Art Festival. MEC oka thusana jwale office ya premier hore ntwe jwale e khutle so that re tsebe hore ha re ya Grahamstown re na le support when re isa di productions tsena le quality ha wa Grahamstown it's in the production e fela ke a pele. Point number 2, hona le issue ya professional development and semi professional. Question ya ka ke re tseba jwang hore Thomas Malepa is a theater practitioner o fola under development, kapa o fola under semi-professional, kapa o fola under professional. Ena le confusion e ngata. Ha re tla nthong ya Makufe. Makufe na isale ke ya tsamaya ho tloha 2014 ke sa qala qeta ho graduate theater school. Isale ke performa ka studio 2 ke ntse ke patala same amount up until today. No ke tswa Kenya, ke tswa ho emela country ya rona Kenya, ke tswa ho emela Machabeng ko Kenya International Theatre Festival. Kine ki isitse show mo ko Kenya. I wanna thuso e re fumane, but I'm happy and I'm proud to re ya Kenya re isa show ya rona. And show ya rona ya ratuwa hape, ba re kopile re kgutlele hape next year. Engwe hape ke tlo e kopa mo MEC ya rona le premier ya rona ke a kopa hle. E ka ga ha re etsa plan, re dula re etsa plan ya hore re dula re aha di sports fela. Ha o ka tsamaya makeisheneng ohle mo dula le indoor sports center, mara ha o bone theater. We need theater ka ga makeishene a rona. Please. Re kopa re haelwe di theater se ka ga makeishene a rona, re tswa sekolong batho ba bangata re graduateile, we know how to run a theater. We know those things. Re aheleng theater ka ga makeishene a rona. Ya o qetela gore di art center tsa rona ha di function properly. Re kopa hore ka ga di art centers tsa rona re lekeng ho thusana ho bona hore di art centers tsa rona di rana properly. And ane engwe hape e ke boneng batho ba e etsa Kenya kwana di-artist tsa Kenya di etsa ba convertile di-old buildings ba di etsa di-theatre ke ntho re ka e etsang eo. Re ka nka building e abandoned like nna ke re etsetsa Marobe Center K4 ke pleke e abandoned e tlohelletsweng e le jwalo so ke re etsetsa mo ha pula ena le weather ga ile mpe ha ke kgone ho re etsa but if we can take building e jwalo re thusana re kenya di-light re kenya sound re etsa theatre re converter then hona le something e re ka buang ka yona e positive. But ha re ske ra di buang fela mona summit ntho tsa mofuta o jwalo ke kopa hore MEC ya rona re mo tshwara ka letso re le ena re building ena ra e kopa le wena premier building ena re kopa re ifue re convertele into a theatre ka re thusa haholo ntho mofuta o jwalo.
Okay.
Ya o qetela ke kwala.
Is it the last one?
Yeah, this is the last
one. The other
one.
one was also your last.
The last one ke ya ha re ske ra shebang only lefapheng haholo hona nna esale ke fundiwa ke National Lottery le bo Arts Council ha soka ke fundiwa ke lefapha next esale ke hira batho tloa 2019 ke ba patala many of them ke ba developile ka mona ke ntho ya bo Lotto le bo National Arts Council so nna ntho ke kopa ha motho ana le funding le lefapha le lona ha le ke le kenye letsola e se ka chelete but ha le ke la kenya le so mhlomo le re tlo thusa ka transport re tlo thusa ka o printed keep or anything ke a lebo. Thank you.
Thank you. We had two hands here. Sir in the cap, I see you. Let's give you a chance and then we'll come back to you, ma'am, on this side. I've noted the two hands. I'm going to give these two over here an opportunity. You go, sir.
Okay. Akile West Bagasena. Akile wale bohle ba le ma organizer msebetsi wa letsatsi la kajeno. Ha ke tlo mtelela holo mare nna ke my brother man. Brother Sam met my mad scheme Sam.
Oh Sam.
Ntotsa ka di o di pedi fela. Mara a se dipotso. Before ke tla mo ke ne ke re fela ha ke re ke a lebo ke ntho fela go tloa ka presentation ya Somezi o fitlela ho Sweetie from ona ntho tse dintse nanang ke di crepile tse re nanang batho ba di crepe. Ona mo buang ka look for a gap ona mo buang ka grab the opportunity ke re fela re ske ra dinka sample so na ene ke kopa ho wena ntate mara eseng nna specifically nkana ga engwe specifically e tla direct le nna ke ntwa ho hola character tla hlalosa bane e ke botsetsang baneng be so ka ofela ka mo bona le mono bua ka behind the scenes ho lena lightning mohlomong sound to ka morao mane ntho hore na ho hlokala re lo e balla sekolong ka ba ka ya story se seng ka fitla ga elena behind the scenes na e hloka re lo e balla ka ba ka e balla because le nna ke ready hore ke batla ke hole ke tloe ka pla camera ke batla ho tla behind the scenes okay ho toboketsa o duma ntho e ke buang batswadi ba ka mo ke dente ke mona ke bua ka the character o ka ntate maqengwana ona ntho na qeta e bua ka kgola o tswile mona ha ntse re okay ke taba go batho ba tsebe hore je ke o hlakae ke tlo e summarize fela ha ntse re bua ka ntle ka manana mareng bana be se ka etsang ka ga ke tsebe jeki ona right way off mara my people bona ba understand hore why ona right way off if you go check ke motho ha tsebang the background hore jeki from history ya gangsterism o la palama wheelchair jeki o re le hlole be siyo antle ke taba gangsterism before TV bitho ba ntse ba ka TV so ke re nthonya ho hola ha o ka lo sheba ntho tsa ka from ka the advert ya bo Popeye bo spinach ya Holland ntho ne hore premier o ibuile da the sweet bile hore why re batla ho holela ka hara like ke lo tsona di fela ka ga Free State da the sweet ibuile man so ena go hopotsa fela hore ke a gopola tla be ke sport wena ke sport wa ke Popeye ona tla ga uti mare a tlo shebella show itse so ke mane mo ileng ka thola monyetla ona wa hore ke be ha ke qala ka TV ne ke qala ka that advert so that eselekwe ka movie wa paleo mona mo nang tateng khotsong kgatho ka qala le movie wa bobedi ya bolinga show ya balinga show ni Black Dog ke samara se fela dingata mara ha o ka sheba those characters hantle ha ona mo ke sens kweta teng ha ke bua ka ho hola ha ona mo ke sens kweta
Mona paleo ke bolanta de khozong khato mane ke nkela batho tšhelete le nka shone ke tsaka tšhelete. So aba se bone batho bana go a so re ntwe ne kana le yona ke ya bokweta go ba criminal ke na le tse ding tse ileng gore nka etsa swale ke tlo romela di clip because ha ke re ke ya bodi keng o etsa audition ya bo bogoti ka pantong ba o thiba ditloa so ba e bone. So premier nka ba mogoti ka bana ba tshoya ke lefung ha ke re ke manya ka nyolohela ntabeng ya Jehova ya neng a ka dula sehalalelong sa hae ke a matsoa sena molato wa pelo e hlwekileng ka sa inehelang leshano. So ne ke re Maymat ke tlo sendela clip fela e seng bokweteng wa bona o go e fela o di producers because se go tlwile wena o producer maybe o ka gona gore o liftele kae ke hlae ke le nthong tlelo hlaka ka bokelemo o tloa mo batswadi ba ka ne ke re for mnyetla ona nna ke le buile bana beso a ke nana re tla tswa sa tshwasa kaofela.
Thank you.
Ona le nthong re tla tlang re tshwasitse e dango.
Just on that, if I can bring you into the conversation, Pilo Fita Somizu Nabu about taking an opportunity, right? And what we've just seen now is just that someone who not only stood up and gave feedback, but took an opportunity. I would like you to speak to the importance of that, but also as someone in the entertainment space, especially in this province, how do you see prospects for the future and how do we get to a better place for all who are invested in entertainment? No, and then I'll ask you to respond, Sam, as well.
Thank you. Afternoon all. Fortunately, but let me just, for a background, then I didn't realize Tuba Yetam was a drama, you know. He was wearing prison uniform and chain behind his back. And I wondered, what's going on with this guy? They are parading him as if, I felt pity for him. But I wasn't aware that it was acting. I only realized after, when he came to me without the prison uniform, and I said, he introduced himself to me and we talked. And then from there I said, well, I would like to see you. I invited him for interview while I was doing radio drama. I was a producer at the city. So I invited him. That's when I knew him. And again, on Paleo, he killed me, but I'm still alive, JT. Thank you so much. Yes, in fact, how can I say about Bobolo or anywhere, without certain player maybe got injured, and then they said, now you can replace him, and you take that chance. You move on, you are Kenabo and the house in now. I just wanted to say something about, I didn't want to, but I feel compelled to say something about what I saw on Facebook. You know, sometimes we as artists, we get angry, very angry. We get depressed. And then I'm going to tell you the truth now. Some of you saw what I wrote the other day on Facebook. And I threatened to commit suicide. Some of you saw that. And I was blaming everyone. Not so long ago. It could be last month or so. And then I sat down. It was a very tense moment for me. And I went to my bedroom, I knelt down and prayed. And then after that, everything was fine. And people were just calling me and saying, don't do that and do, and then I just ignored the calls. But you know what? We get so angry at everything that we sometimes don't give ourselves a chance to reason. We don't. So after blaming anybody from the Premier's office and the MEC's office, somebody came to me and said, why are you fighting like this? I said, no, you didn't give me my money. No, I'm not a fool. Because I'm old now, you want to make me stupid? No, I won't allow that. And then they said, please, just come down and go to the bank and just try, take your card and just try and see whether there's some money that is deposited there. I went there, and you know what? They had long deposited my money. The one I was crying about and threatening to commit suicide about. It was there, but I didn't give myself a chance to think properly. So I'm just saying this, and I'm not, I'm just saying the truth. Because it was there in the Premier's office, in the MEC's office, and I'm saying, I'm sorry. I apologize for that outburst. I apologize. I know it's very difficult to apologize, but I do. Now, I want us as Free Staters, I'm begging to realize that Free State is not a Bantustan. It is not. We had Bantustan long ago during apartheid era, but Bantustans do not exist anymore. I worked almost for many years in Johannesburg, and I stayed in Soweto, in Meadowlands, Zone 1 and Zone 2 and Mofolo. I met some of the people, like one brother who was here, but I didn't see him, who was here. I met him in Mofolo, and then his mother was a friend. They didn't say to me, hey, Free Starter and but what I'm saying is, we must guard against this thing, we must guard. That is tantamount to tribalism. I don't want to repeat what Sweetie said about this thing, okay, it's fine. We must learn from other people. We must learn from them, but not depend on them. But we must always remember democracy. Democracy. If I'm just saying, I'm not, I keep willing manga pamanga pakiri in kaparuna freestyle nix. But it's a big fella get a chance. Nade choreography man. Sarafina ukona jwangi because I know easy. So no matter where you come from, but I can learn something from where now anywhere. That thing knowledge you can kill where it will say some muna or ona la be muna free. And then too much relevant to a free start. e ra rata o lwana e ra rata o lwantshana man e ra rata squabbles kore ha o sheba fela squabbles ha o sheba fela ke dintwa fela ke dintwa fela ha re ka nka dintwa tseo ra di etsa hore e be opportunity ya o buildana wa bona the way we are so furious and the way re lwanang ka teng ha re nka that strength ya o lwantshana ra e sebedisa ho ahana then re tlo bona re hlotse dintwa tse ngata and ntho e ngwe hape ke batlang o e ama fela tate ke ya ngwaneso mane re mpa fela nako engwe rona re se accredited kapa re sa tsebe ho etsa jwang ke ntho mane ha ne ke le radio because ne ke sebetsa ke thuswa ke radio ne ke etsa di-workshop hohle ke a gola le ona a sene ne ke tsamaya ke ba bolella mo tsebo ena ya tshwanela ho fihla ho nna ke le mong ho dula ho nna ke tlamehile ke ise out there so di-workshop tse ke di entseng di ngata and then ha ke tloha ka nako ke santsane ke na le production company nga ke Babata Productions I used to travel go the Free State ke etsa di-workshop tsa script writing le yona film but unfortunately bona jwale ha ke sana tjhelete and then ke utlwa bohloko ha ke utlwa ditaba tse kang tsena so maybe Premier le MEC le ka sheba hona le batho ba bangata ba ka etsa di-workshop and then nna ke batla ho nka monyetla because recently hona le One Free State TV was launched and there's a gap there. I see a gap there. There are no dramas. So if we can sit down, write those stories, and we go there, then what over the series. It's not only for Free State, but because One Free State is at 264. Yeah, so as soon as I want to give Free State fair, fair, it's national. So instead of complaining a whole, how is I saying the script? How is I saying? Voilà, les complaining là, on va dire comme tout à bout de la rata complain d'abord, on peut script ça, une personne. So, oh, I don't feel chance to see no, you don't give me the chance. Just give me your script. I don't have. That's our problem. So, Banabesu, I would like to encourage you to embrace one another, and because you are so great. It's a very good pack of sick kwa little baggy and singad. There is so much talent here. So stop fighting. Use that talent. Thank you, Dante.
Thank you very much, Ndata Nkatu. Premier, I know that you had said you were going to be staying with us for a few minutes. If you do need to leave, we understand, and we are grateful for you having been here, and we hope that there will be other opportunities where perhaps with more time you'll be able to engage directly with the arts industry in the Free State. We're still going to continue the conversation, and there will be another opportunity, like I was saying, to have perhaps similar summits in other parts of the Free State. There were hands that were up earlier with questions, 2 hands here. We're going to come to you guys in a moment, but I do want to turn to the music side. I've noted those 2 hands, Abuti in the suit and you. I want to talk to you. Karaba, let's start with you, actually, Samro, because Ndade Khozo mentioned something very important in talking about the Free State channel that's now gone out live, right? He spoke about producing scripts and getting that work commissioned. But a lot of that needs to, especially when you look at music and publishing, needs to be an avenue to make money. How do people in this province get there?
Okay. Dumelang. Lebitso la ka ke Karabo Senna. So I'm from SAMRO. So I think some of you may not be aware as to what SAMRO is, but essentially SAMRO is the South African Music Rights Organization. So simplistically, can I ask this before I start? How many of you think are in the business of the entertainment industry or music, and how many of you think you are just entertaining people? How many of you are in the business part of music? You can lift up your hand. I just want to see the business part. So does it mean that the rest of you maybe something else? Okay. So guys, firstly, the challenge that we often experience, before I explain what SAMRO, how it sits in the music industry, is that a lot of people think that they are actually in the business part of music. But if I ask you, where do you focus your time? You will notice that your time is normally focused on trying to be famous or popular, but not understanding how the money actually flows in the business of music, right? So what I want to touch on is just a small segment as to how does money actually flow, because that's the most important part when you're in business. Business doesn't mean that when you walk into a room, we know who you are. That's not what it means. You may be a nobody, but at the end of the day, you are the person making the most money. To put it simply, taking your example, the people that generate the most money in SAMRO. So if I say somebody is making, let's say, R1 million in royalties, it is not the people that you know. It is not your Casper Nyovest. It is not your Maporisa. It is not those people. It is the people that create something that we call production music, right? So music, there's two parts. So essentially there is what we call commercial music, which is what we listen to in radio. And then there is music that we call, normally we'll call it mood music. So on TV, on radio, background music, the stuff that nobody actually really cares about. If you really think about it, which music actually plays the most? It is production music, because every time the news comes on, there's a song that plays. Every time Scheme Sam or anything comes on, there is a headline song or the opening song and a closing. And in between, for you to feel something, you need music. Think about it. At no point do you watch TV and an emotion is only driven by the visual. Mostly the emotion is driven by the sound that goes with the visual. All of that, by the way, is licensed. So if you didn't know that, that's the most important part that you need to learn. Every single part of music, nothing is free, technically. So the way music functions is that there's something that we normally call copyright. But copyright in itself is broken up into an assortment of various rights. But I just want to focus on mainly 4 rights that copyright is broken down to. And then you'll see where everything, how it's structured, and hopefully you will see where the business side leans to. Firstly, there is something that we call copyright in the recording. So when you hear artists talk about a master, what they're actually saying, they're talking about copyright in the recording, right? And then you have something that we call copyright in the composition. So what we are talking about there is people that actually write music. Do we have music writers here? People that actually write. I'm talking about writing lyrics or writing a composition. When you create a beat, guys that say, no, guys, at the beat, whatever beat it is for whatever song, right? That's where the journey starts. You need to try as much as possible to learn how to create what it is that somebody else will sell, because there's a royalty linked to that. So for anybody that writes lyrics, right, you could be writing a poem is converted, it's still lyrics. You could write a beat means that you are making a beat. That is seen as part of music. That is part of what we call copyright in the composition. That is where SAMRO comes in, because for all the creators of music, every time your song is used on radio, TV, on even live music, on what we call VOD, being Netflix, Amazon, and the likes, and also DSP services like iTunes and Spotify, and then also what we call UGC, user-generated content like Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. There is a license that goes to that. That is where your royalties come from. So people often hear us talk about royalties, but it means that firstly you need to create something, and then afterwards we can go out there and make sure that you get the royalty linked to that. So SEMRO operates under what we call copyright in the composition. There are mainly two rights there. I'll be short with it, but it's mainly what we call copyright in a performing right that sits under copyright in the composition. So this is people that write music. If I write music or I create a beat, there are two rights: copyright, that is a performing right, and then something that we call a mechanical right. A performing right simply means every time your music is used in public, this is TV, radio, Spotify, like I've said. A mechanical right is every time your music is reproduced. So every time somebody takes your music, we all accept they're not using the original. It is every time it's reproduced, right? It means the people that created that music get a royalty from it. It's licensed. But then, obviously, somebody has to perform the music. Sometimes I can write a song and give it to somebody else to sing, right? Which is a business in its own. There are people, guys, that only focus on writing songs, and that's what they're good at. They don't care about singing the song. So for those people, they will earn from the master, which is copyrighting the recording. So there mainly we talk about needle time, and the other one is Rev from RISA, where it's linked to music videos. But needle time is essentially for people that sing or perform the song. So all I can say to you is, from a music side, for you to start earning money, besides performance, the challenge is, anytime you speak predominantly, especially to black people, the first thing they will tell you is, no, about like gig, right? That it's almost like we are conditioned to only think of that one stream of income. But there's multiple streams. So the multiple streams are, you could essentially earn royalties from SAMRO, from Capasso, from SAMPRA, and from RISA. After that, there's something that we call a sync, meaning this is anytime somebody takes your music. I heard somebody talk about an advert, somewhere, to say your music is put on an advert. Anytime that happens, there's a separate license that needs to be negotiated for that. So these are the main ones before we even talk about merchandising. But these are the main types of royalties that, in a sense, can generate, sort of what we call passive income. So for me, I would like, obviously when we engage, I know Rifudo is going to touch on certain points, it's mainly to say, besides what is the norm, because people like focusing on the norm. Guys, there is a big world out there. And all the people that you see that are so-called famous, that's 200 people that you can think of. That's only a fraction of the music industry. There's billions behind the music industry. Ask yourself where the money's going. When we looked at the overall music industry from a royalties perspective only, across the world, it is based on 10 billion euros, right? South Africa alone, when we look at royalties, it's based on 80 million euros. So where is your share in that? And if you're not getting that share, what are you doing for you to try and get into that game? So the nice thing about that, you don't have to leave necessarily, Free State or go anywhere. Your music will travel for you. I think the modern day world has created that avenue to say that I don't have to be in New York, but somebody can listen to my song in New York. But the problem is, often we think too small. The pitch is always to somebody in Free State. Guys, let me tell you something. People in Free State have got a lot of you. They see it every day, so they don't see why they have to pay for it, for the most part. You go to a lot of places, the challenge often is, why do I have to pay for it? That is why you'll ask money from government, right? Because for the most part, yes, somebody's not willing to pay for it, and therefore you say, hey, government, pay me. So we want to try and elevate ourselves to such a point where we create products that obviously you can market or monetize, not just Free State, not just Gauteng, not just South Africa, but throughout the world. Because if you plug something on an advert, and your advert is on YouTube or elsewhere, in the world, you can monetize from the music there. You can plug your music on a certain sitcom. You can monetize it for 5, 6, 10 years when you are still sitting at home. So those are the things that I hope we can discuss, and you can learn more from that.
And just on that, so let's say I've written this song, I've put together or composed a beat. At what point does it bring or have monetary value?
Yeah. So the simplest way to understand this is you need to make sure that your beat is used, right? Nobody pays you for nothing. Guys, the real world doesn't give you anything for nothing, right? So your song needs to be used by somebody. Now, how do I plug it? Because that's often the problem. How do I make sure that my song is used by somebody? I think, firstly, I think, Refilo, you do music supervision, right?
I do.
Yeah, okay, cool. So that's your first plug there. So he'll explain to you what music supervision is. Let me not explain that part. But essentially, you need to make sure that your music is used in something productive. It's either TV, advert, radio, something commercial. In that way, somebody is able to license it and you are able to earn a royalty. But the simplest way I often advise people to say, how do you find people like Refilwe, right? I know that's not the only thing that he does, but how do you find a music supervisor? Try looking at, series or movies differently. Start looking at, the credits.
Yeah.
Who is actually a music supervisor? Start following those people. There is no point in following an artist or some other person, but you're not learning anything. Follow the music supervisors. The smart guys, that's what they do. You don't go and follow the most famous person that is just gonna like your tweet because you said something positive about them, right? But it's not gonna feed you, I can assure you. So the only thing that you need to focus on is follow the guys that are music supervisors, create, separates of your music, plug your music, and send it to them, share it with them. Hey, this is what I do, this is my sound. And you never know where that can take you. So I would encourage, that's the best way to actually try and reach out.
I want to bring you in then, Mr. Ramkhaza, into the conversation. You do a lot in the music space, and you've had quite some time here just listening to some of the questions and some of the conversation around the music industry among the people of the Free State. What have you picked up, and what should we be doing?
Okay, so let's start by thanking Vuga Arts for having us here and for convening this gathering. I think it's important to be able to sit on platforms like this and share whatever little bit of knowledge we've gained over the years with others so that at least we can grow this industry. Listening to everything being spoken about, I can't help but keep going back to the Mzansi Golden Economy Policy document and thinking to myself, what a profoundly great policy position. And the thing I lament the most is that that policy position continues to be under-implemented. If you look at just the policy, if you look at that policy document, it talks to a number of things that have been talked to today. You're talking about, let's start with the Cultural Observatory. Cultural Observatory is supposed to be a data collection and dissemination hub, which is supposed to be able to quantify the size of the industry, the value of the industry, etc. To date, and I think most notably, even in a project I was recently involved in, is in the absence or in a vacuum of information, numbers get utilized in ways that actually boggle the mind, because quite frankly, when you consider the value that those, at least of us in the know, properties such as, for example, the South African Music Awards can bring to any one economy. We were having a conversation about essentially a fraction of the value that something like that was going to bring into a specific province, to a very detrimental effect in terms of something that was quite critical to the industry.
So there's that. There is, from that very same Zanzi golden economy, you're talking about investment, commitment to investment in cultural events, and a number of various other elements that would actually then help spark municipalities and communities of interest in provinces such as these. And increasingly, as I watch over the last 10 years, I'm seeing less and less of a focus on intentional investment in the arts. And this is not just by government, and this is not in any way a criticism on government. It's a shrinking economy, but even from the private sector, you are seeing a reversal of investment in what is arguably one of the largest sectors in terms of practitioners in the country. So for starters, it's really about being able to understand exactly what is happening in this province and how it can be capacitated. I mean, you look at a platform like this today. Just consider for a second all the things that are happening. There is a venue that is benefiting from this thing happening. So there is somebody who is earning an income by virtue of having infrastructure where we can sit. They are camera people. They are who are operating cameras so that we can have this conversation. They are people who are live streaming this. So there is a downstream benefit to broadcasters. There's a downstream benefit to networks. There are practitioners that are sitting here who are being compensated for their time. That's one summit with 500 people in it. So it's just really important to understand that. And I think as I've been sitting here, it's all good and well to say, yes, we're here and we want to hear from you as an industry. But I think that in the consultation around the Mzansi Golden Economy, that consultation has happened. And I think that the real gap here is in how do we implement on these incredible policy positions that we have in the country. That would be my first observation.
Okay, so we've got about 20 minutes to go, so I want us to squeeze in as much from everyone here as possible and from you guys. I had noted questions, but I see the two guys who had questions have left, so I'll take you, Buti. And then any other takers? Any other questions? Oh, there's a hand at the back, so we'll take you, sir. Sir at the back, and then there's a hand over there, two hands. Okay, cool. Let's start with you.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fix Ngwaba. I'm a gospel artist. I've just recently released my gospel album early in January. And then I also registered it with Sambro in Feb. The question is, how do I know that my music was played maybe in a radio? Because sometimes we have, for example, SABC, it has Tobela FM, Motsweding, Lesedi FM, Umhlobo. How do I know that my music was played in Umhlobo Wenene? Because whereas I'm listening to 5FM, I'm just making a practical example. How do I know that my music was played there? And then second question is that, how do I know that Samro is not cheating me in terms of royalties? I'm just asking.
So two questions, right? Let's start with how do we know Samro is not cheating him, and then we'll talk about being able to monitor the use of his music.
Yeah. So simply, the way royalties are paid, we rely predominantly on the radio station or the TV station providing us with what we call usage, right? So they will tell us how often they've played your song. And let me tell you how we calculate, and Rifilo will touch on other things, but let me tell you how we calculate that rate so you know technically, like, how do I know if you're robbing me or not? Imagine Lesedi FM pays a license of 10 million rands. And then afterwards, we ask Lesedi FM, how much music have you used? And this is everything, commercial and production music. And then let's say, for this example, it's 10 million seconds of music. What we do, we divide 10 million rands by 10 million seconds of music, and then we get to what we call a unit rate. A unit rate in this instance will be 1 rand. So that means for every single second of your music, we'll multiply it by 1 rand. And that happens for everyone. whether if you are a big star or you or whoever, and we might not even know, you might be an up and coming, but everybody is treated the same because of that formula. So that happens, it's not just Samro, pretty much all societies do the same thing. And that's how you know. The only thing you need to pay attention to as much as possible is to make sure that yes, what is being reported is correct and it will be in your statement, but there's other ways you can look as to, who's using your music where, right? And in different platforms, because now it's not just radio, right? There's an assortment of platforms.
And maybe just to add to that before I go into other things as well, is that obviously he simplified it, but not every spin is equal. A spin on Umhlobo is going to have a very different unit rate than a community station. With that said, in terms of how you can self-monitor, there are tools that exist on the internet, and some that you need to pay for, some that you don't need to pay for. Things such as Radio Monitor, for example, if you're speaking specifically to monitoring of your spins on radio, is a very, very good, useful way to be able to look at it. So go and look out for a tool called Radio Monitor. It is the de facto #1 platform to monitor radio spins, not just in South Africa, but across the world. But if I take a step back, it also then becomes important for us, and this is a workshop on its own, of how you submit your music, the importance of ISRC codes. By a quick show of hands, does anybody even know what an ISRC code is in this room? The music guys, do you know what an ISRC code is?
Or even an ISWC code. There's two.
Yeah.
So you need to know those two.
Yeah. And again, I guess, Voga, we might need to have breakaway rooms where we spend time speaking around these. But very briefly, these are unique identifiers of your music that essentially will then be able to be used for you to be compensated for needle time and a number of other rights that exist both on the master side as well as on the publishing side. So it's important that if you don't, for example, put the right name of your song, the right name of you as an artist, the right ISRC code there, you sit in a suspense account. And Karabo, how large is your suspense account now?
600 million.
Yeah, 600 million rands worth of unclaimed money.
Easy.
Which, by the way, prescribes after how many years?
3 years.
So after 3 years, what then becomes of your money becomes essentially a pool of money that gets reinvested into Samro's operations, amongst other things, because you didn't put your details down for you to then be compensated. So it becomes important that you understand these things and you understand how they work, because they will be quite critical to how it is you will collect money. Following on from that point is that radio is but one. Yes, it's important, but increasingly it is no longer the main sense or the mainstream or pillar of revenue. Just to give you a sense of the industry today in numbers, and I'm going to talk from the master recording side, and perhaps just for the purposes of everybody in this room. Remember, Karabo started talking about a number of rights. The easiest way to think about it is as follows. There's 2 generations of rights that everything stems from. There is what we call publishing rights, which he talked to, and that's what Samro controls. That's the songwriters, as well as the producers and the composers. The reproduction rights then sit under what we refer to as a master right. That is typically controlled by recording labels, who essentially then have the recording industry of South Africa as their mother body. And those rights, again, there's places where it gets a bit gray, insofar as needle time is collected by both, essentially, sides of the coin, because there is a recording chamber and then there's also a songwriter's chamber, specifically where this is concerned. Again, it gets complicated, and without getting lost in the detail, there's those 2 sets of rights. And when you are then considering those sets of rights, on the master recording side alone, you're considering kind of your mechanical rights that he referred to, which essentially, so if you spend 10 rand on a recording, let's say a recording is 10 rands, 6 points, depending on whether it is a physical release or it is a digital release. If it's a physical release, 6.67% of every, what's that in rands? 6.67.
Yeah, 66 cents.
66 cents. No,
Or 6 rands. Yeah,
6 rands, shall we
That's
call it?
6 rands, yeah.
No, it's 66
cents.
66 cents, 67 cents of that will then be broken out and we'll say, okay, Tembegile was a producer in that song and he owns 50% of that. Karabo was a songwriter and he owned the other 50%. And for each one of those reproductions, that money is parked and paid at the point of reproduction. So in other words, the moment that CD gets reproduced, in other words, when I make a copy of it, 6.76% is due. On the digital side, that becomes 10%. And that's essentially the rule of thumb in terms of how those will work. That, when you consider, and when I now start to break out these numbers, is that like the global industry right now is a $26.2 billion industry. It's 8th year of consecutive growth. This past year alone, 9% growth. South Africa is the fastest growing streaming region, or one of the fastest growing streaming regions when you look at the year, the half-year report for Luminate, which is a data gathering report. It formerly used to be called Nielsen, and Nielsen has become Luminate. Their half-year report for 2023, we are talking about South Africa only second to Asia at a rate of growth for streaming of 83% versus Asia's 107%. LATAM is sitting at 70%. So streaming increasingly, I think it constitutes something around the region of 70% of all revenue in recorded music globally. And I think South Africa lags at about 66%, but we are forecast to grow and become 71% of that revenue by 2027 as per the PwC report. So streaming and understanding that world of streaming is going to be hugely important in terms of how revenues flow there. And where those tools are, I mean, whether you are working with a major label that prepares those reports for you, the great thing is that even if you go the independent route, the CD babies and the TuneCores of the world, which are the likely points that you would then enter if you were disseminating your music as an independent, have got really strong reporting tools that are able to give you your reporting on a week-to-week basis, where they are able to rationalize for you in all those currencies down into one bucket where you can actually even see where all your money is coming from. So the great thing about digitized music is that it is very much something that you can track and understand for yourself. But what becomes important is that you need to take that step back and really, if you're saying you want to be a musician, even if you want to be famous, you need to take the time to understand this business, because if you think this business is about singing, you've missed the point. This is an intellectual property business. It's an IP business. And if you do not understand what is driving the very IP that you are then trading in, you are then never going to be able, you're going to leave a lot of money on the table.
Guys, while we move to somebody else, this is one quote that will make you remember everything that Rifule said. Music is 90% law and 10% creativity.
100%.
So music is 90% law, 10% creativity.
Yeah.
Cool, got that. Last three hands, lady at the back. Oh, we'll start with you, ma'am, and then lady at the back. And then, look, if we've got a third hand, we'll take one. Oh, you, sir, at the back, your hand was up quite early. And then we'll wrap it up, come back to the panel to get closing remarks. Ma'am?
Candy, how to assist kids with disability in the fashion industry, because they are beautiful and talented. And that is Ratlokomela as a sector disability, meritla acting. Honestly, the script, Setlokang, the act, and a disability. Impa, hang at Arbona, how can you, but banally actors, generally disability, Ungwa, but banally disability, but acted a part ya disability. Lilwan Sajuang, the assistant Juangore, into Eswanang, at least even Motu Ana Motua, Isloka Mutasaboni, even Mutoma Nita Saboni. Metloka Mutaduzing Udima will ebe motho wa mannete a dutseng hodima wheelchair le assista jwang gore le disability be ka hare ho the acting industry ke a leboha.
Okay. Candy, you start with the fashion, and then Sammy, you'll take the question about the acting industry.
Thank you for that question. I take disability very seriously. I am a person living with disabilities. I am actually blind on this side, on the left side, so I take it very seriously. At the school, how we assist people with disabilities is anyone can actually interested in fashion can apply either through a bursary, either through CETA, or a cash paying student. So those are the people that we assist. Doesn't matter if you've got disability or not. We've got people at our school that is dyslexic, which is also part of disabilities. And those people, sometimes you get, I want to go back to, for an example, it starts with our parents. Sometimes when a child tells you, and I think I've got a friend whose child is very, very interested in fashion design, actually worked at a fashion designer, professional fashion designer, in a part-time, but studying communications at the University of the Free State. So I think the perception starts with our parents, or we as parents, to say, if your child wants to go into a specific career, for an example, support their child. Do not say, you know what, because you're not a lawyer or you the creative side of that, because your child might not be as clever to excel academically, but creatively, that child can excel. So the same with disability. We need to support everyone living with disability. If you want to become a fashion designer, our school is the right place.
Sam, getting people with disabilities to play roles written as people with a disability. Why does that not happen?
Okay, so that question is actually twofold. Firstly, let me start by saying I used to be a commissioning editor, and I commissioned many of the dramas that you've seen on TV. This is one part that I omitted earlier. So I used to be part of Generations. I worked with Dumagan Dlovu. I was his commissioning editor. You know, Zone 14 back in the days and so on. And this is what we used to say as commissioning editors. There was a motto. I don't know whether to call it a motto or not. Nothing without us. Nothing about us without us. Nothing about us without us. So as a commissioning editor, because we had quotas, and one of the quotas was to have representation across the board, like youth representation, women representation, and disability representation. We would always insist, if a character is created as disabled, we would always insist that they must find someone who is disabled to play the character. The second part of it is when you have an abled person, for lack of a better word, playing a particular character, but the story dictates that they must get involved in an accident and obviously become disabled, Unfortunately, in that way, you can't get someone who's disabled. That particular character has to carry on the story. But there is a system that allows disabled people to be cast on dramas, sitcoms, long-running series, which is telenovelas, soapies. I said there is a system like that. And I know that when I used to work at the SABC, and in fact it's still part of it today, we are required to find people not only who are disabled, but who are talented, who can display and portray that character to the best of their abilities.
Okay. Ma'am at the back in the cap.
Okay, ke a dumedisa ka lapeng. Nna potso ya ka ebile ke kopo. Ke ne ke kopa hore summit e tjena just one day be conducted to schools, as I'm a primary school teacher. At schools we have creative arts in foundation phase level. So the children, like subjects like life skills, If the children can be motivated from that age, then when they go to high schools also, the summit go to high schools, especially the teachers, should be equipped, should have experience, because we are the ones that are teaching the children what we don't know. So if maybe the experience can be generally kore e iswe dikolong, re developuwe or ho romelwe batho ba tsebang ka yona, like hona jwale tjena Loto, dikolo tse ngata re apply-etse Loto ka mona ka le jwale Putso, e ne le about creative arts. So tjhelete ha di tswa ke mane mo di tlo tsamaya fela hobane ha hona le batho ba experienced hore ba ka kgona ho thusa bana ka ntho tsena tse tjenana. Ntate Kgotso o ne a bua ka Sarafina, kore ha ebe ho le possible e ka re a ka tla sekolong a tlo bona ha bana ba grade R, grade 7 ho ya ka di-grades ba acta Sarafina ena ntate ka hara motse wa Thabong. Talente e ngata empa re hloka ho bua experience. Ke a leboha.
Okay, thank you. There was a hand over there.
Dumelang. Ka lebitso ke Motlatsi Oscar Tumo. Ke hlaha Botshabelo. So nna ne ke kopa ho botsa ntate Kgatho ka pelenyana, because o mentionile hore platform e se le teng ko Bloemfontein, which is Free State TV. So now I have a lot of time ke le ntlong, so ke batla ho tseba ho yena hore na is there a time e re ka e etsang re etse script re kgone ho submit ko Free State TV. And then I thank you Ntate Karabo, I understood, because I'm also an artist, so I know what to do from now. Ke a leboha.
Thank you. Let's take the last one, and then we'll allow you to respond. Right there at the back. You, sir, you've got your hand up.
Good day, my name is Bongani from Free State. I'd like to inquire to Sembro. Mostly what I saw is that the Amapiano market is booming. It's booming like in South Africa and internationally. So I saw that Sambro told us that they are going to charge for an administration fee in order to give most of the artists the memberships. So there is one thing. If ever Sambro charges, as now it charges for administration fee, most of artists that are doing Amapiano, they go to an organization that is international, which is called BMI. Why? Because of Sambro is charging for a administration fee, which is the type of capital that they don't have. Referring to Vusiliu, he was talking mostly about the amendment bill. So when I watch most of the things, I want to know the advantages and disadvantages of going to BMI than Sembro. But you are a South African artist. My last question is that we see data, it is represented in charts. Amapiano artists, they go to charts internationally like Tyler. We have the sector in music business, we have the sector of personal relation. When Sambro sees that most of Amapiano, a lot of Amapiano music make it to charts, but that certain music, it's a type of data that they have to use it.
Okay.
That it is on charts in order to see how is it performing in radio stations. So I just want to understand what is Sembro does to that. If ever I'm on charts, but when I'm trying to submit my music to radio stations reject my music.
Okay, thank you, but thank you very much. And then, because we're coming to an end now, let's start with those. We'll deal with those questions from the gentleman, and then we'll end on this side with the acting related questions.
Yeah.
What is this admin fee?
Yeah, let me just start quickly with the admin fee. So, firstly, SEMRO has currently just over 150,000 members, right? So we hit a critical sort of like mass at a certain point where, you know, there were just on average around about 20,000 people registering every single year. Now the challenge there is you have a current pool of artists that you're supposed to service, where we don't want to increase the expenditure of employing more people per se, and then you have all these ones that want to come through. So the simplest way was to say, you know what, unfortunately everybody thinks they're a musician, to be honest with you. But to make sure that whoever is serious about the whole aspect of music, they must be willing to just pay a once-off fee of 100 rands, right? That's it, once off. If you're already a SEMRO member, you don't have to pay anything. It's just somebody who says, I want to now today.
So it's 100 rand?
Yeah, go and sign up. It's 100 rands. Now, you might ask yourself, what are the benefits that come with that? Simply, you must remember, once you sign up with SEMRO, we do all the things of monitoring, and as you said, internationally, your music, we monitor through our bilaterals with other societies. As you said, BMI, SCAP, SESEC in the States, and PRS in the UK, all over the world, right? We monitor that. So that is work that we do for you. Secondly, there is something that we call, an IPI number. It's almost like your ID in the world. Once you become a music creative, we create that for you so that you are able to earn internationally. And then Refulo also mentioned the ISWC. Yes, Risa will sort you out with the ISRC. We create that for you. But another benefit that you receive is that there's a retirement annuity, which every single, what we call voting members, so these are just in the region of about artists that have earned just above 100 rands, you get a retirement annuity at SEMRO. I can tell you BMI doesn't give you that. But the simplest part is, how do you know if you need to sign up with an international society or not? You can, but here's the certain challenges. And we deal with it, when people come back and they say, yeah, I've signed up with BMI and then now I've got some technicalities. The challenge is, look at where you earn your money first. Correct. Right? People think it's prestigious to say, I'm signed up with BMI. No, guys, it's business. Let's firstly stop the facade. It's business. Yes, you will sign up, but afterwards, where do you earn your money? If you earn it in South Africa or Africa, this is what will happen. We will collect your money from the SABC, all these other radio stations and TV and whatever, and we will take our admin. Our admin is 25%. So out of every 100 rands, we'll take 25 rands, right? We will send your money to BMI. BMI will charge you 15% for what they are also doing. So that's now 15 rands of that 75 rands gone. So by the time you get your money, guess what? You are left with what?
And
so that's the problem there.
And just to add to that point, over and above that, there's also the problem of landing that money in South Africa, because then you're then going to need to incur the taxation implication of then the foreign income landing in your bank account. So that's also another cost.
Yeah. So if you are a Tyler, right? A Tyler, and then you are able to sit with your label, and there's a structure to this, guys. You don't just, let's be honest, you are not going to start your career right now and say, oh, I want to sign up with BMI. I will tell you outright, it doesn't make sense, because that's not where your money is coming from, right? It's like you starting a business, a fashion business, and saying, oh, I'm going to open up offices in New York, UK, and South Africa. It doesn't make sense. Like, what do you mean you can register businesses, but are you really going to make money from those jurisdictions? No. You're going to start somewhere and then build up. And if your brand demands that, that's a decision, and that's more of a legal and financial decision that you have to consider at a later point in your career. When you start, the simplest thing is you sign up with the society in your country. Even from a label standpoint, I see people being amused by, I'm signed up with some label in the US. It doesn't always mean success.
Yeah. What was the second part of his question? Sorry, what was the second part of your question around, you asked about BMI and then you asked about something else on the music side?
The charts.
What about the charts?
Whenever Semro sees that an artist, yeah, he's a chart ranking artist, and then comes by, we go to the personal relation side, whereby the music have to go to the radio stations, and the radio stations reject the music.
Okay. All right. Look, that's a layered question, right? There's a number of considerations. Song length, for starters, just as an interesting aside. If your song is going to be longer than 4 minutes, Tembegile starts to back announce on that song at 4 minutes.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes
Yeah,
is
they
what
start
we
to-
prefer.
Correct. They
Max.
start to back announce. So you've got to be formatting your music in a way that makes sense for radio. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that the act of plugging, like anything else, is a relationship-based business insofar as you are going to have a better probability of getting your music on if Karabo knocks on that door every other day. Likely that if you've ever walked into a compiler's office, at least with us that are slightly older, and even though even with your ALS stations, people still submit with CDs. I'm not lying to you when I say to you, there's 2 compilers for a station like Ukozi, and at any one point in time on their desk is somewhere in the order of about 1,000 CDs. And there's one music com every single week, and they'll get through what they get through. So the reality is that this is about where you need to build a team. Somebody who in your team, their role is going to be iscefe.
What, an irritation?
Iscefe.
Like a pest? I don't know.
Exactly that. That guy who every time Finzo urudula fadzi ko lesedi, Finzo knows that yes, that guy is going to call me and bother me until that music is listened to. And the person who has that kind of person on their team, a radio plugger, whose role it is to make sure they are in front of that person every Monday to say, hey, Mana, I noticed you didn't listen to it last week. Kiye pinayaka, can you listen to it? It's another element that you need to be considering there. But again, I just want to say to everybody sitting around this room, yes, radio is important, but you need to understand. Ricky Rick famously said on the Metro FM stage 2016 that we are now in the internet age. Kids, when you talk about Amapiano, which is where you started, what I love about Amapiano is that it was born in 2020, really, and it was born out of the innovation that is short form content on TikTok. There was no gatekeeper that caused that stopped Amapiano from happening. Amapiano, if you look at a rollout, look at Kelvin Momo, and Kelvin Momo, who's come out with a new album I was actually driving listening to this new album coming this way. Those guys build songs utilizing social media, utilizing the likes of TikTok dance challenges and all of those kind of things to seed songs. Because what they understand is that those platforms are getting more impressions than you could possibly imagine. I'll give you a data point for Sama 28, the hashtag.
Okay.
So Sama 28, the hashtag, if you look at it now as a hashtag, is sitting in excess of 50 billion impressions. There are 56 million South Africans. The viewership number for the actual show for last year was 1.5 million eyeballs. So TV, linear TV, delivered 1.5 million eyeballs. Summer 28's hashtag has delivered 50 billion. That is the internet. That is you being able to have a phone that has got camera capability, and that you are in control of building your audiences through being able to curate interesting content. Because if you look at Jazik and you look at Amarodo on that video, which for me was very much a ground zero moment when it was in Lengoma le yabo umuntu akufuna utumelo. That song, that moment, right, where you are looking at these hungry, emaciated guys dancing in a backroom studio, changed South African music. And that is an important point, and I echo what the Free State Premier was saying earlier on. I think his analogy was around being a fox or a tiger. I can't quite remember what he was talking to. Those kids took initiative and saw that, wow, I have an audience and I can address this audience and I'm able to talk to them in a way that resonates with them. And that's not only true of Amapiano, that's true of anything that you're doing in music. Most of the major labels, and I've run Sony, Sony's Urban, I've run Universal's Urban division as well. And I can tell you now that most of our spend sits and lives with digital spend.
Right. Okay, so we're almost at the end. What I'll do is we'll work it this way from my left, Sam. In a minute or less, final words and a response perhaps to anything that you may have heard and you wanted to address, but in a minute or less because we are out of time.
Well, I'll be a second, really.
Can you speak into the mic, please, Sam?
Sorry. I'll just be a second, really. Let's stop talking and start implementing. That's all I need to say. Really. Thank you.
Ntate Nkatho, final words from you, perhaps a last message.
Thank you so much, and thanks to VUCA as Free State. I'm still available to help wherever I can. I'm still available. I'm still very young.
Are you available? There was a conversation, I think there was a young lady here who asked to speak to you perhaps about a script for Free State TV. Will you guys take that conversation offline? Okay, fantastic. Sweetie, final words?
Okay. My departing words is believe in yourselves, guys. I'm talking particularly in the music industry. Believe in yourself. Be authentic. Don't be regional about your talent. Don't be, we can't have man coming this side. Just a quick one. It's a pity that the Premier has left. I also wanted to encourage him to also speak to other departments so that we don't overburden the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, to speak to the Department of Health, to say, if they want to go and speak about HIV and AIDS, they must use artists, actors, they must use singers, they must use, and so forth, or trades and so forth. But more than anything, believe in yourself. Thank you so much.
Rasta, final words.
Siyabonga. Thanks, VUCA Africa. Sorry, Free State. You have to be patient. You have to be everything that you can do. Because when you see an artist, they always think that about Naluto. But you have to be patient, be self-disciplined, and do what you love, and love what you do.
Thank you very much. Candy?
My last words is I just want to thank the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation, the Premier of the Free State, VUCA Arts, organizers for this initiative. It's an awesome initiative. I strongly believe that it can be taken further, more especially in the education part. If all these creatives come together with their talents, I believe that we can have a school of arts and creativity in the Free State. So it's really something that the organizers must look into and see if we cannot get that as soon as possible so that maybe the Premier can put it in his budget vote. That's how important that this is. Thank you so much.
Candy, thank you. Karabo?
Sure. So I think what I would like to leave is to say, please start thinking of yourself as business people. That's what you are, right? Think of yourself as business people, and the first rule of a business is that for you to monetize anything, you need to learn to promote it.
Yeah.
Promote your craft.
Yeah.
Digital, guys, is for everyone. Promote it. Even music, people like to see a visual with music. So get somebody to act something, get somebody to dance, do whatever. But the point is, promote your craft, you'll make money.
Final word to you, Rufino.
100% agree with Karabo. Short form content is where it's at. That is a very cost-effective way for you to be able to position your stuff. It's also important for me to maybe make this point to you. Globally, just as an interesting statistic on that very report, each and every country, you are seeing a decreasing share of English language or music that is spoken, that is English first in every market in the world. That is saying to me that people are hungry. As a matter of fact, as another interesting statistic, 69% of the general population of America, which is the largest music market in the world, has sampled music from people outside of that country. 72% when you're talking just about millennials. So people are interested in hearing music on your terms. So be you. The thing that worked with Afrobeat, the thing that worked with Amapiano is people were being them. And there's a huge opportunity at this point in time for you to authentically represent who you are to the world, because everybody's watching.
Right. And with that, thank you to all our panelists who've been with us today here at the VUCA Arts Creative Summit in the Free State. We appreciate all your inputs, and we hope that the people who are here, who've been listening, have actually been able to walk away either inspired or, in fact, that you've sparked a new idea somehow, and that when we gather, if we do gather back here in the next year, there is tangible progress that's been made. But for today, thank you so much to all of you for being here. And thank you guys for attending. You have taken time out of your days. You could have been anywhere doing anything, but you chose to spend your day here. We wish you the very best of success. And again, we hope that next time we hear from the dozens of you who are in this hall today, it will be with a positive update on where you and your work are. For myself, Tembekile Mkhototo, it's been a pleasure to be your moderator for the conversations today. Thank you again for your time. So as we leave, I'll ask you guys to walk out first, and I'll ask the panelists to remain on stage, and then hopefully we will all reconnect somewhere, somehow. Thank you. Have a lovely afternoon.
Are the mics still hot? Yeah, they are.
Someone's supposed to come and act.
Those who saw you yesterday, you remember Candy from yesterday, so they will be with you. I'm going to be handing you over to them. You'll be spending the greater part of the day with them. So, little fuati notepad le dipene le botse dipotso le mo lefatshe ne. All right. So I'm going to hand over to you, ladies.
Hi everyone. How are you guys doing? By the show of hands, do we have any fashion students? So two. And the rest are people that are already in the industry. Up and coming brands. So you guys have your own brands? Okay. So let me give you a bit of a background on who I am. My name is Refilo Mujwa, originating from Bloemfontein. I'm currently staying in Johannesburg. I'm a fashion designer, fashion entrepreneur. I'm also the CEO of House of Designers Agency. House of Designers Agency is a renowned fashion agency that works with startup brands and established brands. So essentially what we do is we access markets for designers, which means that we place designers into stores. We've partnered with, I think, about 200 stores nationally that we place our up-and-coming designers in. So our main focus is always just on the business side of fashion. We know it's a creative space, but I've always been more interested in how we can live sustainably from the passion, from being creatives. Because I think we all know that beyond us being creatives, we also need to sort of like live off our talents. So we've partnered with South African Fashion Week, which is where I also worked. I started as an intern and then worked my way up and partnered with them. And then AFI, African Fashion International, where I'm also supplying my own brand. I'm also supplying the store, which is House of Nella in Sandton City. So I don't know. I think maybe let me just understand everybody that's in here, and then we can just have like a flowy conversation based on what it is that you guys would be interested in knowing, and how we can better assist where we can. I always strive for, when there's these kind of meetings, whereby beyond this, everybody has been impacted in a positive way, and there's opportunities that we can all share amongst each other, and just, so I'll hand it over to Candy. Oh, I've also worked with Candy. I've showcased at Free State Fashion Week, I think, from inception, right? Every year. And I won Design of the Year when I was still young. Now I'm old. Now I'm old. So yeah, I've been showcasing with Free State Fashion Week every year since it has started. And it's a very good platform. It has been a very good platform for me, actually. It opened so many channels within the fashion industry. So I think my angle in this conversation, I'll just take it from how you guys get into global markets and how you guys can have sustainable businesses from your creative sides and whatnot.
Good morning, everyone. Have you rested well after yesterday's informative session? Were all of you guys here yesterday? Okay. So maybe I'll just introduce myself again. I'm Candy Smith. I'm the owner of the Free State Fashion Week, Fashion Hub. I'm an entrepreneur. I like to call myself, I'm a fashion entrepreneur, not a fashion designer, because if you are a fashion designer, it's just limited to a certain portion. But when you call yourself an entrepreneur, you are open to many other opportunities, whether it's fashion, whether it's whatever you get your hands to, and work on that. So that's who I am. Like Refilwe said, we really need to understand what questions is it that you guys have for us, then we can flow much easier. So maybe we'll start with questions, if it's okay with you. Yeah, I see quite a familiar faces in the audience, so I'm happy to see you guys. Yeah, let's see what questions you have, and then let's take it from there. Who want to start? Maybe any question? What do you expect from the session? Anyone? Yes. There's somebody there. Do you have an additional mic maybe, or can I use this one?
Hello everyone. My name is Lerato Tulo. I'm from Thabo Mofutanyana in the Free State. Ms. Candice and Osrifilwe, I have two questions for you that I would like you to cover in your presentation or the masterclass. Firstly, I believe as a startup or as an upcoming designer, we struggle to price our products. What I've seen is, because I'm from Qwaqwa, my prices are quite different when I'm in Joburg. I think also you can also include location into that, so that we understand when you are in this location, you can price according to the location or whatsoever. And the second one is what are the key elements to a successful clothing brand? Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? think when you price your garment, I always, because I give business classes at the Fashion Hub, I always say you must try to put your markup at 2.5%. So it's 2.5 times more than what your expenses are. So expenses will probably be your fabric, your thread. Maybe you'll write it down. Your fabric, your thread, your buttons, your embroidery, if needs be, your anything that you buy. You'll write it down. You'll also write if you traveling, maybe with a taxi or petrol, whatever. You'll put that in. You'll help me refill if I'm not on the right track. You'll also put in your labor. You have to pay yourself all the time, so you'll have to put in your labor. So you'll have to calculate your hours. So if you pay yourself a salary in a month, calculate the hours that you put into the garment and then put that in. And then obviously when you've done all your expenses, it needs to make yourself a profit as well. So 2.5 is it's a good way, but it depends. If you are in a district where they don't maybe want to pay so much, you'll maybe lower it a little bit. But I always say stand firm to what you believe your worth is. Never undermine yourself. If somebody wants to pay, if somebody doesn't want to pay you for your worth, I always feel that it's better to say no to a certain work than to work for free, basically. Because you are in a business of making money at the end of the day. And then I think Refilwe will just... Okay, sorry. You have to, everything that you do, you have to make a profit on everything that you do.
So I think another factor, just adding on what Candy's saying, is brand positioning. You know, yes, we understand cost price and that we must also have profit and whatever. But I think the other thing that we shouldn't forget is how you've positioned your brand. So that would mean you must study the market that you are literally catering for. When you know your clients and you research on the kind of clients that you are servicing, then it will give you an idea. Because, I mean, I'm in manufacturing and I manufacture for other brands as well, outside of my own. So you would find that I am manufacturing for your brand. I'm just the manufacturer. The designs are yours, whatever. I'm just mass producing, right, for your brand. And something that would cost you, maybe let's say this shirt cost price would be, for me to manufacture, would be 250, right? Your fabric and your design and everything. You would find that there's a brand that would charge maybe 1,200 for the shirt. And you would also find another brand, maybe just different material, but same style, because a shirt is a shirt. You'll find another brand that's going to say, this is 3.5. And they would sell out. So it's just based on where you have positioned your brand. Where you are located as well plays a part. The visibility that you have created alongside your brand, which is why you'd find brands like Amaxhosa and whatever, and it's like 15,000 for like a crop top. It's worth it because that's where they have positioned their brand. There's a lot of things that we also need to understand. It's obviously the labor that goes into it. The printing of your own material would obviously mean that you must have a higher markup, because then what it means is the item becomes exclusive. So it's not something that you can get Kokaikai and buy fabric and copy that design. He's got his own specific print, right? Meaning to get that print done, you also put down an extra investment. So if you've put down an extra investment, that would mean it becomes like an exclusive brand, which then would mean your prices need to be a bit higher. And people that appreciate and understand the value that has went into a certain design wouldn't mind paying like an extra 1,000 rand, you know. So I think brand positioning is the ultimate one. Like, where do you see your brand? I can sell a dress, and also the other thing to let me not forget is also the quality. Do you know what I mean? So if you know that your quality is like very good, then you can literally get away with pricing it however, 100% profit, 200% profit, sometimes 500% profit. Honestly, because we also understand that the low costs that are involved in actually the production, you know, but if the quality is good and people feel like they're paying for something that is worth the price in terms of quality and the fabrics that you've chosen and the fit and yeah, the materials that are used and so forth. So I think it's a lot of those other things to consider as well. But I would say on top of the list would just be how you position your brand. Like, just know who your clients are and know what they're prepared to pay. You know, because I might complain about your price, but somebody's like, yeah, sure. You know, it's fine, 3,000 for a dress, sharp, send me your account details, where somebody else would be like, oh, my budget was 500. You know, nothing wrong, but then you must understand the value in your own products. Yeah. And then, Kana, what was your second question? Brand. Sure. I like looking at fashion more on the business side. But I understand it's such like a broad industry because there's so many careers within one industry. So I would say the key elements will obviously depend on what it is that where you're trying to go. So it can never be like a one-stop copy and paste answer. I think it would depend on where do you see your brand, what do you want to do with your brand, so that you would like be able to understand the right platforms to follow. Do you understand? You can either be more inclined on how do I monetize my products, but then there's also some people that are like, I'm just a creative and I'm gonna get an agency that is gonna push my work, you know, and which is also another thing that I don't think a lot of us, especially in the Free State, understand, that there's fashion agents, just like artists have agents, fashion designers can have agents, where this person is the one literally just working on the business side of things, getting you deals, making sure that you're supplying stores, making sure that you are partnering with CMT companies, making sure that you are partnering with the right PR people to create visibility around your brand. So I don't think that can be like a copy and paste kind of answer. I think it will depend more on what it is that you're trying to achieve with your brand. But the first thing that you must always understand is, what is it in this industry? Where do I fit in? Do you know what I mean? For me, my last year when I was studying, I've always known that I'm more into the entrepreneurial and the business side of the industry. I've always known, yes, you're creative, fine, sharp, but I've always known that I liked the work behind the scenes. The only reason why I focused on the work in front, doing fashion weeks and having my own brand and all of that, I think it was because I understood that for me to be able to come to talk to you guys or any other designer that I'm gonna claim I can help establish their brands and whatever, I needed to have a footprint and a history of this is what I have done, whether for myself or other brands, and this is where I think we can take it. You know, so I think just have like a clear understanding of where you want to see the brand and what are you trying to achieve, and whatever that is, then you would know. But obviously, the main basic things would be work hard, do your research, perfect your skills. You know, we must always make sure that we perfect our skills, make sure that your quality is on point. There's other careers in the fashion industry. I mean, there's other people that would be focused on pattern designing. There's other people that are just seamstresses, you know. There's people that would say, I'm just a fashion illustrator. I'm just a, you know what I mean? So I think if there's a clear indication of what works for you as an individual, then we can sort of like try direct in that path.
I think you've said a mouthful, and it's very, very important what Refilo has just said, because your brand must actually, it's actually a lot of hard work in the beginning, to a point where you somehow feel like you're gonna give up. I mean, we're from there, but it's just important for you to push and to push harder on it, work on it daily, and just to make sure that your brand is always out there. I always like to say to my students that your social media must be on point. It must be on point. Sometimes we post nonsense. That's also part of building your brand. We post or repost certain things that doesn't really matter. But what if we take that decision to post every day or every second day? You post your design, or while you're busy sewing or crafting a pattern, just post something like that. Create awareness, create visibility that this is what you can do. Yeah, any other, did we cover your question? Yeah. Any other?
Any more questions?
Okay, so since I don't know why you guys are not asking, but let me understand. So from the people that are, there's about 2 students, did I see right? Okay, so why are you studying fashion? And what do you guys want to achieve? And I'm asking this just so that maybe we can sort of like have a conversation on the how-to, because I don't think there's ever a thing where we have it figured out. And just being from, there's also another thing about being from the Free State, right? You need to work 10 times harder, right? Because making it in Free State is difficult. And then just exposing yourself to a bigger market when you're like, okay, now I'm going to be operating in Joburg, or I'm going to be operating in Cape Town or in Durban or whatever, right? Becomes even more difficult. But for me, with the designers that I have worked with that actually come from the Free State, what I've realized, what's sort of like becomes a challenge when they are out there, is just the lack of information. Do you know what I mean? It's not that there's no talent. It's lack of information, where there's no knowledge of how do I get my brand into a store? And once I've gotten that deal, where do I go to make sure that I'm able to cater to the requirements that are needed within that specific store? So you'd find somebody like, there's a designer that I was working with, and it was so unfortunate, also from the Free State. It's like, okay, I'm presenting the collection. So it's just sample work, right? Let's get a sample. From the sample work, the store is like, great, sharp, lovely. We want this brand in our store. And they're like, okay, from the 5 units, maybe 5 design styles, I should call it that, from the 5 design styles that you've made, can we have about 30 units per design? That's a big contract, right? It's a big contract. But then the question is, if you don't have the resources, where's this brand gonna manufacture, let's say, 120 items in 1 week and still make sure the quality is not compromised? So now you lose out on the deal because from the sample to the actual manufacturing, the quality sort of like goes down. Or the other challenge would be because there's no knowledge of where you get your fabrics in bulk. So do you know what they do? They want to go buy fabric where you can get it per meter. Great and well. The disadvantage in that would be, number one, if you're buying per meter, the price is higher, unlike when you're buying in bulk, number one. Ne? Secondly, the other risk in that is you think the fabric is available at a certain store, right? And now you came and presented one sample to me that a store approved and said, we want 50 units. Fine, you sign, and then you go back to your fabric place, and it's finished, sold out. They can give you a similar fabric, maybe different texture, nyana, different color, nyana, but when you go back to your the people that you've got the contract with, it means they don't want that. So it means you've lost out again. Do you know what I mean? So now I think just like we're not everybody around here, what I've discovered is it's too individualistic. Me, my brand, what I do. Do you understand? And because we're not opening a door of collaboration, even amongst ourselves as designers, it means that it makes it, the journey is hard, but now you're making it 20 times harder for yourself because you don't have the right knowledge. And this is where I was trying to get to, is that we don't ask enough questions. And I don't understand why. Like, why aren't you guys asking questions? Because you know what you want to do with your brand. And we must also understand that we should dream beyond just dressing a certain somebody. You know what I mean? I mean, I've dressed like people that are regarded as stars. Candy is one of them, you know, one of the biggest clients. But for me, it must always go beyond just dressing a Bonang Mateba, just dressing a Basetsana Kumalo, dressing some artists. And, you know, outside of those people, we also need our businesses to strive. We also need, even now you'll see with the biggest designers that have dressed the greatest of people in the country and outside of the country, they move from not just doing that, but also just mass production, because that's where the money is. You know? So if anybody in here has a brand and I'm like, okay, Sharp, I like this shirt that you've designed. I need about 100. Can somebody give me like an indication of how that is going to happen? Does anybody know? If I say I need 100 units of what you are wearing now and I need it in a week, can you tell me how you're going to do that? Okay.
Good morning or afternoon. For you to get those products, I have to have a team that will help me to produce them. And then you have to give me the period of time. If you need them about a week, I need a team to produce those t-shirts for a week. That's how we'll get the products.
So it comes down to collaboration, which is where I was saying we are so individualistic. And yes, you are creative, but I like your answer, by the way. If you are too individualistic, your growth is slowed down. You know why? Because you want to make the pattern by yourself. And then you want to do the grading by yourself, grading one pattern from one size to the other. And then on top of that, you must leave the house and go buy the fabric. That's time, that's transportation. And then you still come back. And you know what you're also going to do? You're going to cut yourself again. After cutting, you are still the machinist. You sewing. That is time. So if it would take you, let's say 2 days or 3 days, depending on how fast or slow you are, to make one dress, if you need to make 50 dresses, how long is that going to take you? More than a month. Because in between you must sleep, you must eat, toilet breaks, smoke breaks, if anybody smokes. Do you understand? So it's important that we collaborate with people that can do the other work for us. Getting a team that are going to stitch. Maybe you'll do the master pattern. and you'll do the first sample, and you give them the machine, the fabric, and your patterns, and then they just continue with production. It's quicker. It buys you time as well, because while the team is stitching, you can come and sit here. You know, there's production happening for me right now, but I'm in Velkom. Production is happening in Joburg. My work is not being disturbed. You know? And it also opens you up to just being able to get more clients. Because if you are seated and you are stitching the whole day, when are you getting time to be out? show grace, allow for people to make those mistakes, but learn from them as well. If they're costing you, they need to get fired. So you must also just have the ability and the discernment to know if people are gonna get better or if people are just gonna waste your time. So that would be your homework.
Anyone else? Hello? You're still here? Can I taste you? Oh, by the way, there's a taste at the end. Forgot to tell you that. Dumelang. O se re filwe, rona batho ba disability. Re etsa haholo dintho ka matsoho. Re etse dintho ka metjhini, ka di-eng. So, kutlwa boholo ba nako, o bua ka batho ba rokang bo mese, all those things. So rona re batho ba di-beads, ba di-ulu. So ke kopa le re kenyelletse le rona.
Do you have some of the work?
Yes.
Can I see? So it would fall under accessories. Thank you. Nice. Everybody beats. So one of the stores that we are in partnership with in terms of getting design work, they deal with accessories. So the same process applies. Whether it's a bag, a shirt, and whatever, because I got even there they've got accessories sold, or even markets where you can sell your. Where do you sell your products from? This is nice. Tabanj. Oh, okay. Get into that tinimo. Wow, this is nice. Where do you, how much is this? Okay. 150. Okay. Oh, busy. Girl. This is so nice. Are you guys selling? So business as well. So can I look up a little regular lunch? Regemo. Yeah, I'll buy. No, definitely. So, lyrics are from Kokai. So, okay. I lyrics are way, like, in terms of like location. Kiko di market in Kapahonales shop or.
Haraso ability shop.
Okay.
Baba mbana di plek in Sabona Jaka Nakizwa Mangawu. Tabanchu Ewela under Mangawu. Bona Batswa Sasolo. Sasolo Ewela under Tezile Dabi. Mama Bongi Ushaya Harry Smith. Harry Smith Ewela under Tabo Mufutenya. So Renalena Koya Rona ya Hukopana ka December. Free State Performing Arts. So mo ke mo go kgonang ho ntsha ditalente tsa rona teng re di beya mo le kena le tlo bona hore re etsa jwang. So each and every person ona le company e leng ya hae, but district tsa rona rena le di center. Ba bang ba register le di company, ba bang ha ba so register.
Nice. Mara why price le ko tlase?
Thank you very much. Sometimes we do products by orders. Sometimes we do, when we do a lot of products, they stay for a long time because the showcasing harana dibaka tse accessible for another showcase. That is why we saying when we go to Bloemfontein. We were in Bloemfontein and we were in Hofman Square.
Oh, yes.
Yes, but when we host our events, we put the tables where we showcase everything that we are doing. There's a lot of things, even shoes, even dresses, everything is done there. I'm doing the necklaces, I'm doing the jewelries.
That's very nice. These things can also be part of Fashion Week. Nkere? So I've got a friend, actually one of our designers. So he makes bags. It's just my phone died. He makes bags and he collaborated with what is Entle's brand? Entle Mbali. She just did a fashion show recently and they collaborated and the guy was making the bags, handwork as well. Very nice. So I think the process just still works the same way. You find people that you can go into partnership with. You find stores that you can sell from. You research on markets that usually happen hangata, where you can sell from. Yabo? And maybe raise up the prices. Yeah, 150. 150, guys. Position.
You know, I'm from Welcome, actually, ne? And when I was growing up, for me to make some extra cash when I was in school, just trying to live, I would go to the flea market every month. I had a store, it was here somewhere, not here, but you know where the flea market, who's from Welcome? You from Welcome, you know exactly where the flea market is, ne? So some other towns call it Boeramark. It just depends where you are. So maybe in your town, find out where is that Boeramark or what. Here they call it the flea market. It's once a month. And we used to make so much money. I ended up selling whatever it's needed, wool, dresses. Every month I was there. So I was working with another friend of mine, Charissa. She's still here. She's a designer here. But the two of us, that's how we started, you know, in this industry, making money for ourselves. So I think just see if you can find in your own town to start off with, find that flea market or Boeramark, whatever they call it, and participate in that, see if that works. And then maybe we'll also see other, but don't wait for a fashion week that is only once a month. Yeah, maybe try to find something that you can sell every month. Yeah, even identify the boutiques in your area. Check if you are in Harrismith, for an example, go to the mall, see which boutiques are there. Talk to the owner. Ask her if you can put a few things in a store. She can put a markup, you know, to resell your things in her store. Yeah, maybe that can also work, and then it's on a daily basis. Yeah, so identify those boutiques as soon as possible.
Anyone else? Okay. Good day, everyone. My name is Masero Ngizeng. I'm an event coordinator. I just wanted to share some information for you guys. So there's an event that I did this past October. It's called Limo Festival in Bloemfontein. It was the first one that was done. So I was working a lot with people doing arts and craft as exhibitors, and they were selling So if you go to Limo Mall, I don't know if you, are you guys from Bloemfontein? Do you know where Limo Mall is? So every second week of the month, they have markets. So where you can actually just go there to the office and then you give them your details. There's a guy called Brian who deals with it. And then they give you a stall within their mall and outside. So you probably like come with your gazebo and exhibit whatever you're selling. They have a good footprint in terms of numbers at the mall. So a lot of people who sell there, they make quite good money. And the other thing that I was also working with is CEDA. So what CEDA does, they pay for arts and craft companies. So if you can get most of you guys on that database, they pay for them to exhibit their work at stalls at events. So that would be another opportunity for you guys to be able to market what you guys are doing. So if you can go to the CEDA office and the more offices, those would be good platforms for you guys to be able to make money.
Thank you, Matsuha.
Thank you, Matsuho. Our experts, I have a question. So say I am studying fashion, because we do have some students here, and I just want to work for a really good fashion agency. Where are they? How do I get them? How do I say, hi, I'm Asavela, and because we're not all business women, we're not all business people. Like you mentioned, the different structures, the pattern designers, the cutters, the stitchers. So how do I say, this is what I've identified as a fashion student? How do I start the conversation?
Okay, I'll take that. So I've got an agency called House of Designers Agency. The website is the website is www.hoda.co.za. So there's a whole application system there. The application form that you put in, and then we get back to you. Obviously, there's a criteria that we are looking for, depending on the level that you are in, like what you're trying to do. But however, we do have services from conceptualization, where we have like your one-on-one consultations just to find out, as a brand, what are you trying to achieve, the kind of clothing you want to be making, style and everything. And once we move from that stage, then it's like, oh, okay, the fabrics involved, we advise on that as well. We share our suppliers with you. And then from there, then the whole production, which would include your patterns, your cutting, your stitching, CMT work, basically. And then once that is done, then it's like, okay, we move then to the next phase, which would be marketing your items to the stores. And if you are really that good and the clothing is that good, then they're not going to waste your time. For instance, there's AFI, I know, is always looking and they're always willing. So that would be like my first, I work with them like that, where I can, AFI, where I can take any designer there, and they're always willing. And like, it's a whole process. We don't mind building with you and just guiding you through the process from literally start to finish, if you are willing, because it always takes the willingness from your side as well. Uyabo? So yeah, that agency is there for that. We have in-house photographers that we've partnered with, models as well. So if you need to be doing photo shoots after, I know people like Bokendi and SA Fashion Week, and just my network. We are able to just take from point A to point Z. And the goal is to actually just even get like international opportunities as well. It shouldn't just be like in South Africa. But we also understand that that is a growth that should take its own time. And if the work is that good and the willingness is there, then the sky would be literally the limit. Oh, yeah, well, so it's, yeah, otherwise there's other agencies, but I'm not going to tell you about them because then they're my competition. Yeah, so I'm not going to put other people here. If you want an
girl, we
agent,
keep it here.
I'm here.
There's something that a lot of people don't consider when wanting to get into business, especially from the creative perspective: compliance. Can we touch on compliance? Because fashion, talent is one element of it. Having all these amazing things you've mentioned in place, the money is not a problem. Producing mass and supply is not a problem. The compliance element. What are they? What should our designers look out for, and what is the one thing that they need to consider most?
I think when you start a business, it's always good to have a business plan. Start your business by registering it, and where you can actually start, because some of us in this room, maybe some of you in the room, doesn't have your business registered yet. So Masejo mentioned, the lady at the back mentioned that you need to go to your nearest CEDA offices. If you are in Bloom, the Limo Mall 1 has a CEDA office as well. So get to your nearest CEDA office. There they will give you account manager for your specific business. Get your business registered. Maybe they will help you, or if it's already registered, they will put you through mentorship training, etc. You need to be compliant with SARS. You need to be registered on labor. If you have employees, register them on labor. What else is there? If you have a factory, you need to be COIDA registered, which is if something happens in your factory, that you'll be able to, like for an example, let me make an example. Earlier this year, I have a hotel, and earlier this year somebody got injured and they cut off the whole, it was open here. He was bleeding so much that he was almost, he was in hospital for probably 2 weeks. I was so stressed because, it's the pulse here. He didn't have medical aid, nothing. But because I'm a compliant business, had COIDA in place and all of that, they then paid for his private hospital bills, etc. And he couldn't work for 3 months. So just imagine, if I didn't have that in place, I would have been in trouble. So if you work with machinery, it's important. We need to be compliant. Certain things. It takes a lot of paperwork. It's really stressful, but rather get all your things in place. And maybe one day, maybe during this year, next year, the year's over. Maybe next year we'll have a proper workshop where maybe we can invite CEDA. We'll see if we can talk to VUCA owners to see if we cannot have an extended masterclass where we take you through compliance. We bring CEDA in, we bring the banks in for financial. Your business needs to be insured. All of those things. So it's a lot of things. That's the most painful part of doing business. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, ne. And how do you maintain such composure? Because one thing again, people, when these young ones decide this is what I want to do, they see Candy and Refile, strutting their thing right there, looking like all is intact. And there is the emotional element of it. Again, another part that is important, because we've seen drug statistics and substance abuse, and half the time the majority users are creatives. And there would be due to wanting coping mechanisms. And like you mentioned, I think there's still a long way to go with this in uncapping all the gaps that need to be bridged in making sure that, the industry is protected, and all the ills that past creatives and business people that carried it, our future doesn't deal with it. On my end, I'm asking all these on your behalf, so I don't know how you feel right now. Do you still want to continue with this? The passion is there. The passion is there, yeah? Okay, anything else you would like? Because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and this insight is worth it's priceless.
I just
You've
want to
got
say
your
something before you ask me. You know, I'm so proud of Refilwe sitting here because I saw her starting from where you probably are today. Maybe you were a little bit further, but I remember probably 2015, 14 there when I met you. She was just a young girl that was trying just to get any opportunity, get into, you know, where who can help. She even asked me, but I'm a shy person. I said, oh, mentorship, oh my God. You know, because you still need to grow into such things. But I remember that she knocked on every door for her to where she is today, and she never gave up. So I just wanted to mention that. Don't look at her thinking that, even myself, I told my story yesterday, but don't look at her thinking that where she is today, she doesn't know the struggle up. It doesn't mean you sitting here today or you sitting here today that there's no hope. There's a lot of hope. There's a lot of hope. Fashion is a very lucrative business if you do it right. And the only way we're going to make that money is if we work together and learn from each other.
I'm back. So the issue, yeah, the pricing that addressed there, and that you complained, Okuti, the bag is 150. Ne? Personally, I am having that challenge. So I'm pleading with you. I don't know if that will be possible. Okuti, every design that I have, or when the customer wants me to design a specific item for them, before I could get a chance to register under your agency, because I don't know how long the process will be. Is it possible that perhaps I will send you my designs and be like, how shall I have a moment?
User.
No, I can use it. It's not like I'm using you, because I take myself as, no, my company, we embrace uniqueness in a way that the designs that I design, you will never find them
We
anywhere.
see you.
Yeah, you will never find it anywhere. For example, the shirt that I'm wearing is a 2-in-1 shirt. Basically, the front part, you can take it off and
What flex? Come flex properly.
please do a show and tell.
Oh my God.
So basically, this shirt, you have to wear. This is the first look. Then the second look, you just details. So you just unbutton, ta la 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 la. You unbuttoning. Yes, it is a whole. Then there's a zip.
Okay. And now you're wearing a plain shirt.
Now you are wearing a plain shirt. Yes.
I love that.
How am I gonna price this?
You prices are 2 outfits. It's literally
Yes,
2 outfits.
it's 2 outfit, but then if I say it's 2,000, someone be like, "Hey girl, like I don't have the money," and you
Brand.
feel like you want your designs to be out there. So we lower our prices not because we don't want to make money, but because you want our products to be out there. You want people to realize and know, Guti, Boss Lady brand is out there and is doing the things, girl. You know. Then I have this other design in my back. It's a 5-in-1 jacket.
Okay. 5-in-1.
5-in-1 jacket,
Oh,
yes.
sorry, put the
Let me
chele
get it
there.
for you.
I like
It's gonna
her.
finish our money.
You know what I wanted to say with this outfit. Do you have TikTok? Can you start making TikTok videos with your outfits? Because if you do that, I mean, there's not a lot of people that does 4-in-1, 5-in-1, 3-in-1 type of outfits, and that already puts you above everyone else, because you know, our biggest competitor these days as fashion designers is Shein, where they also do quality things. And I want to really let us not believe that Shein doesn't have quality. They do, because they use the Chinese, nah? So for us to be competitive is to start thinking outside of the box, do things like this. I mean, imagine if you have TikTok and you start promoting those videos. Hey, bana.
Yeah. In one, at a go. It's very creative. I think so. Do you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to share as a business person in terms of pricing. Generally, what I've realized works is that people love discounts. So I know that, for example, for what I do for a living, I want to charge you, I want to make 10,000 out of this garment. Then I say to you, it's 15,000. Then you complain, then we take it down to where I want at the end of the day. We love Black Fridays.
Yeah.
So when you price, maybe your cost is like 2,000 and you want to make 2,000. You say, no, I'll give it to you for 5,000. They'll complain and you say, you know what, because it's really unique and whatever you'll sell it, I'm willing to go down to 4.5. And they complain still. And you say 4,000, you've made your 2,000 and covered your 2,000 cost.
Yeah.
So you play with people's minds and the pricing. So just a word of advice that I've learned throughout the years.
Yeah, that's so true. What's your name?
Okay,
Ria Rabetswe.
Ria.
Ria.
Yes. So this is the first look. It's a long jacket. You can have it in different sizes, different lengths and everything. So let's just say, yeah, just like that. Yeah. So let's just say it was raining in the morning. Then you'll be like, oh girl, I want the boss lady jacket on, the alpha jacket on.
Yeah.
Then you're at the store, ShopRite. Let's just
Yeah.
take ShopRite as our example. And the baby girl doesn't have the one rand for the plastic.
Okay.
And you can't, yes, she doesn't. Yeah, Emma kancane. She don't have the 1 rand for the plastic.
Yes.
Then you'll be like, okay, cashier, I don't need your plastic. Because
I take my jacket off.
I will take my jacket
Listen.
off and get a bag.
Carry my oros and bread
Guys, a
in
round
my
of applause for
jacket.
this. Like, kopa matsohle
Oh
for this.
my God.
Then yes, the second look will be our baby bag that you're gonna have here. Be like 1 rand ya plastic, guys. Sure.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
In this economy.
Nka se kgone ho palama taxi, ke shota ka 1
Ke tlo
rand.
shota.
Ke tlo shota. So please give me your
You know. Oh, it's what the beats about.
And the nice thing about this is that I've seen the jacket converted into a side bag type of vibe, but you are wearing a jacket, you converted it to a bag, a side bag, but mina, I'm still having my jacket on and my bag. Give me cheese, guys, come on.
That
So
is
give me
so
cheese.
nice.
Oh, like well done.
Give me cheese, babona. Then let's just say you love traveling
I was
and
about to say.
you are in a plane. Being in a plane, your neck is hurting because wayazi nawe ukuthi kwenzakalani. So mukelo batla go bala, guys. Mukelo batla go bala. Gonna do these. Yeah, I'm making a pillow.
You know?
You boss lady after all.
Then you're making a pillow.
Wait,
guys.
Tobella.
It's a pillow, really.
Oh my God.
It's a pillow.
That is so great.
So, it's a long jacket.
Yes, it's a bag.
It's a short jacket.
Oh, short jacket.
It's a bag.
It's a
pillow. That's at number 5.
Yes.
Okay. You can't think of it, eh?
No, I'm also
Just
out.
guess. I want to guess. I'm going to 5 million.
Re batla no.
So do we take these out?
Yeah. Ha le batle million a mahal.
Ha re kgone ho guess, ha re creative.
But you. No, it's not a skirt. But there's a design coming as skirt. Go on to number 5. Can I please use you as my...
Oh, you need a model. Do you need a model? Can
No.
So all seasons, I can go camping with this jacket, basically.
Put your snacks.
Have you studied fashion design?
But then the funny thing is that I'm not proud of it. I'm a dropout. The reason why I'm taking myself as a dropout student is that I went to Muteo because I wanted to start my own clothing brand. I didn't like this concept of buying a t-shirt, printing it, and being like, that's 250. You are having your own clothing brand, I'm having my own clothing brand. Why should you come to me? So then I decided to go to Muteo. But before that, back then I used to do hand stitching when I was young. The first doll that I had in my life was these dolls that they use on movies, as in like Ikebana, babies and everything. So I would hand stitch proper outfits. Capsenyana, the shirt, the jacket, the short pen and everything. Then when I was 12 years old, my mom was like, baby girl, start using the machine. Because at home it's a generational thing. They will design so, but one thing that I didn't like is that there's nothing unique about that. Then I told my mom, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna be included into your whatever situation because I don't see the reason for that. Then I went and pursued my dream into becoming a neurologist, meaning I was focused, science and everything.
Yeah.
Then sharp, I completed my matric. Even during my grade 8, I had my first business. It was a catering business, events planning, doing decorations. Ngwana wa dira birthday party tle hona. Yeah, ska wa go tle hona. So I was like, yeah, baby girl, you are the girl during grade 8. Then when I was doing my matric, I was like, Mama, please handle this for me whilst I'm still doing my camps at school and everything. After completing my matric, I was like, you know what? I'm signing over this company to you. I want nothing that connects me with this company. You will only call me if you need advice.
Yes.
You will only call me if you need help in things that you cannot do. But this company, I'm done with it. No, the event planning decoration company. Then I'm at UFS doing the science things, baby girl. But at the back of my head, I was like, girl, you need a second company. This one will be your best baby, your firstborn. Then that's where the name Boss Lady came about. Someone
so
just
great.
knocked on my door and be like, hi, Boss Lady. I'm like, hi, Boss Lady.
Nah.
Who are you? Who's Boss Lady?
You're like,
no.
they're speaking life into me.
Yes. Was like, no, Boss Lady, I want this and that. I'm like, why are you calling me Boss Lady? Because you're the boss that you think you are. I'm like, oh, okay. Then I went to my first year vision board. In the center there, I just had boss in bold big letters for what I didn't know.
Yeah.
Then 2 years after that, someone is calling me boss lady. I'm like, okay, boss. Okay, sharp. And then when I was about to turn 21, my mom was like, because I knew that she's gonna want to prepare, have a surprise 21st birthday party type of vibe. Then I just called her, got April, and be like, baby girl, stop whatever that you are doing. I know October is still far, but I know you are planning, because I'm the most complicated child. So you would want to plan the whole year. Just stop it. I can no. Just give me 10,000. I want to start my first business. Girl, 10,000 day doesn't make sense. What do you want to do? Oh, no, I've been doing my own research. I want to produce beauty things, cosmetics, lip gloss and everything from scratch. I've been watching YouTube channels and everything. And my mom, no, 10 or 21, you deserve a birthday party. I'm like, who are you going to invite? Those people, even till today, hey, my 10,000, I still want it, Mama, if you're watching this. I didn't. Luckily, I am making more than 10,000. Luckily, she went ahead in preparing, planning the birthday, whatever.
Yeah.
And by the grace of God, I thank God for this. On my birthday, I just woke up sick. Yeah, someone be like, brah, why are you saying you thank God? I just woke up sick. It was on a Thursday. Friday, went to the doctor. Doctor T, nah, man, you're just coughing, you'll be okay. Saturday in the morning, I have to drive and go back home. I received a call saying, Ria Rabezuchweni, you were a close contact of Zibani Bani, Unali COVID, what. Please start isolating yourself. 5 p.m., the ambulance will come into your residence to fetch you for 2 weeks, quarantine, what. It's like, thank you, God.
Okay.
I didn't want to go to a birthday party. I told her. No, I told her I gave phone in jail. So why are you doing it? Yes. Why are you doing it? Because already I've designed a boss lady logo. So I know what I want. So when you are trying to be an obstacle, then sharp, I went to the quarantine. Whilst I was there, I was like, you know what? Boss lady, it gotta be a brand. And it is gonna be a brand. I'm gonna push for it. I don't care who's by my side. Great. Then fast forward, December I went home. Then, oh, by the way, I'm living with a one lung. I have one lung. I'm a pulmonary patient. Yeah. So, December 2021, I got an email from my scholarship, Michelle's scholarship program. And they were like, Ria, since your first year, you've been going up and down sick and everything, blah, 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 ta-na-na-na. Now you can no longer be a neurologist because you're having one lung, the chemicals, because of the chemicals and everything. So, I'm like, okay, I'm losing the scholarship. Okay. They want me to be a psychologist. I can't do that for a living, bruh. Yeah, I know I can put motor handle, but I can't do that for a living. Psychologically, hey, I'm not well for that, you know? And I started, it's unfortunate that I didn't bring my handbags. I started designing handbags from scratch with this Burberry print. I'll just show you the pictures. Then my mom was like, I think it's time you consider going to Muteo for fashion designing. This is your thing, baby girl. I'm like,
Utloja hape mantsibuwa. Re lebo ba ile ba feta ka morena sepe DJ Fantas. Ha re mo shapela matso hape. Zizo chi kisinto wena ukhalela bana ba banyanyana ke bona ba sa bineng ba ge ditšhelete tsa bona tsa sasa bona ke matšhankane ba ga ke soka ke bona bana ba sa utlweng jwalo ka bana e re ga o ntse o lokiswa he wena motho e motle re nne re utlwe ditaba tšeo gagao ditaba tsa ora ya bosupa
Bamamedi dumelang ka mona ka multipurpose. Ditaba tsena ke tlo di bala. Bana ba bangata haholo. Bamamedi dumelang hape. Ho sa le jwalo. Ka ntle ho a bata. Empa ha o so bate seriously ho. O ka ntshang selamba seo. Serame sena ne se sa hloke jumping castle. Ha so thole hore na di ntshang. Ha re hatela pele. Monna ye mongwe ile a rwala diborene. Diborene ke diborene tsa mahlo. Empa yena kha di beha phahleng. Ho sa le jwalo ha re hatela pele ditabeng tse ding tse serious. Monna ye mongwe ile a dula setulong yaba o dula le pela le bota. Monna eo o ne a apere jere sekipa se setala. Mokhaba wa hae o moholo haholo. Ke bua ka ntate. Ntate o ntse a apere bodukgo ba kerekeng. O kena IPCC. Madukgo a masweu a bona. Ha re hatela pele. Monna ye monyaneng a rwetse ke pisi. O ile a batluwa ke mafokisi. Monna ye o ile a ipata ka tlasa lepana kisi. Mme monna ye o ne apere bodukgo ba dikisi. Maotong o na le dikisi. Mme monna ye o ne a rata ho ja disamen. La mo tseba. Monna je o nahana hore bophelo ke disare. Ai wena.
re kopa tshwarelo haholo ntate o ile a feta tameneng pele a tla kwano ntho tsa di buang kaofela ha se tsona ne se le dumetse magabunyane a tsotse. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, please welcome on stage the one and only Mr. Beautiful golden voice, Bondo! With a round of applause, round of applause. Round of applause, go up, Amazoho. Ebile ke a mo tloela. Ha ke sa mo bitsitse. Ha ebe le sa tsebe sekgowa ke sa mo bitsa. Round of applause.
Bomme le bontate DJ Finzo teng le yena. O ka ga beke. O ka ga beke. Re tlo montsha haufinyana.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, for the last time, give a round of applause for Bondo!
abaninga balbonanga lonyaka jabula mansapila sonke sami ngiyanfatela umatala ninjelani sabila ithuba leselo yamfela stolela namaphutha yayenzeka phutha la yenzeka cela stolela namaphutha abaninga balbonanga lonyaka jabulani sabila sonke sami ngiyanfatela umatala injalani sabila ithuba leselo yamfela stolela namaphutha yayenzeka phutha la yenzeka cela stolela namaphutha yayenzeka iyo awethe nasobabili siyathandana singamati nolimi iyo awethe nasobabili siyathandana hakiluki say to ti iyo awethe nasobabili siyathandana singamati nolimi iyo awethe nasobabili siyathandana from isuka lendaba ngalo ngongona ngavele ngasangana ngathi uyalona umatondana wami ngiyasifela ngawe yabona umuntu wakho nemalini thina masiyata siyeperi inyameni shy thina masiyata siyeperi njengoba isusi dinameni yeah Kulomhlaba ngicela Nkosi ungathathi sasemncane nami ngifuna ukuphuza masinyane izudala ngishade ngihlale naye kwase kwamnandi kulomhlaba ngicela Nkosi ungathathi sasemncane nami ngifuna ukuphuza masinyane izudala Saga buhlungu lendlela ungiphethe ngayo usabalele ewe udlala ngayo saga buhlungu yeah lendlela ungiphethe ngayo usabalele I'm sorry, my baby. Did they lose all over? You got all my baby. You didn't need it. This and time I'm not say I. What's about Clap your hands. Yeah, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, whoa, 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 whoa. What's somebody? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah, yeah, ah, yeah, ah, yeah, whoa, whoa. Somebody. Ah, Dumela, thank you so much. My name is Bondo. On socials is Bondo_ZA. Halong tombasan kunjani na kuwe kudala ndifuna uthetha nawe donje ndiyoyika matsatsi ya botselo bokotsi andanamubedi tsalata nandifuna wena weta andanamubedi tsalata nandifuna wena weta ndithinje kubo ndibethe luvalo ndiphupha ngawe ndikhwazi igama lakho ingqondo nayisebenzi ndimlo halo fala standa falo tango dala nikume into yame yakho Kauleza sondela sana na bubedi ofanto matatiana botsilo bokozi ana na bubedi talanta ngana ho bala standa Standa yako into yako I'll standa
Standa
one more time say into yam, eh.
Into yam.
I'll stand up.
Stand up, hey, yako. Ooh, into yako.
I'll stand up.
Stand up, hey, yam.
Thank you very much. I want to pay tribute quickly. Rest in peace, AKA. Yeah. I know we just live the day. Superhero, I'm gonna need a speedo and a K. Ex-religious, do your evil ways. Tell your people don't forget to pray. Yeah. Don't forget to pray. Do you know that God is on the way? Yeah. Don't forget to pray. Do you know that God is on the way? Do you see what it took? Is it here? Who you see when you look in the mirror? All the dreams and fantasies that come together, I'll be shining like a diamond that's forever. Now congratulate, now congratulate me, now congratulate, now congratulate me, now congratulate, now congratulate me, now congratulate, now Any day this life gon' flash before your eyes. In a girl like you, I see my whole design. And the way I feel for you can't be disguised. No, 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 no. I lose my mind, oh. Baby, you drive me crazy, oh. But you not hear me though. I'm in your radio. Put it on you. Like this song for you. I'll be gone from you. Way too long from that is cool. Ouchie boo. Masambeni bazo stone moyene. I'll spend in my way. Emlanche. Kana yazu now. Chigelele. Say now chigelele. Elele. Chigelele. Chigelele. Now chigelele. Elele. Chigelele. Chigelele. One more time, say, aye. Tati scoop. Ouchie boop. Masambeni bazo stone moyene. I'll spend in my way. Emlanche. Kana yazu now. Chigelele. Oh, chigelele. Elele. Chigelele. Chigelele. Oh, chigelele. Elele. Chigelele. Chigelele. Oh, chigelele. Thank you very much, Galebo. I'm going to sing my last song. Basantebing, my name is Bondo, Bondo. On socials, it's Bondo_ZA. I'm going to sing my song, Ibitwa Pelo. And I hope you enjoy it. Tabang ekana kanawe kik ala hoe wana nambiri kanya katala kale tabong beautiful girl every time I see your face kik ana ikariki maka fatel saha we can't imani bore lady ikamlel yon namdewe to chaya uduma ngwana hlompha empa nna bo malome ka ba roma pelo e tša serati ana wa nkgola mangeo ha e le ya kae wa tlela wena pelo e duma e re ipompadida nono igi pelo e tavile ipompadida nono igi pelo ya tla sota fela motho mo le mo ke le kgobala ntshairata ke kopa ho tjhentjha sefane e re ke bua le bafatsi nanka o subedisa motini etsana tla re o bona ka morao I wanna give you my dondo let me call you bondo que o rata hakalo iri que o bebe tolaka ana wan kola manye haili akai watela wena bilu idu mairi yeah body da no iri bilu idavide Thank you so much, Kalewo.
Ere tutu, le kopo, bare le newa ke man le man. So le kopo. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, Bondo! Wow, one of the most humble people I know. To do it. To do it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this time and appreciate. I've just realized that in our presence we have the HOD of Arts and Culture, and it will be very bad at this time of the night when he was supposed to be resting on Sunday. He is here. Ladies and gentlemen, Ndare Steve Shabalala. Did I say it right? Or was it in English? Shabalala. Thank you very much, HUD, for your presence. Now, we've been dancing to a song called Likopo Kopo, Linua Kimanima. And then we sang a song called Munamutu.
Sena Rabina Leongwe Eri, Sena Kisip,
Sesto,
Sena Kisip, oh, Kisonda,
and then Rabina Pina wearing Tirini,
Sena Kisip.
Man. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, 2 times.
Yeah, all the way from Lesotho, ladies and gentlemen, overseas.
They are from Welcome. They featured a man from overseas.
Yes, automatically.
Not only in South Africa they were nominated, but they were also nominated overseas. This we cannot.
Next to you. Tell somebody next to you, say overseas.
Overseas.
Say overseas. Look at your neighbor, say neighbor, we are overseas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, with all due respect, I want everybody else to stand up on their feet Ke batla le eme ka maoto a lona a mabedi. Yena yona re tlameha re itlwele bana beso. It comes once in a lifetime. It's a fact. They've made history.
Free entry show, diteng, ladies and gentlemen.
O no ka kenya batho ba diseng ka tjhelete.
I call.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage I think we should give them a second number, not 2.1, but they should be 5.5. Ladies and gentlemen, from Welcome 2.1, with a round of applause, Stimela 2.1.
Haman.
Okay, play. Keys. Sharp, I have my keys. So the bass. A high table up ISO 20. The DI ISO 20. Yeah, yeah, bass. We're not sharp, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Keep on playing, bass. Ayahlala bontongo. Bass ayahlala ngemonto. That's next. Yeah, I am gonna take you up.
What? Tumze. Mandingene, vula masango ndingene, vula masango ndingene,
Vula manyako. Yeah.
vula masango ndingene,
Vula manyako. Yeah.
hai wena nomfula,
Vula,
vula, vula, vula masango nomfula, vula, vula, vula masango, vula, 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 vula masango, vula, 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 vula masango.
Hey, go Papa, busy. I am gonna do that. I just wanna get done with the bass. Go Papa, busy. Kalau ini level mana? Okay, shoot.
Yeah. Good. Do. Yeah, do.
Vula, vula,
masango ningene. Vula ningene. Vula wena nomvula. Vula wena nomvula. Vula masango ningene. Vula masango ningene. Vula wena nomvula. Vula masango. Vula wena nomvula. Vula masango. Vula masango. Vula masango. Vula masango. Vula masango. Vula masango. Hello. Lafunda nsandoni. Funa ukuhlala nawe lapha ngisajoli. Senabazali bami bazolungisa letha. Vula masango tingene. Tala ngisajoli. Vula masango tingene. Lana nawe vula masango tingene. Tala ngisajoli. Vula masango tingene. Tala nawe hayi wena nomvula. Vula masango. Hayi wena nomvula. Vula masango. Vula masango. Vula masango. Vula masango ningene. Vula masango. Hayi wena nomvula. Vula masango. Hayi wena nomvula. Vula masango. Vula masango ningene. Vula masango. Vula masango ningene. Vula masango. Yes. Vula masango. Hayi wena nomvula. Vula masango. Vula masango. Vula masango. Vula masango ningene. Vula masango. Vula masango ningene. Vula masango. Hayi wena nomvula. Vula masango. Vula wena nomvula. Vula masango. Vula masango ningene. Vula masango. Vula masango ningene. Vula masango. Vula masango. Beningafuna udlala ngawe, ndifuna ukuhlala nawe. Beningafuna udlala ngawe, ndifuna ukuhlala nawe. Nandirongo, nandirongo, ndiyavuma ndirongo, nandirongo. Beningafuna udlala ngawe, beningafuna udlala nawe. Beningafuna udlala ngawe, beningafuna udlala nawe. Disco nandirongo, dikolele twana.
Ako pure le se jani ki kene ka bukhoro ki khale kile bunya ko at ki khale ki kokota ta info makoro pa o kena ina korula ta motso sa me motswari ako bona bokwana akadula kabile ngari tete kwa ri pasela ko na matswale matsola bone e motuna botubazi ka reka sana marena ko boya bahari ko bodi sale na ki kele musari ko bodi sale na ki kele musari ko bodi sale na ki kele musari ki bite bo madwe ko kula modo le bahari oh le bahari Ole bahari pula molo bugare, pula molo bugare. Hayi wena nomvula. Vula masango. Vula masango. Vula masango. Vula masango jingende. Vula masango. Vula masango jingende. Vula masango. Vula masango nomvula. Vula. Vula masango ningene.
Kaya lam.
Cheza. Awe bana. Cheza.
It goes like.
Bona.
Kutimani zuri, kutimani zuri, kutimani zuri, kuti, kutimani zuri, kutimani zuri, kutimani zuri.
One more time, come on.
Kuti, kutimani zuri, kutimani zuri, kutimani zuri.
Utwa.
Kutimani zuri, mama.
Cheza. Bona. One more time. Bona, everybody, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, over, oh, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, wasala wena, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, awe bona, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, wasala wena, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, chesa, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, chesa. Bona.
One more time, come on. Good. Chesa.
Bona, everybody, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, awe bana, chiga, wasala wena, chiga, bona, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, chesa, bona, oh, chiga, wasala wena, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, wasala wena, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, Bino.
Isema shona.
Uda.
Isema shona.
Uda.
Isema shona.
Wosa.
Bona, everybody, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, wasala wena, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, awe bana, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, wasala wena, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, awe bana, chiga, bona, oh, chiga, chesa.
Isema shona. Isema shona.
Chesa. Come on.
Isema shona.
See.
All right. We're gonna do our last song. We've got our sister, yes, Snox. She's coming after this. My selector Kunzi.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it goes like this. Come on. One more time, one more time. I'm not tired of vulnerable. I need to get money. Oh, I need
Come on, 1, 2, 3, get on. One more time, man. One more time, everybody say go Kaya, go Kaya, go. Go Kaya, go Kaya. One more time, say go Kaya, go Kaya, go. Go Kaya, go Kaya, go. One more time, go Kaya, go Kaya, go. Go Kaya, go Kaya, go. Say go Kaya, go Kaya, go. 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 All right.
Tumela ngombo.
Tumela.
Mama tumela ngombo.
Tumela.
Tumela ngombo.
Tumela.
Tumela ngombo.
Tumela.
Awe mama.
Egoli kusimamo.
Awe mama.
Uta.
Tumela ngombo.
Tumela.
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 Awe mama. Egoli kusimamo. Awe mama. Tumela ngombo.
Tumela.
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 Awe mama. Egoli kusimamo. Labantwana abafuna ukushoka bathasema bafuna kuba nabantu abanemoto nenyuka kodwa namhlanje mntakwethu uyakhala yekele mama. One more time, come on. Labantwana babafuna ukushoka bathasema bafuna kuba nabantu abanemoto nenyuka kodwa namhlanje mntakwethu uyakhala yekele mama. Chesa.
Come on, 1, 2, 3, one more time.
One more time, come on.
Siwelele mama, welele mama, welele mama, siwelele, welele, welele mama.
Okay, very nice.
Siwelele mama, siwelele mama, siwelele mama, siwelele, siwelele, siwelele mama.
Thank you, let us Kaya. Thank you so much.
Tambulela bana beso. Okay. 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, ke bone batho se ba le ka ntle ka moo. Guys, please, ha re keneng ka hare. Re le mametsa le perform. Re le mametsa le perform. Ina hana e se le ho wena ntaba e. Bophelo wena o performe ne go shebelletse. Guys, we need each other as artists. This is our show. Ha rena audience. Ko ho re tlo shebellana. Ke ditulo fela mo. Guys, don't go there. Batho ba yang dikoloi, don't go there now. Ko ra kopa. Le batho ba ka di toilet. Kana ke tlo palamisa mang? Kana bitse lady. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, I'm going to introduce Miss Noxie. Miss Noxie on stage. Miss Noxie. She came with her fans, ladies and gentlemen. Motswatle le difene tsa hae wa mmona. Le difene di apara red because wa bere red. O ba boleletsa re le se ka la etsa ka mokgomong, guys, please. Le topo tsa ka ke tse red. Hi. How are you? Thiba bo thibe, thiba, thiba. O tsa ka bapala chess mo. Thiba bo thibe, thiba bo thibe. Ebe crown ya crown ha ile kae kae. Thiba, thiba. Thiba nga thiba, thiba. Ha o swa o ke thiba bo thibe. O makaletse fela ge. A go yena ntate. Thiba ba thiba thiba. A thiba ba kanea. A thiba fela. Miss Noxie on the ones and twos. Guys, hosane ha ntwena e etsahala. Wena wentse show bophelo. Ha e tlo ba mnate. Le ke bela etsa jwalo. Ha re keneng, ha re keneng. Guys, le ba tswang o lokaka, guys, please. Guys, ha e tlo ba monate hosane. Wena o tla bo ntse show. Batho ba dula le boteng moo. Skala nshep kenang ha re keneng. Ha re mameleng bana ba bang. Ne re le mametse bontsho. Le a kae? Ha re keneng ha o sethiwe, ha re keneng. Bontate, ha re keneng. Bomele bontate. Holwena e kgolwena e ka ditsheng. Ke ipotsa fela hore batho ba ka ditsheng ka mo ba tseba gona melae e fatshe e bolelang. La tseba melae ke eng? Ha o le motho ka ditsheng o tlameha o tsebe hore ntho tsena tse ngotsweng fatshe di ngolletsweng holong ya lona. Mela ke ena fatshe mona e blue e red. Batho ba ditsheng ha ona motho a tsebang hore ke a eng. Ke a netball. Basket eng ke a eng hantle. O bua tse ngata. O shaba ngwaleso. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, Miss Noxie on the ones and twos. Miss Noxie, Noxie, yes.
Shai matangi yoglanda Dalewam sangalam Funabang bebe Basangara bera Sakura beri Usungu sangan sangilale Sungu sangilale Sangasame Basangara valera Sakura beri. And then this one says, la 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 Come on, sing. Thank you. Okay, Miss Ulaka, Miss Noxie. Can we do Miss Sadi? Because I'm Miss Sadi. I'll start it, don't worry. And this one was produced by yours truly, Bondo. Please give it up for Bondo. Okay, what's opinion, Anna? And this is 16 days of activism, right? Oh, are we going there? Yeah, but this song is written to celebrate or even commemorate women, the strength of a woman. Khosong ya moriti wa lifu lena kekene kisanile bile kabaka tempa kishebile lifu matoka vena bana we sing to helen mata eh shole fatilele tata Fuma shonka pena bana we sing All right. I can take it like a whole and like big Nas, ne? Let me give you my version of that song, ne? All right. Jezebel, uyang kwatisa, oh, uyang kwatisa, oh, Jezebel, are, uthanda madoda, ah, Jezebel, uthanda bo DJ. You make me wanna say Jezebel, 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 Jezebel. Take me higher. Hey, Jezebel. Hey, Jezebel. Hey, Jezebel. Oh, just 1, 2, 3. Nanga dalagayona. Nanga dalagayona. Ha. Hey. Nanga dalagayona. Dala, 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 dala. Oh, nanga dalagayona. Oh, say, Umukhela mntwana, but she kinda look like Beyonce. The way you bike it like a damn baby girl, you're the one. She asked me to buy, and I just nodded and told her. And spending the money to you, but then I stop give up. Nanga dalagayon, dalagayon. Hey, hey, shit. Nanga dalagayon, dalagayon. Dala, dala, dala. Nanga dalagayon, dalagayon. Nanga dalagayon, nanga dalagayon, dalagayon. Cause we're the baddest team, we're the baddest team, Cause we're the baddest team, we're the baddest team, Cause we're the baddest team, we're the baddest team, Cause we're the baddest team, the baddest team, Cause we're the baddest team, we're the baddest team, Cause we're the baddest team, we're the baddest team, Cause we're the baddest team, we're the baddest team, Cause we're the baddest team, the baddest team, All right, I'm doing my last song. This one is Lendoda. Yeah, itores wenzala mo. Ke kopa o tla me didietsane le tsebe o didietsa. Thank you. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm the MC right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the incomparable Itu Marema.
Dumelang batho la le hantle.
kodwa manje umthwalo kamama wawusukulile umama mhlavuka wena uyavuka uyosebenza Sebenza ukhongishoda nemali kodwa masandana nahlala ndenza iplani mna ngabe khona we-darling ngakuthanda sebenza ukhongishoda nemali kodwa masandana nahlala ndenza iplani Get away, get away, get away. It's all I wanna do. Let her get away with you. Oh, baby. Get away, get away, get away, get away. It's all I wanna do. Spend a little time with you. Oh, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a mellow, love you, want me, love you, want me. Belungi, bound me, some love, some me. See, I'm thank you so much. Oh, baby, mama, no, way, but no, yeah. If you notice some business, I'm gonna sing this song. Get this suka for young seats on my back and hey man, Lula, I'm borny young pazam misa yo si mata talon tuan along in my body ang phone of na yeah girl look landed down now in my body ang gikatale ang funny word shh mamela I don't know you just you ya kong get yummy baby
come on, let's sing. I say, I'm getting young, you gotta tell me so. No, need it, no, need it. You look selling on ready on me back. Whoa, 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 yeah. Thank you very much. Sure. أخبب مكيكول وبفيل يبيلي يا مسلم بياملا يا ويه باركي مولو يلوكي أخبب مكيكول وبفيل يبيلي يا مسلم بياملا يا ويه باركي مولو يلوكي I want to see girl on the bola in the boat for the weather. This out by the fair. Keep on the move. I want to see girl on the feelings from home for the weather. I was alone in there. Keep on the move. Haba but the mucky cool will be feeling you lay a little muscle. My amula away. Bariki molo yiloke ya haba bona make kulu wa bifilo yebile yali yamusakam bayamla yawe bari uwalo ya loya I want to see girl on the flex of kulu barna habasalo ya kibati mo baruna ya I want to see girl on the flex of kulu barna Sapara the fair, keep on the more again. Badagaruna wewe Badagaruna wewe Badagaruna wewe Badagaruna wewe
So I'm gonna do the last song, then get that little part at the end.
Uyaza kukhulula umuntu mthana tshela ukuthi uthakula uphelile kodwi imeli kubeke angiyaza kukhulula umuntu mthana tshela ukuthi uthakula uphelile kodwi yakusiza nganiga umwazi yakusiza nganiga umntubu umshisi nyekele yakusiza nganiga umwazi yakusiza nganiga umntubu umshisi nyekele impilo akhala some mdangama asesatlula lezinsuku sikhula sithandana ubeka umnaqo emhlabeni akhala some mdangama sesatlula lezinsuku sikhula sithandana ubeka umnaqo emhlabeni angisekho lokho sewiphupho lokho iyangiphi imshado hayi kwandimwabo angisekho lokho sewiphupho lokho wapoponi yetete hawe uyenza kukhulula umuntu mthanda tshela ukuthi uthakula uphelile kodwi impilo kumele iqhubeke angiyenza kukhulula umuntu mthanda tshela ukuthi uthakula uphelile kodwi impilo yakusiza nganiga umwazi yakusiza nganiga umntubu umshisi impilo yakusiza nganiga umwazi yakusiza nganiga umntubu umshisi kanibizani abadala bechisa impephe umsamo sibiza n'abafundisi bathandaze kanibizani abadala bechisa impephe umsamo sibiza n'abafundisi uyabona kungenjalo bazophela mama bethu zophela mtata bethu zophela ngadi sekwanele yasa kukhulula umuntu mthanda tshela ukuthi uthakula uphelile impilo kumele iqhubeke yasa kukhulula umuntu mthanda tshela ukuthi uthakula uphelile impilo kumele iqhubeke yakusiza nganiga umwazi yakusiza nganiga umntubu umshisi yakusiza nganiga umwazi yakusiza nganiga umntubu umshisi impilo kumele yokusiza nganiga umkhwaza yokusiza nganiga umntubu umshisi umnyakele yokusiza nganiga umkhwaza yokusiza nganiga umntubu umshisi
Jesus, myangela, 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 ay, myangela, 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 oh, myangela, him belong, Melly. Thank you so much, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Itumarema, all the way from Tinizel. All the way from Tinizel. Where's my fucking? How do we need to go? How do we feel my jaw happy? Shit. Chungani soon. Where's my fucking? And secretary is simple, fella. Kore he's young. I saw young, I like a lot of music. Aluminium, Alamukananya. Until Aluminium, like a sugar folk. Itubele Marema, ladies and gentlemen. Bamu file hak, on sa fwa hak ki itu omo. Jwale, di itu zena dia itu la na tse. Impilo. Hases. Why beta pininas Java yo, ngekare kia high. Ladies and gentlemen, re fitile peletso ya mosebetsi tle re lebile haholo ha le bile teng. Batho ba ditsheng re lebile le tlile kwano la support batho ba Velkomo bontate ba di camera le fatse kaofela ra leboha. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my super celebrant to tatang to be my ke motho yana fela jena tio gagao. Ladies and gentlemen, ke lebohe Max ntate thuso wa rona ne ntse re mathalena kwano. Teboho good enough moholo lena was also featured on the show. Re pusha mosebetsi ona kaofela. Ke lebohe all the artists tse fetileng bo Khaya bo bana beso man Itubele Marema 2.1 sheba kaofela hleng re lebohile haholo. Re lebohe Fly ngwaneso ke ngwana bo rona re tlile mona ba bang re tlo tshetsa Fly. But now guy no, he's flying all over the place and everything. So galebo. I want to lead DJ man. I want to lead DJ yengetlareng letsa letsa. Galebo le bomele bontate. Re tla kopa se fela. Re tla kopa se fela. Re tla kopa se fela.